As long as you boast, it will come true, but your enemy will get double the reward. Are you willing? You boast, and you have a beautiful wife. The next day, your longtime crush will take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for marriage. But you meet your enemy on the way. Not only does he have an equally beautiful wife, he also takes away your school goddess. Even so, are you still willing? I, for one, am not willing, because I have a more powerful ability. As long as someone boasts to me, I can obtain the content of their boasting. When I have this ability, I immediately joined the class reunion I had already refused. Based on experience, these gatherings are often where boasting is most prevalent. In fact, as I expected, at the beginning of the party, a classmate started bragging, claiming that the bitcoins bought 10 years ago are now worth a fortune. I immediately received a message on my phone. 10,000 bitcoins credited. And now, one bitcoin is worth $50,000. In an instant, it's $500 million in hand. I instantly got excited. Sure enough, I came to this so-called class reunion. That's right. Next, my lovely classmates chatted on the surface. In fact, each one was boasting more than the next. Someone said she bought a luxury property within 3 years of graduation. Immediately, there was an extra property deed in my bag. Someone said she just bought a limited edition sports car. The next moment, the car keys appeared in my pocket. Another female classmate claimed her boyfriend is a billionaire overnight. I suddenly felt invincible. Just the time of a meal. I have already fulfilled my life. For a house, it's the peninsula. For a car, it's a Lamborghini. Even the restaurant I eat at has become my 8th business. At this time, the waiter came over to settle the bill, and that guy who was showing off just now said the hotel belongs to his classmate. But now he's hesitating. After much effort, he gave a name, but the waiter didn't recognize it at all. Seeing that his classmate was about to leave, I decided to go up and help him out. After all, it's easier to talk people into things, taking advantage of others' weaknesses. If it weren't for his bragging, I wouldn't be able to own this multi-billion-dollar Grand Hyatt International Hotel. I quietly took out a black card and handed it to the waiter. The waiter immediately turned serious upon seeing it. He respectfully took the card and let me in trembling. Soon, the waiter ran back to the private room. Behind him, there was also a well-dressed foreigner. The foreigner saw the flattery on my face. "Boss, come over for dinner. Why didn't you inform me?" I calmly replied, "Why should I inform you when I'm meeting friends?" Then I sent him away with a few words. But everyone in the private room looked at me in confusion and asked why the foreigner called me boss. I didn't want to explain too much. I had to say I'm just a small shareholder. Hearing my words, the people around were surprised but could also understand. But soon, everyone's address for me changed from Brother Chu to Big Brother Chu. Many people even tried to get close to me. But then, a discordant voice immediately sounded. "What's so great about it? So, let's go to Windsor to sing now. My sister-in-law is the boss there." I asked him to arrange the biggest private room for us. The one speaking is the rich second generation in our class, Wang Xiaoshui. He was supposed to be the focus of attention today. Everyone was surrounding him, but who would have thought that I would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Naturally, he was not too happy about it. But as soon as he finished speaking, I immediately received a text message on my phone. In the blink of an eye, I unexpectedly became one of the top KTV bosses in the country again. I can only say that my classmates are really kind-hearted. They always catch me off guard with their gifts. Next, Wang Xiaoshui pretentiously took his phone and went out to make a call. Then he came back with a disappointed look and said, "All the private rooms are booked today." Naturally, I knew he was bragging, but I won't expose him. After all, everyone present is my benefactor. So I called the general manager of Windsor. Soon, a diamond VIP private room was booked. Wang Xiaoshui's face turned red instantly after hearing this. But in his heart, he thought, "This must be a lie. I'll have to see how I end up in a moment." The dinner ends. Everyone comes out of the hotel, ready to go to Windsor. At this moment, a blue and black supercar is parked at the door. Everyone's eyes light up. The boys in the class are all excited. This is a Koenigsegg worth 120 million. Wang Xiaoshui just said his dad bought him one. It can't be his, can it? So everyone's gaze turned to Wang Xiaoshui. But Wang Xiaoshui looked confused. He was just bragging. Although his family has some money, they wouldn't spend so much on a car for him. He could only awkwardly say, "This car isn't mine. Mine has just been ordered. Haven't even picked it up yet." Then, to ease the embarrassment, he came over to me and said, "Lao Chu, didn't you take the bus here? How about you ride in my car? We'll go together." Looking at the insidious benefactor in front of me, I chuckled. No need. I had someone bring my car over. I'll just drive there myself. When Wang Xiaoshui heard what I said, pointing to a Wuling Hongguan not far away, he joked, "Your car isn't that one? is it? He still thought I was showing off. But the next second, he was completely stunned because I walked directly to the Koenigsegg car and effortlessly opened the car door with the supercar key I had just obtained. This move not only dumbfounded Wang Xiaoshui, but also left everyone around rooted to the spot. It was at this moment that Wang Xiaoshui secretly sighed. Turns out, he wasn't bragging. He's really awesome. Seeing me get into the car, the boys in the class couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The girls are eager to try sitting in the front passenger seat. Just as the class beauty who claimed her boyfriend was a nighttime hero walked to the car door ready to get in, but I directly waved to a silent girl in the distance. The invisible sitting in the front passenger seat made the class beauty freeze. The invisible blushed like a pig's liver and was equally surprised to hear my voice, but he still walked over in a carefree manner. In fact, the invisible doesn't look outstanding. It's just because no one pays attention to him. But if one were to take a closer look, they would realize that the invisible completely outshines the class beauty in terms of looks. And there's another reason why I invited him. He's actually the heiress of the Dai Group. Her family's wealth is at least several billion, but the whole class, apart from me, is unaware of this secret. At this moment, the transparent sitting in the passenger seat lifts the sleeve in front of the forehead with his hand. He turns his head to the side and carefully sizes me up. Is it deeply hidden? Classmate Chu. I chuckle. Aren't you the same? Classmate Dai. The transparent looks at the side of my face. He chuckles softly. So, classmate Chu, which prominent family do you belong to? I really want to say, I'm actually just a regular person here for this meal. I didn't even know Koenigsegg was a car brand before, but who knew my classmates were so enthusiastic? They crazily stuffed things into my hands. Not only did they ignite this car, it also took a lot of effort from me. Of course, I won't say these things. Even if I did, he wouldn't believe it. So I simply remained silent. But Xiaotuming sees me with a mysterious look. He thought I was disdainful to tell him, so he asked, "Do you know my true identity?" But I only said 4 words to the group, and he also knew it in his heart. Soon we arrived at the destination. Other classmates also arrived one after another. However, just as we were about to enter the club, a rich second generation with a gangster look suddenly stopped in front of us. He reached out a hand to Xiaotuming. "Beauty, I'm Yu Dashui. We just opened a supreme VIP room. Do you want to come and play together? When you're tired, I can also take you for a spin in my Rolls Royce." As the words fell, everyone present's expression changed. So, the group is the leading car company in Magic City. Even someone like Wang Xiaoshui, with a net worth of over $1 billion, can't get away with not saying a word to Yu Dashui. Xiao Transparent's face changed, took a step back, with a cold expression, and seeing Xiao Transparent's reaction, the rich second-generation brothers behind Yu Dashui started to get agitated, and Yu Dashui felt embarrassed. He then said, "After all, I, Yu Dashui, have also been through the ups and downs. A playboy in the love scene. As long as you follow me, I can get you any car you want." As he finished speaking, I received another message on my phone. "You have acquired 100% ownership of Storm Car Dealership, and awarded top-level charm points." Seeing this reward, I immediately looked at Yu Dashui in a different light. When it comes to boasting, you have to let the professionals handle it. Just look at this smile. He exudes top-level charm as soon as he appears. And the Fengyu car dealership is also remarkable. If the U Group is the leader of the Magic City, then the Fengyu car dealership is the leader of the whole country. Hearing what Yu Shui said, Xiao Transparent looked at him with some surprise. He said with a hint of a smile, "Then I want a Koenigsegg. Could you possibly get one for me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the rich second generation next to Yu Shui exploded in anger. "Damn women! Are you teasing our big brother you? A top-level sports car with a global limit of 6 units. Is it something you can buy just because you want to?" As the younger brothers cheered, Yu Shuai's expression became more and more unpleasant. "You're refusing to drink the toast, so you'll have to drink the punishment. Brothers, let's go. I'm going to teach them a lesson." Just as this group of second-generation rich kids is about to start, I lazily stood in front of Yu Dashui. "I advise you to behave yourself." Due to my top-notch charm, the female classmates around me all showed infatuated smiles, and Yu Dashui also felt like he was being relegated to the background. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want? Do you dare to hit me?" A slight smile formed at the corner of my mouth. "If you dare to touch me, I'll hit you." Yu Dashui in front of me laughed in exasperation. "Hey, I've never seen such an arrogant person in all my life." He angrily threw a punch, but I was faster than him. A punch directly stunned him. He was pushed back by my punch, touched his own face, full of disbelief on his face. The people around were also stunned. They didn't expect that I really dared to actually lay hands on the young master of the group. You was handsome and frantic, shouted loudly. If you force me, I'll call my big brother Sang Biao right now. My big brother is a big shot who has a say in everything in the Magic City. Definitely not someone you can afford to provoke. As his voice fell, I received another message. Congratulations, the underground godfather Sang Biao of Magic City has become your little brother. Seeing this reward, I sneered immediately. Alright, then you quickly call him over. I want to see what kind of person he really is. Everyone is dumbfounded. They've never seen such an arrogant thug before. There are actually people who dare not to put the underground godfather Sang Biao in their eyes. What a coincidence. Sang Biao happens to be in Windsor today, negotiating cooperation with some businessmen. The cooperation is at a critical moment, and he has never liked being disturbed in his office. Sang Biao's private phone actually started ringing. Sang Biao glanced at the phone number on his mobile phone. His face changed drastically. He immediately answered the call. Big brother, why do you have time to call me today? Sang Biao stood up. The excitement on his face was beyond words. This really frightened a few bosses who were discussing business with Sang Biao. Sang Biao has another big brother. Did they hear some extraordinary news? Will they be silenced? At this moment, I glanced at Yu Dashuai next to me with my phone. It's nothing important. Just someone said he's your little brother. Now they're calling people to block me at the Windsor gate. Sang Biao listened to my words, furious in his heart. Which turtle son dares to use his name to go after his big brother? At this moment, a billionaire boss next to me shivered. Said, Biao Gu. What Lin just said, Yu Dashuai is likely the eldest of the U Group. Sang Biao does know. It just rubbed him the wrong way. A car salesman dares to block him. Big brother, go and tell the head of the U Group. He's messed with the wrong people. Tell him to pack his things. Get out of Magic City for me. Sang Biao, just one word. Make the head of the U Group leave Magic City directly. The bosses look at each other. They immediately nodded in agreement. Sang Biao is not in the mood to talk about cooperation at this time. Hurriedly walked out of the private room. Several billionaires look at each other, decided unanimously to go and see. They are very curious. Who on earth can be the big brother of Sang Biao? Yu Dashuai looked at me in surprise after hanging up the phone. Listen to my tone. The person on the other end of the phone is Sang Biao. Absolutely impossible. This must be a bluff. Yu Dashuai forcibly calmed down. He sneered and mocked me when I was drinking with Biao at the Global International. You still don't know where to play, do you? I received another message on my phone. You obtained 100% of the shares in Global Country. This kid is bragging again. I raised my eyebrows. I glanced at Yu Dashuai in front of me. I have no doubt at all. As long as you give this young master a chance to speak, one day I will have the world. The same words I give to you in case of any unexpected situation. You still don't know where to play, do you? Just in case. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. With less than 1,000 bucks on you. Tell me, did Yu Dashuai listen to my words just in case? He burst into laughter immediately. Not just him. Even his little brothers couldn't help but laugh. If there's a price, you can't afford it. You're just a poor boy. At this time, the classmates around listened to Yu Dashuai's words. They all had a look of discomfort, unable to speak. Wang Shuaishuai wanted to say, Yu Shao, he really has a lot of money. I'm helpless and going crazy. This world is really strange. No one believes the truth, but people believe the bragging. Just then, 5 vans entered in a row and arrived at the gate of Windsor. Dozens of little brothers got off the van with their weapons. Who hit my brother? Come out and face me, a very burly man shouted. Just as he raised his right hand, in an instant, a dozen people surrounded us. But just as they were about to make a move, a fierce and menacing roar came from the building. Stop! Everyone looked over. It turned out to be Sang Biao. The burly man immediately became tongue-tied. Brother Biao, what are you doing here? What do you mean, here? I didn't come here for this. Are you going to lay a hand on my big brother? You're not even worthy. Sang Biao rushed to Dajuan's side and kicked out. A powerful kick sent the person rolling 3 to 5 meters, clearly showing Sang Biao's anger. He's really Sang Biao's big brother. No way. The rich second generation behind Yu Dashuai were all terrified by Sang Biao's words. The classmates all had their mouths wide open too, their faces filled with disbelief. Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. It was Yu Dashuai who asked me to do it. The burly man who climbed up from the ground endured the pain and attacked Yu Dashuai. At this point, Yu Dashuai was even scared out of his wits. Sang Biao stared at Yu Dashuai, his eyes full of mockery. I heard my big brother say you're my little brother, and even called people to stop my big brother. Sang Biao only asked 2 short questions, but his whole demeanor inexplicably made people feel fearful. Yu Shuai was frightened by the momentum. His legs suddenly went weak and knelt on the ground, apologizing while kowtowing. I walked to Sang Biao's side. Xiao Biao, you handle the next thing. Sang Biao responded. Okay, big brother. Sang Biao quickly took Yu Shuai and the others onto the car and quickly left. As soon as Sang Biao left, the previously tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. The classmates' gazes towards me were now replaced by awe and astonishment. Nobody expected. I'm actually Sang Biao's big brother. He's the underground godfather of the Magic City. However, before everyone could ask, a woman in a red robe came down from upstairs. The appearance of the beauty immediately attracted a lot of attention. The class flower looked at the different aura of the beauty, hastily asked Wang Xiaoshui on the side, "Who is this person? Looks quite extraordinary." Wang Xiaoshui looked in the direction pointed by the class flower, immediately changed his expression. That's Wang Jia from Windsor. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a general manager. Even if Yu Shuai came, he would have to give him some face. The classmates were still whispering. Then, Wang Jia walked over. Boss. As soon as Wang Jia's voice fell, the class flower and others immediately looked stunned. The boss of Windsor turns out to be me. Almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Xiaoshui. Didn't you say your sister-in-law is the boss of Windsor? Wang Xiaoshui's face instantly turned red. I want to find a crack to hide in. The little transparent eyes are wandering. Looking into my eyes is full of curiosity. The longer you stay in contact with me, the more you feel I'm too mysterious. I am both the big brother of Sang Biao and the boss of Junhua International in Windsor. I also have a top-level supercar Koenigsegg that money can't buy. In case a person like this, how could they be extremely unknown? He is even more convinced that all the information he saw before was fake. Bring the classmates over for a gathering. Is my private room arranged? It's arranged. After VIP Supreme Suite 888, it will be your exclusive private room. It will not be open to the public anymore. Please rest assured, boss. As the voice falls, there was more drawer noise. That's the VIP Supreme Suite, starting at least 100,000 for low sales. It's not open to the public yet. That's amazing, right? Then lead the way. I nod. Just as we were about to leave, we saw a few more middle-aged men with confident smiles and business cards in their hands. Everyone exuded confidence and the demeanor of a superior. They should be successful businessmen and bosses. These few are all billionaires. Originally, today was arranged by Biao's group, but since you probably didn't seal the deal, Sister Wang met with these four. We already understood the intentions of the four. His voice wasn't loud. They never expected that. One day, I hope to witness a billionaire holding a business card, queuing up to contact their old classmate Mr. Chu. First meeting. Mr. Chen, surnamed Li, owns a clothing store. Mr. Chen respectfully handed me his business card, and his business card read President of Wanfeng Group. Wanfeng Group made its fortune through clothing. Now it has expanded across the country and even overseas. Such a remarkable enterprise, but in Mr. Chen's mouth, it's just a clothing seller. Classmates looked at each other in surprise. I glanced at Sister Wang. Sister Wang immediately took Mr. Chen's business card. The other three bosses also astutely handed over their business cards. In the past, my introductions were always lacking. When did a billionaire become so worthless? They're not even worthy of introducing themselves in front of me. This is a small token of my esteem. Mr. Chu, please don't refuse. Mr. Chen took out 2 Black Gold Supreme VIP cards from Wanfeng Group. There are less than 20 of these Black Gold Supreme VIP cards issued nationwide. To please me, Mr. Chen actually gave out 2 at once. I casually agreed. Sister Wang took the Supreme VIP card and said with a smile, I heard that Mr. Chen is also very knowledgeable about wine. He opened a nationwide chain of red wine vineyards. 80% of the national red wine comes from there. Is that true? Sister Wang's words deeply touched Mr. Chen. Where is there a nationwide chain of red wine vineyards? It must have been fabricated by his wife to show off to those wealthy ladies. Yeah, I happen to have a bottle of rare Romani Conti, a small token of appreciation. Mr. Chu, please smile. My phone is ringing again. Congratulations on acquiring a nationwide chain of wineries. Buddha-like warmth is the true nationwide chain of wineries. 90% of the country's red wine comes from Bora. Since it's a token of appreciation from Manager Chen, then I'll accept it. Coincidentally, I also have a winery. I still have a few good bottles of wine in my hand. Have someone deliver it to Manager Chen. Manager Chen watched me leave. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but he still had to fulfill his boast with determination. Not long after, in the exclusive VIP room, Manager Chen brought over the Romani Conti, personally pouring and waking the wine for me. This billionaire boss is as busy as my little brother. The look of bowing and scraping, it makes people feel inexplicably heroic. The taste is not bad. I've arranged for someone to deliver the wine to your villa. You should receive a call later. It's better to drink at my winery in the future. Mr. Chen insisted it was. At this moment, Mr. Chen's phone rang. He answered the phone. Honey, we just moved to the mansion. They brought over a dozen bottles of rare red wine. They said their boss sent it to you. Oh my goodness. Mansion in the countryside. Hey, that's the true holy land of red wine, where 90% of the country's red wine is produced. Mr. Chen's wife's voice was a bit loud, and everyone in the private room heard her. What? The mansion is also my property. Everyone was shocked by Mr. Chen's wife's words. The Prajna is also Chu Chen's industry. How wealthy must he be? Mr. Chen only now realized that Chu Chen was classmates with these people, and they were having a class reunion. Suddenly, Mr. Chen had an idea. Mr. Chu, I happen to have a small villa in the eastern suburbs of the Magic City that is perfect for a class reunion. Would you like to take them there for a small gathering? Mr. Chen's words made Song Junjun and others' eyes light up. Dongjiao Forest Park is a high-end villa area near the top wealthy area Dongjiao. One courtyard. The worst villa starts at over 30 million. With Mr. Chen's current wealth, the villa he buys must be at least 50 million, maybe even worth over 100 million. Just thinking about the scenes inside the villa, Song Junjun and others were already itching to go. Chuchen, I've never been to a villa before. Why don't you agree? Yeah, singing or not doesn't matter, just seeing the villa would make me satisfied. I also want to see what the villas in Dongjiao Forest Park look like. Chuchen, please agree. Dai Shanchan and Wang Xiaoshui, seeing their classmates clamoring, couldn't help but look at Chuchen. Chuchen is not short of money now, let alone a few tens of millions. Will he accept Mr. Chen's gift? I appreciate Mr. Chen's kindness, but I don't need to go to the villa for a gathering. I make friends not for the sake of villas. Chuchen politely declined Mr. Chen's proposal. After hearing Chuchen's words, Mr. Chen felt relieved and grateful. Because from now on, he can proudly tell people, I, Shinpei, know the CEO of Banruo, he is my friend. Just this sentence can elevate Mr. Chen's future connections. After expressing his gratitude, Mr. Chen left the private room. After Mr. Chen left, there was a wail in the room. They haven't seen the villa yet. Why did Chuchen refuse? Dai Shanchan looked at her distressed classmates and couldn't help but smile. These old classmates still care about their image in front of Mr. Chen. At this moment, Song Junjun suddenly thought of something. She turned to Zhou Jiang beside her and said, Zhou Jiang, don't you have a large bungalow worth over 20 million in Tangshanipin? Why don't you take us there today? Right. After Song Junjun finished speaking, Wang Chao and others suddenly realized they couldn't see the villa Mr. Chen planned to give Chuchen, but they could see Zhou Jiang's bungalow. After hearing this, Zhou Jiang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Where does he have a bungalow worth over 20 million in Tangshanipin? He just wanted to show off in front of his classmates at the gathering. Who would have thought that his bragging would be remembered by Song Junjun at this moment? My house hasn't been delivered yet, so I can't go see it in the short term. They couldn't see Zhou Jiang's Tangshanipin either? Wang Chao and others couldn't help but show disappointment. Song Junjun really wanted to see the villa. She turned to Wang Xiaoshui again. Wang Xiao, your family is so wealthy, you must have a villa, take us to see it. Wang Xiaoshui's father is worth hundreds of millions, not to mention a dozen villas. But how could Wang Xiaoshui take a dozen people to play in his family's villa? It would be chaotic. My family has important guests recently, so it's not convenient to go there. By the way, Chuchen, do you have a house in Tangshanipin? Wang Xiaoshui politely declined and shifted the focus to Chuchen. Wang Xiaoshui's words instantly ignited hope in Wang Chao and others. Chuchen is a big boss now. Does he have a house in Tangshanipin? Chuchen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Wang Xiaoshui. The gloating in Wang Xiaoshui's eyes was not well hidden, and even carried a hint of provocation. You, Chuchen, are you a big shot? Do you have a house in Tangshanipin? I do have a house in Tangshanipin, but it's not big, only for visiting, not for living. How about this? It's getting late today. I'll arrange for everyone to rest at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and all expenses will be on me. Chuchen's words made many people gasp. Does Chuchen really have a house in Tangshanipin? And tonight, he's letting them stay at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. As soon as Chuchen finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers in the private room. Chuchen is amazing. The boss is truly worthy of being the boss, so impressive. Chuchen, you are the real deal. The Junyue International Hotel said it's a done deal. Boss, do you need more staff? Do you think I'm suitable? Wang Chao, go away. Chuchen, consider me. Wang Xiaoshui, who was ready to make fun of Chuchen, was also stunned after hearing Chuchen's words. He never expected that Chuchen actually owned a Tangshanipin house. After a brief moment of surprise, he revealed a smug smile. So what if Chuchen has a Tensin Ipin house? It's not a big deal. Chuchen truly lives up to being the boss of Banruo. Even I, who couldn't buy a Tensin Ipin house, can get one. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. After 9, will you take us to see your Tensin Ipin house? Sure, I'll take you to visit later. Chuchen noticed Wang Xiaoshuai's ill intentions but didn't pay much attention. He planned to go and receive his Tensin Ipin house, whether sooner or later didn't matter. Wang Xiaoshuai was unaware of Chuchen's plans and was eager to see Chuchen make a fool of himself. His words were like a series of loud slaps to Zhou Zhang's face. Imagine, even a rich second generation like Wang Xiaoshuai couldn't buy the house. How could Zhou Jiang, a director of the Huajin International Market Department, boast about it? He's definitely just bragging. However, compared to Zhou Zhang's boasting, staying at the Junue International Hotel was more exciting. The Junue International Hotel is a well-known 5-star hotel in the Magic City. They were all going to stay there tonight. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Song Junjun even picked up the microphone and became a karaoke enthusiast. I've experienced the evening breeze that you've experienced. Do we count as embracing each other? But like waking from a dream, both hands are empty, and so is the heart. Song Junjun's voice was clear and sweet, making people feel very comfortable. Under her influence, the atmosphere and lighting in the private room gradually became lively. After the song ended, Song Junjun took the microphone and said to Chuchen, "Thank you, Chuchen, for giving us such a perfect day for our class reunion. Now, let's invite our classmate Chuchen to sing a song for everyone. Welcome." Okay, Chuchen, go up and sing. A billionaire like Chuchen not only is my classmate but also has to sing for me. Even if my hands are broken, I will still applaud for him. Chuchen, go for it. Chuchen, why don't you just sing the hero song? Sing Tian Mimi. The classmates below were making a fuss, and Song Junjun handed the microphone to Chuchen without hesitation. Dai Shanshan chuckled on the side, watching the scene with interest but not intervening. Chuchen reluctantly took the microphone, walked to the song selection station, and chose the song A Person Like Me. A person like me, who should have shone throughout life. Why, after more than 20 years, am I still drifting in the sea of people? A person like me, who should have bid farewell to simplicity long ago. Why am I still using a period of love to exchange for scars? A person like me, lost and searching. A person like me, seeking. A person like me, aimless. How many people have you seen like me? Chuchen's masterful singing skill brought everyone into a scene. For more than 20 years, a life of aimlessness, even in the sea of people, confusion, struggle, experiencing the ups and downs of life. In the end, disappearing into the sea of people, becoming a mere drop in the ocean. If the system had not appeared, Chuchen's future life would not have been much different from A Person Like Me. Chuchen's singing was not just a song but also his previous life. At the end of the song, everyone was so shocked by Chuchen's singing that they couldn't come back to their senses. So beautiful. Zhang Yun came to his senses and clapped vigorously. This song, wasn't it singing about his life? Chuchen listened to the applause in his ears, and when he came to his senses, he smiled and said, "I've made a fool of myself." Wang Xiaoshuai was so shocked by Chuchen's singing that he couldn't speak, but he was unwilling to let Chuchen steal the show. He couldn't help but mock, "You did make a fool of yourself, Chuchen. If you have the ability, turn off the original singer and try singing again." Wang Xiaoshuai's words made many people look at each other in confusion. What's going on? Chuchen sang a song and played the original singer? Is it possible? Could it be that Chuchen deliberately played the original singer because his singing wasn't good? Chuchen looked at Wang Xiaoshuai, his eyes indifferent, as if he were looking at a clown. Wang Xiaoshuai was somewhat annoyed by his gaze. "What are you looking at me for? Sing." Dai Shanshan couldn't stand Wang Xiaoshuai's attitude towards Chuchen. She said unhappily, "Wang Xiaoshuai, if Chuchen didn't play the original singer, what are you going to do?" Yeah, if Chuchen didn't play the original singer, wouldn't he be wrongly accused for no reason? Dai Shanshan is right. Wang Xiaoshuai, openly questioning Chuchen like this is an insult. If Chuchen didn't play the original singer, what are you going to do, Wang Xiaoshuai? Wang Xiaoshuai, are you unable to tolerate Chuchen and looking for trouble? Many of the classmates had benefited from Chuchen to some extent, so of course they spoke up for him. Wang Xiaoshuai had never been publicly confronted by so many people before. Seeing that Wang Xiaoshuai was about to show his temper, Chuchen didn't want the hard-won class reunion to end on a bad note, so he had to speak up to defuse the situation. "It just so happens that I didn't perform well, so I'll sing it again for everyone." Chuchen's words sounded good, but it was just to prevent everyone from getting into a fight. The classmates reluctantly sat back in their original seats. With Chuchen's solo, everyone forgot their anger. They watched Chuchen singing at the karaoke machine, gradually being drawn in by his singing. In Chu Chen's singing, there was a transparent and free-spirited quality that had been through the vicissitudes of life. As the song ended, everyone in the private room was immersed in the music and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. No one had expected that without the accompaniment, Chu Chen's singing would be even better. So beautiful. This is the most beautiful song I've ever heard. Idol, from now on, you are my idol. Chu Chen, sing another one. The private room was filled with waves of applause and cheers. If they had glow sticks, they would have treated it as a concert venue. Wang Xiaoshuai's face turned pale as he watched this scene. He hadn't expected that Chu Chen's solo would make his singing even better. Just then, there was a loud bang. The door of room 888 was pushed open from the outside. The person pushing the door was a middle-aged man in a suit, with a young man who looked beaten up behind him. After careful identification, Chu Chen finally recognized the identity of the young man. It's not quite appropriate for you to barge into my private room with Yu Hongxiang, is it? Chu Chen calmly picked up his phone and called Wang Ji. If Yu Qian came in person, it was probably not a good sign. Wang Xiaoshuai knew Yu Qian and also knew that Yu Qian was originally a very capable person. Among the business leaders who were both civil and martial, Yu Qian was one of them. Seeing the imposing Yu Qian, Wang Xiaoshuai couldn't help but imagine a scene of Chu Chen kneeling down and apologizing. Then, Yu Qian made a move. He pulled Yu Hong to Chu Chen and made him kneel down, saying, "Mr. Chu Chen, Yu Hong is young and ignorant, he has offended you. I apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. Please spare the U Group." Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded by Yu Qian's actions. Did they see it wrong? The president of the leading car company in the Magic City was actually making his son kneel down and kowtow to Chu Chen. Chu Chen squinted at Yu Qian, the president of the leading automobile company in the Magic City. A young and ignorant person like you, apologizing to me has cleared up the matter of Yu Hong harassing Dai Shanshan. If it weren't for Shanshan today, he would be the one forced to kneel and kowtow. Mr. You, the person Yu Hong offended is Sang Biao, so there's no point in coming to me. Chu Chen shrugged, shifting the blame onto Sang Biao. Of course, Yu Qian knew he should apologize to Sang Biao, but he didn't dare. With Sang Biao's temper, he might end up lying in the open sea tomorrow. Mr. Chu, aren't you Sang Biao's big brother? As long as you're willing, the U Group can be yours. Yu Qian knew that Chu Chen wouldn't easily let go, and he was even prepared to hand over the U Group. As long as he could save Yu Hong, he was willing to accept any cost. As Yu Qian's words fell, Wang Xiaoshuai and the others were all taken aback. That was the U Group, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Just because of offending Sang Biao, they were handing over this multi-billion-dollar company to Chu Chen? No, it wasn't that Yu Qian was willing to hand it over, but that he had no choice. As long as Chu Chen didn't speak, the U Group would cease to exist under Sang Biao's pressure tomorrow. The fate of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate hinged on a single word from Chu Chen. The classmates couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. When did they become so insignificant compared to Chu Chen? Is the U Group very powerful? I can bring down a U Group through Sang Biao, can't I bring another one up? Chu Chen's lips curled slightly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. In the past, Chu Chen might have been ecstatic about the impending multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. But now, Chu Chen didn't lack money, and he wasn't willing to compromise himself for money. Yu Qian was left speechless by Chu Chen's retort. Indeed, Sang Biao's words were worth more than half of Yu Qian's lifetime of effort. This was the power of the underground godfather, Sang Biao. Seeing that his plea for mercy was futile, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Yu Qian's eyes. He suddenly stood up from the ground and rushed towards Chu Chen with his fist raised. As long as he could grab Chu Chen, all the difficulties would be resolved. With this crazy idea in mind, Yu Qian charged towards Chu Chen. His face twisted with ferocity as he said, "Kid, when I go all out, you won't even know where to play with mud." Chu Chen hadn't expected Yu Qian to suddenly attack. Seeing Yu Qian's fist approaching, Chu Chen realized his carelessness. "Chu Chen, get out of the way." Dai Shanshan still had some understanding of Yu Qian, and she hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Yu Qian's speed was simply too fast, and Chu Chen couldn't dodge his fist. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Detected that Yu Qian was bragging to the host, special gift of the realm of national martial arts master to the host. In an instant, Chu Chen's mind was filled with a wealth of martial arts knowledge and strength, and his physical abilities underwent a qualitative leap. When Chu Chen looked at Yu Qian again, he felt that he was full of openings. Chu Chen reached out and slapped Yu Qian across the face. The next moment, Yu Qian was sent flying and crashed into the wall, his life hanging by a thread. Damn! Yu Qian, was he beaten by Chu Chen with a slap? In just a moment, Yu Qian was sent flying by Chu Chen with a slap? No one had expected that the usually weak Chu Chen still had some tricks up his sleeve. When Wang Ji and the security guards arrived, Yu Qian and his son were already lying on the ground. "Boss, Wang Ji has failed, please punish him." Wang Ji had his men take Yu Qian and his son away, as they would be handed over to Sang Biao. Wang Ji is a very influential figure outside. Even the wealthy second-generation Wang Xiaoshui has to respectfully call him Manager Wang. Such a powerful person, yet he immediately apologized to Chu Chen upon arrival. This made many onlookers inexplicably pleased and envious. When will they be able to reach Chu Chen's level? Chu Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Since you said that, I will fine you 3 months' salary as a warning. However, it is indeed a problem for someone to barge into the supreme VIP private room. Handle it properly." Chu Chen then glanced at the time and instructed, "Also, prepare a few cars for me. My classmates want to see my Tensin Ipin house. Arrange it." "Yes, boss." The classmates present suddenly woke up. Right. They still have to see Chu Chen's Tensin Ipin house. With Chu Chen's words, the atmosphere at the scene became lively once again. In the evening, at 9:30 p.m. More than 10 luxury cars plus a Koenigsegg 11 stopped in front of the Tensin Ipin gate. The person in charge of handing over Chu Chen's property was named Yin Feng, the sales department manager of Tensin Ipin. "Mr. Chu Chen, please come this way." When Yin Feng received Chu Chen, he was shocked by Chu Chen's young appearance and unique temperament. There are not many houses in Tensin Ipin, and even the number of floors is limited. Especially for clients like Chu Chen, who often buy entire buildings, they are extremely rare. Currently, Chu Chen has been listed as a super VIP client of Tensin Ipin. This can be seen from Yin Feng's extremely respectful attitude towards Chu Chen. Wang Xiaoshui did not know the extent of Chu Chen's influence. He just wanted to see for himself what kind of house Chu Chen had bought. And Yin Feng's attitude towards Chu Chen made Wang Xiaoshui feel more and more uneasy. Did Chu Chen just buy a house? Is it necessary for the sales department manager to receive him with such respect? Could it be that this so-called sales department manager of Tensin Ipin was hired by Chu Chen as a front? The more Wang Xiaoshui thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. The houses in Tensin Ipin are priceless. How could they be so respectful just because Chu Chen bought a house? Thinking that he had seen through Chu Chen's plan, Wang Xiaoshui felt very pleased. When he saw Chu Chen's house, he would definitely mock him fiercely. Soon, Yin Feng led Chu Chen and the others to the front of Building A of Tensin Ipin. The towering and magnificent 44-story building made everyone's eyes light up. No wonder so many people are pursuing houses in Tensin Ipin. Just the exterior is impressive. The interior decoration must be even more beautiful. "Mr. Chu Chen, here we are, this is your house," Yin Feng introduced respectfully. Wang Xiaoshui looked at the entire building and felt dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen the door yet, but Yin Feng was introducing it as Chu Chen's house. Damn, where did the house come from? He might as well say that the entire building belongs to Chu Chen. "Manager Yin, can you tell me which one of the many houses in Building A belongs to Chu Chen?" Wang Xiaoshui's sudden questioning surprised Yin Feng. Isn't the person with Chu Chen his friend? How could he not even know that Chu Chen bought an entire building? Yin Feng subconsciously glanced at Chu Chen. He saw Chu Chen's lips slightly curved, showing a completely unconcerned look, and understood the relationship between the two. "Sir, maybe what I just said wasn't clear enough. What I meant was, the entire Building A belongs to Mr. Chu Chen." Yin Feng's words were like an invisible hand, firmly gripping Wang Xiaoshui's neck. "What? The entire building belongs to Chu Chen?" Song Junjun and other classmates were all shocked after hearing Yin Feng's words. Tensin Ipin, this kind of prime real estate, costs 350,000 renminbi per square meter. This building must be worth tens of billions. This can't be real. My old classmate actually bought a Tensin Ipin building? Wake up, don't faint, it's true, Chu Chen really bought a Tensin Ipin building. Wait, didn't Chu Chen say his house isn't big? Tensin Ipin is only about 100 square meters, not big. But Chu Chen didn't say his house isn't tall. Looking at the building of Tensin Ipin standing in front of them, Chu Chen's classmates all went crazy. They had never seen how powerful Chu Chen was, they didn't know. They hadn't seen how awesome Wang Ji was, they didn't know. But they had seen how rich Chu Chen was. A whole building of Tensin Ipin. It's just too rich, too arrogant. Impossible, I didn't even buy a house in Tensin Ipin, how could he buy a whole building? Are you guys in cahoots? Wang Xiaoshui said incredulously. Yin Feng, being repeatedly questioned by Wang Xiaoshui, was also a little unhappy. "Sir, even if you don't believe in our Tensin Ipin, you have to believe in the property deed, right? Please wait, I'll bring Mr. Chu's property deed over." Yin Feng opened his Volkswagen's trunk in the sight of everyone, and took out a big box from the car. He spread a piece of cloth on the ground, and took out the property deeds from the box one by one. Dozens of property deeds piled up to half a person's height, like invisible hands slapping Wang Xiaoshuai's face left and right. When Wang Xiaoshuai opened the top property deed, Shuchen's name was written on it. Wang Xiaoshuai randomly opened another one, and Shuchen's name and the official seal on top silently confirmed the fact. Wang Xiaoshuai felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping in his heart. Is Shuchen crazy? Who buys a house in Tangchenipin, and buys it building by building? Dai Shanshan, looking at the scattered property deeds caused by Wang Xiaoshuai, also showed a hint of shock in her eyes. Even though Dai Shanshan's status was not ordinary, she rarely saw a tycoon like Shuchen spending tens of billions to buy a building. Many classmates, looking at the scattered property deeds, couldn't help but open their mouths in astonishment. This is too willful. The property deeds are all here, can they still be fake? What are you thinking, Wang Xiaoshuai, insisting that Shuchen is lying? Yeah, Wang Xiaoshuai, what are you thinking? A whole building, tens of billions. Who can fake that with tens of billions? Zhou Jiang led the way in accusing Wang Xiaoshuai, causing many classmates to join in. Wang Xiaoshuai was pointed at and scolded, his face instantly turned dark. At the same time, Shuchen was also urged by his classmates. Shuchen, when can we go see the house? Yeah, I've never seen a house in Tangchenipin. Yeah, Shuchen, we all believe that the house in Tangchenipin is yours. Shuchen, take us to see it. Shuchen gestured for Yin to open the door and let his classmates in to see. The interior decoration of Tangchenipin was exquisite and unique, with each room designed to be high-end, elegant, and exquisitely cool. Yin Feng, as the sales department manager, was familiar with the villa design of Tangchenipin, and his vivid introduction and on-site design made the listening classmates eager to make money and buy a set for themselves. The houses in Tangchenipin are selling for 350,000 renminbi per square meter, which is really profitable. Many classmates were so attracted by Yin Feng's introduction that they forgot to take pictures. It wasn't until they saw Song Junjun taking pictures that they woke up as if from a dream and rushed to take pictures. Song Junjun usually liked to take and show off selfies in daily updates. For an opportunity like visiting the houses in Tangchenipin, she naturally had to show off. Soon, Shuchen's classmates all posted on their moments, showing off that they had a wealthy classmate and how eye-opening it was. As their posts were shared, liked, and commented on, in less than 30 minutes, they had gathered over 1,000 reposts. And it continued to grow exponentially, with more and more people finding out that a young tycoon had bought Building A of Tangchenipin. Time quickly passed to 10 o'clock. Shuchen's classmates felt very reluctant to leave after taking photos and touring the rooms at Tangchenipin. Most importantly, they felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After the news of the room tour at Tangchenipin was posted, friends, relatives, and even potential customers from work who they hadn't been in contact with for a long time actively approached them to discuss contracts because of Tangchenipin. All these tangible benefits were only because of Shuchen's ownership of Tangchenipin. I've already arranged for Wang Ji to come pick you up. You can rest at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel tonight and go back tomorrow. Shuchen planned to find a room at Tangchenipin to sleep in for the night. Shuchen, I have a friend who wants to buy your house. Are you selling your Tangchenipin? When it was almost time to disperse, Song Junjun asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Since they posted the new update about Tangchenipin, many people wanted to buy a set of Tangchenipin from Shuchen, and some even offered twice the price, just wanting a set of Tangchenipin. They really wanted to know how Shuchen would handle Tangchenipin. I'm not selling. I'm not short of money. Shuchen immediately refused without hesitation. His statement of not being short of money made the male classmates present feel excited. Awesome. Buying a Tangchenipin worth tens of billions, and I won't sell it. Hey, I'm just playing. I don't understand the world of rich people at all. I'm so envious. I want to throw a bun for every bun I eat in the future. Wake up, stop dreaming. Shuchen's classmates were envious of him, but also excited. Not everyone can casually refuse $1 billion, but Shuchen had the qualifications to refuse. Zhou Jiang glanced at Wang Xiaoshuai beside him and said, Wang Daxiao, according to manager Yin's words, I think you can also buy a set of Tangchenipin. You've seen the layout of the room. It's only about 100 square meters, and for you, 2 million isn't expensive, right? Wang Xiaoshuai was suddenly named by Zhou Jiang and was completely stunned. What the hell? Buy a set of Tangchenipin? He had indeed seen the layout of Tangchenipin, and it was really good. The key was that it was damn expensive. Even if it was a set of about 100 square meters, it would cost at least 30 million to start. He had this money, why not buy a villa worth tens of millions? I won't buy it for now. I just bought a villa in Dongjiano. One courtyard, and I don't have much liquidity at the moment, Wang Xiaoshuai said awkwardly. Shuchen heard the system's prompt and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at Wang Xiaoshuai with surprise and interest. detected that Wang Xiaoshui is bragging to the host, special gift of the 9th villa in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard. The 9th villa in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard. That was the most luxurious villa in the Magic City, covering over 1,000 square meters and worth 10 billion. As soon as Wang Xiaoshui spoke, it immediately attracted the attention and admiration of many classmates. The villas in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard are worth at least over 100 million, right? It's not just over 100 million, the villas in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard can't be compared to Chen's Lingyuan small villa at all. What? They can't be compared? Then which building is the most expensive? The 9th villa, worth 10 billion, and no one has bought it yet. Wow, Wang Xiaoshui is really amazing. I wish I could go and see the villa in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard. Under the popularization of Song Junjun, everyone understood the power of Dongjiano. 1 courtyard. Of course, compared to the villas in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard, the Tangchen Ipin, which costs tens of millions per set, is indeed not comparable in terms of price. But in reality, these two are not comparable at all. After all, it's normal for them to have different uses and different price ranges. It's not bad, not bad. Wang Xiaoshui once again became the center of attention for his classmates, finally feeling a bit balanced in his mind. Ah, you're being modest. Just now, Shuchen said his house wasn't big. But in the end, it's a whole building in Tangchen Ipin. Wang Xiaoshui, which building did you buy? When can you take us to visit? Upon hearing Wang Xiaoshui's modesty, Song Junjun immediately became anxious. She didn't believe Wang Xiaoshui's not bad at all. Moreover, Song Junjun also wanted to use Wang Xiaoshui's connections to see the villas in Dongjiano. 1 courtyard. She also wanted to try her luck in the wealthy area of Dongjiano. 1 courtyard, to see if there were any suitable tycoons she could get to know. It's not just Song Junjun, many classmates also didn't believe the modesty of wealthy people like Wang Xiaoshui, saying their houses were not bad and not big. Yeah, you rich people are just too modest. I also want to visit. I want to take photos. I want to try having Western food in a villa. Listening to his classmates, Wang Xiaoshui almost spat out blood. He just wanted to boast vaguely, but unexpectedly, he was being questioned in detail. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xiaoshui could only delay and say, after the house is handed over, I'll make time to invite you all to come over. Listening to Wang Xiaoshui's vague response to Song Junjun and other classmates, Shuchen finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shuchen, what are you laughing at? Wang Chao curiously asked. Wang Xiaoshui was even more cold-sweating, afraid that Shuchen would expose him. It's nothing, it's getting late, everyone should rest early. Not long after, the staff of the Junyue International Hotel arranged for more than a dozen luxury cars worth millions to come and pick them up. Wow, Junyue International is really extravagant. Luxury cars worth millions, I've never ridden in one in my whole life. Lao Chen, hurry, help me take a photo. Quick, go video call my dear, her husband is showing off big time today. Wang Chao and the others excitedly got into the luxury cars and arrived at the Junyue International Hotel, where they received the highest level of hospitality. As soon as they arrived, they were ushered into a VIP private room by the waiters, and they finally let loose. As a 5-star hotel, the cheapest VIP private room at Junyue International Hotel starts at 100,000 yuan. In other words, just to make his classmates happy today, Shuchen spent at least several million. So, besides Shuchen, Daishinshin, and Wang Xiaoshui, everyone else in their circle of friends was frantically posting updates. After the class reunion, my wealthy classmate arranged for me to stay at the Junyue International Hotel. Today was truly a wonderful day. Visiting Tangchen Ipin was exhausting, and luckily I got to relax in a pedal bath at Junyue International Hotel. It's so hard, just visiting the houses in Tangchen Ipin made my head spin, and when I finally got to the hotel, there were even people inviting me to go swimming and work out. My location, Junyue International Hotel. Finally at Junyue International Hotel, quickly having a sip of wine to calm down, my wealthy classmate's Tangchen Ipin has too many types of units. Visiting dozens of floors was so tiring. Riding in a $1 million luxury car to Junyue Hotel, can't help but take a handsome photo and check in. That night, the circle of friends of more than a dozen classmates was almost overwhelmed by the news of Tangchen Ipin and Junyue International Hotel. Everyone wanted to ask Shuchen's classmates who the wealthy person they were talking about was. I really want to meet them. Shuchen slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, Shuchen simply took the Koenigsegg 1-1 out for a stroll and bought some breakfast on the way. Carrying a cup of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks, Shuchen was about to return to the Koenigsegg 1-1 when he was suddenly attracted by the conversation of 2 people. Hurry up and take a look. The Korean martial arts master has set up a platform in front and is challenging the experts from our city. So exciting, let's go take a look. Chu Chen's eyes flickered, and he followed to take a look. Not far ahead, two men were engaged in a martial arts duel on a large fighting platform. Below, a crowd of people gathered to watch the spectacle. On the platform, a banner was displayed for everyone to see: Korean Kim Jong-won's martial arts challenge platform, challenging all the experts. Kim Jong-won had short black hair, single eyelids, a medium build, and a sense of superiority in his eyes, which disrupted his relatively delicate appearance. Coupled with his well-trained muscles, it attracted quite a few infatuated screams from the female spectators below. The opponent facing Kim Jong-won was a nimble middle-aged man with a square face, covered in bruises and injuries. For some reason, despite being at a disadvantage, the middle-aged man refused to admit defeat. "Hey, is the city of magic left with only trash like you to challenge me on the platform?" Kim Jong-won's fist landed heavily on the middle-aged man's face, causing him to spit out blood in an instant. Kim Jong-won then threw a hook punch at the middle-aged man's abdomen, saying, "Aren't you tough? Fight back, you scum." Seemingly dazed by the beating, the middle-aged man collapsed on the platform. Uncle Lin, wake up. Uncle Lin, why don't you admit defeat?" Under the platform, two young men nervously shouted at the middle-aged man on the platform. Kim Jong-won smirked and grabbed the middle-aged man's hair, facing him directly. "Hey, do you admit defeat? As long as you do, I'll let you step down." The middle-aged man stared at Kim Jong-won and sneered, "In the city of magic, there are no cowards. Admit defeat? Forget about it. Uncle Lin, you bastard." Two completely different voices echoed from the platform and below. As Kim Jong-won furiously attacked, the middle-aged man fell into complete unconsciousness. Kim Jong-won lifted the middle-aged man and threw him off the platform. Thud! The muffled sound of the body hitting the ground made many instinctively take a step back. This Korean guy is really ruthless. Ah, Kim Jong-won Appa is so handsome. Kim Jong-won Appa, I love you. Kim Jong-won Appa, wipe the floor with him. Below the platform, a few infatuated girls were swooning over Kim Jong-won, and their behavior of blindly admiring foreign things made many spectators glare at them. Listening to the voices below, Kim Jong-won revealed a smile that he thought was charming. "Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me, Kim Jong-won?" Chu Chin stood below the platform, watching this not-so-ridiculous spectacle, and furrowed his brows slightly. This Kim Jong-won is really too arrogant. However, just as Kim Jong-won, who had won the battle, began to boast on the platform, Chu Chen's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. He stepped onto the platform, his agile figure, unique temperament, and slender physique instantly attracting the attention of many girls. "Oh my, this guy on the stage is so handsome. I also think he's handsome, like a nobleman." Upon closer inspection, that Kim Jong-won isn't all that great. Chu Chen was very handsome, with an outstanding temperament, and didn't look like someone who worked out regularly, which made people worry if he would become the next middle-aged man. The guy on the stage is the one who isn't all that great. Look at him, as skinny as a stick. Can he beat my Appa Jin Chongwon? Exactly, he looks like an intellectual. Can he withstand a few punches from Appa Jin Chongwon? Hey handsome, why don't you come down? Our Appa Jin Chongwon can spare your life. Below the stage, Jin Chongwon's fans and Chu Chen's supporters started arguing, with some wanting Chu Chen to admit defeat. "For the sake of my fans, I advise you to go down. Jin Chongwon, don't fight weaklings. You can't even compare to that person just now. I can easily defeat even Brandon's experts. You'd better roll down by yourself." On the stage, Jin Chongwon was being praised by his fans below. As he spoke, he made a generous gesture. Detected Jin Chongwon boasting to the host, special gift of 100% shares of Brandon and Goryeo to the host. Brandon is the most famous security company in Goryeo, worth over 30 billion. Among them, Brandon has many experts below the master level. Any one of them can easily make Jin Chongwon kneel and call him daddy. "Let's get started. You don't even deserve to waste a minute of my time." Jin Chongwon, who has been practicing martial arts until now, has never seen such an arrogant person. "I will definitely knock you down within 3 moves. Jin Chongwon gestured a middle finger at Chu Chun. His arrogant words immediately caused a scream from the audience below. "Ah, so handsome. Appa Chongwon, quickly defeat him. Handsome my foot, quickly defeat that Goryeo show-off. Daring to show off in my demon city, anyone can take care of you. Handsome guy, come on." Below the stage, Jin Chongwon's fanboys were already arguing with Chu Chen's new fans. The next second, Chu Chen reached out his left hand and broke the finger Jin Chongwon had raised. Ah! The intense pain made Jin Chongwon couldn't help but scream. Then, Chu Chen clenched his right fist and slapped Jin Chongwon in the face. With a bang, Jin Chongwon fell from the stage like a sandbag and fainted on the ground. Damn, is that it? The guy really took less than a minute to deal with Jin Chongwon. Jin Chongwon, is that all? Is that all? I'm laughing so hard, 3 minutes? You don't even deserve a minute. Ah, so handsome. I really want to know the name of the handsome guy. I want to worship his looks and strength. Jin Chongwon was knocked out in less than 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds ago, he was swearing to defeat Chu Chen. 3 seconds later, he was knocked down by Chu Chen with a slap. This feeling, it's simply too satisfying. With this little ability, you still want to challenge the experts of my demon city. Go back and practice for a few decades before coming back. Chu Chen flicked the dust off his body. His casual remark was no different from smashing a Goryeo person to the ground. Jin Chongwon's companions looked at the fallen Jin Chongwon and were all dumbfounded. Who is this man? He knocked out Jin Chongwon with just one slap? And it only took 3 seconds, no, maybe not even a second to knock out Jin Chongwon. When did Demon City produce such an extraordinary figure? Appa Chongwon, wake up. Hey, you up there, you're just sneak attacking. That's right, my Appa Chongwon is so powerful, how could he be knocked out by just one slap from you? Appa Chongwon is injured, so heartbroken. Jin Chongwon's fanboys couldn't help but angrily retort Chu Chen from below the stage. Chu Chen's fans were also not to be outdone. With your Appa who can't even last 10 seconds, you don't even deserve to waste a minute of our god's time. It's only because our god is merciful, otherwise your Appa probably wouldn't last a second. I really feel sorry for my god's hand. I wonder if his hand hurts from hitting him. Heartache +1. Jin Chongwon's fans almost started a fight with Chu Chen's fans as soon as they heard it. Chu Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. He glanced at the audience and said in a low voice, if anyone wants to fight, come up and fight. There's a platform right here, no need to hesitate. With just one sentence, Chu Chen stopped the fighting below. Seriously, Chu Chen could take down Jin Chongwon with just one move. Can they last even a second against him? Sir, it's too much for you to attack by surprise. We didn't even start and you already made a move. Jin Shou has tarnished the martial arts ethics of the Magic City. Jin Chongwon's companion, Jin Chang, and his men ran to the platform and immediately blamed Chu Chen. In the martial arts world, the strong rule. The fact is that Jin Chongwon can't beat me. If you're not satisfied, then send someone else to fight me. This time, I can let your people live for 5 more seconds. If your people can touch my clothes within 15 seconds, I'll admit defeat. Chu Chen put his hands behind his back, with an expression that said, if your people can touch my clothes, I'll admit defeat. What does it mean to let someone live for 5 more seconds? Jin Chang's companions were almost driven to attack. They had never seen such arrogance. Jin Chang, go up and fight him. Jin Chongwon's companion immediately arranged for Jin Chang, the strongest fighter, to take the challenge. Jin Chang also intended to defeat Chu Chen and establish his authority. He walked up to the platform and provocatively said to Chu Chen, my men, Jin Chang, never fight with nameless people. State your name. A leopard cannot change its spots. Chu Chen, stop the nonsense and come on, it'll only take a dozen seconds. Chu Chen's attitude angered Jin Chang. After saluting, Jin Chang immediately punched Chu Chen. Chu Chen faced Jin Chang's attack as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. A hook punch missed. A kick missed. A pounce missed. After these 3 moves, Jin Chang hadn't even touched Chu Chen's clothes. Chu Chen, 15 seconds are up. Someone under the platform shouted that time was up. Suddenly, Chu Chen's movements became sharp. He decisively slapped Jin Chang's face. Then, Jin Chang's body flew up, spun in the air, and flew out. Bang! Jin Chang's body fell to the ground. Watching Jin Chang being slapped and flying again, the whole place fell silent. This time, everyone saw Chu Chen's actions. From start to finish, Chu Chen really only used one slap. Damn, Chu Chen is the boss, fierce in few words. One slap solves all problems. Chu Chen, will teach you how to behave with just one slap. Heartache for Chu Chen, wasting another 15 seconds. Chu Chen is awesome. He's defeated another show-off. Chu Chen's supporters realized what had happened and the platform erupted with thunderous applause. With video evidence, Chu Chen's fans confidently criticized Jin Chang's companions. Now, let's see how they can still act tough. Jin Chao and the others were dumbfounded as they watched Jin Chang being slapped and lying on the platform again. No one had expected Chu Chen's strength to be so great. That was Jin Chang, the strongest man here. You've lost, Chu Chen said calmly. Looking at his indifferent appearance, it seemed that he didn't take this fight seriously at all. After all, a fight that could be resolved with just one slap. What kind of fight was that? We haven't lost. Isn't there a saying, 3 games, 2 wins? Jin Chang lost, but we only lost 1 round. Jin Chao knew that they couldn't act tough, but if they didn't win back some face, their platform would be completely crushed by Chu Chen. Whoosh! As soon as Jin Chao spoke, it instantly drew countless cheers. Do you Goryeo people have any shame? Is one slap from Jin Chonghuan not enough? It's a rare sight. Others play tricks to make money, but the Goryeo people play tricks just to ask Chushin to slap them. Chushin, will he agree to them? Who knows, I guess Chushin is also quite puzzled. He has been practicing martial arts for so long and has never seen anyone begging to be slapped by him. The words of the audience below the stage almost made Jin Chao spit out blood. What do they mean by begging to be slapped? Chu Chen's only way of fighting is to slap. They also want Chu Chen to change his approach. But will Chu Chen listen to them? Listening to Jin Chao's words, Chu Chen's eyes also flashed with a hint of complexity. Why don't you all go up together? Getting slapped is indeed a physical activity. If you change your mind later, maybe you won't come forward to let me hit you. As Chu Chen's voice fell, the audience below the stage almost laughed themselves to death. Damn, I thought Chushin was a cold emperor, but I didn't expect him to be a sarcastic emperor. Haha, hilarious. I have never heard anyone talk about getting slapped so refreshingly. Chushin is awesome. Getting slapped is indeed a physical activity. The Goryeo people are just queuing up to let Chushin hit them. Conclusion, Chushin is in Versailles, but I want to hear more from him. Jin Chao was so embarrassed by Chu Chen's words that his face turned green. He's not an idiot, he doesn't have to go forward and let himself be slapped. Jin Song, you guys come up with me. Jin Chao and Jin Song and a dozen others came to the stage. The audience below had already prepared their cameras and phones, wanting to capture the glorious moments of Chushin's battle. Everyone is here, let's begin. Chu Chen glanced at Jin Chao and the others, and as his voice fell, Jin Chao and a dozen others attacked Chu Chen without hesitation. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and slapped back. Bang! Jin Chao was knocked to the ground by a slap, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Smack! Another loud slap. Jin Song fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back, convulsing all over, obviously stunned. Smack, smack, smack. 3 more figures fell to the ground. All 3 of them had rolled back their eyes, convulsing all over, foaming at the mouth, looking very miserable. Bang, 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 bang. Several more sounds rang out. Several figures fell to the ground with Chu Chen's movements. In less than 10 seconds, the large stage was filled with a dozen or so people lying in all directions. On the stage, Chu Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind, dancing gracefully, calmly, making many people feel invigorated. This is the style and demeanor of a master in our magic city. Are there any Goryeo people left to be slapped? Your stage has no one to dismantle it, and I've done it for nothing. Chu Chen frowned, his dissatisfaction almost making the fans below laugh themselves to death. Chushin defeated the Goryeo people, and the most concerned thing is this. Oh my god, Chushin probably wants to laugh me to death and then inherit all my debts. I just want to kneel down and kowtow to Chushin now. Chushin is Chushin, he won the fight and still wants to dismantle the stage. The Goryeo people probably want to vomit 3 liters of blood. The Goryeo guy in charge of managing the stage is a chubby young man. He looked at the people lying in all directions on the stage, then at Chu Chen's displeased face, and he was extremely afraid. He was really afraid of being called up and slapped. Chushin, when all the people on the stage are sent to the hospital, I will immediately dismantle the stage for you. The chubby young man said tremblingly, his respectful appearance full of absurdity. Chu Chen glanced at him, his eyes filled with some indescribable feelings. Remember to tell your colleagues, don't come to Magic City for a stroll next time. We don't have anything else in Magic City, but there are still quite a few people who can slap. After speaking, Chu Chen opened the door of the Koenigsegg one and drove away in the sight of everyone. Damn, Chu is awesome. Not only is he good at fighting, but even his car looks so cool. Chu slapped a Korean with just one hand. Can an ordinary person do that? Bro, you're right. A master like Chu should drive a luxury car, live in a villa, and beat up Koreans. Bro, that's so cool. I also think Chu deserves to live like this. After Chu Chen left, some people decided to stay and watch the progress of the Korean being taken down. At the same time, the video of Chu's battle with the Korean was being wildly shared and commented on online. In just half an hour, the video of Chu's battle with the Korean was trending in the top 10. Damn, this. The scene of the Korean begging Chu to slap him looks so satisfying. Seeing the chubby guy trembling and explaining to Chu, I burst out laughing. Am I the only one who noticed that Chu was driving a Koenigsegg 11? Koenigsegg 11? Sounds so awesome, but I've never heard of it before. It's normal not to know. The Koenigsegg 11 has a price of 120 million, it's not publicly available, and people without connections can't afford it. Damn, Chu is actually a super rich guy? With the exposure of the Koenigsegg 1 and the Korean, Chu Chen became completely popular online. Meanwhile, Chu Chen, as the person involved, was completely unaware of this. After defeating the Korean, Chu Chen accidentally came across a friend circle post from his high school classmate Su Nuwa, who was looking for investors. After a detailed conversation, Chu Chen learned that Su Nuwa is now working as a manager at a company called Shengtian Investment. When it comes to investment, Chuchin thought of the 3 billion worth of Bitcoin he had on hand, so he asked Su Nuo for the address of Shengtian Investment Company. Although Su Nuo didn't often keep in touch with Chuchin, he also knew that Chuchin had not been doing well in recent years. Hearing that Chuchin wanted to invest, Su Nuo was grateful and also prepared for the fact that he didn't have much capital. Chuchin felt a little thirsty halfway through the drive and went to buy a bottle of water. On the way back, he happened to encounter a live street interview. "Hello, handsome, I'm the host Chi. Can I ask you some questions for an interview?" Chi is a live streamer with millions of fans. Her appearance is outstanding, and her figure and voice fit the image of a goddess that boys dream of. Few boys would refuse the request of such a beautiful girl like Chi, and the young man being interviewed naturally did not refuse. Seeing the young man's agreement, Chi found a relatively simple interview question from the barrage of comments. "Hey handsome, what are your abilities?" "I, 20. The sudden pride and boastfulness of the young man shocked countless netizens. "Damn, so cool, bro. I can't believe it. Are you driving again?" Chi says, "This is a live broadcast." "Ha, Chi, you should quickly respond and tell him that you have an E." The barrage of comments from Chi-Chi's fans instantly flooded the screen. Detected that Songjin is bragging to the host, system rewards the realization of bragging. Chuchen never expected that he would end up being the subject of the street interview he was watching. This Songjin shouldn't have bragged about anything, but he did. Chuchen felt the change in his body and looked a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to leave, his outstanding looks and temperament immediately caught Chi-Chi's attention. Chi caught up with Chuchen. "Hey handsome, I'm the host Chi. Today we have a live street interview event. Can I ask you some questions?" Chuchen didn't expect her to catch up. He stopped and readily agreed, "Of course. So, handsome, what are your special talents?" In the eyes of Chi, there was a sense of anticipation. She was very curious about what kind of special skills a handsome guy like Chuchen would have. As a result, Chi heard Chuchen say, "That, like the one in front? Also 20? The same question, the same dialogue, made the netizens watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. 6666, Chi, handsome guys are so proactive, you don't need to be shy, hurry up and enjoy your happy life. Yes, Chi, now that you are so handsome, there are not many who can boast like you. I wish you a long and happy life. My mom asked me why I lowered my head, I sighed lightly, I'm just a teenager, not worthy of marrying a beautiful female anchor. The person above is too much. You have to have their looks to be qualified." For a moment, Chi-Chi's live broadcast room became lively, and the atmosphere was very warm. Chi didn't expect that Chuchen, who looked so handsome, would actually answer the same question as Songjin. She was so angry that she stomped her foot, but just as she lost her balance, she pounced on Chuchen. Oh my god! Chi is so eager, she can't help but throw herself at him. With the teasing from the netizens, Chuchen also hugged Chi. Chi struggled to get up, and then the touch on her hand made her stiffen. Chi blushed as she stood up. She had just stood up, but didn't maintain her balance, and in an instant, she fell into Chuchen's arms again. This second flirtatious move made the fans in the live broadcast room almost burst into laughter. Chi, it seems like you're desperate to get married. Beauty, are you so eager to throw yourself at someone? Chuchen, not being a saint, couldn't help but tease Chi after being pounced on twice. I didn't mean to, I just twisted my foot, and now I can't use my strength. Chi explained with some grievance, her pitiful voice making people feel both sorry and amused. After all, she had thrown herself at Chuchen twice and twisted her own foot. What a loss. Okay, you didn't mean to throw yourself at me, Chuchen helplessly said to Chi. His serious words made the fans in the live broadcast room start typing 666. The handsome guy completely missed the point Chi wanted to explain, and also added insult to injury. Chi, I think when fate comes, don't resist it. You two are really a good match. Little Chi, after reading the whole story, I really want to tell you seriously, I don't believe you didn't mean it, I suspect you did. Chi is still struggling, but the handsome guy has no intention of listening to her explanation. Hilarious, Chi, from now on in my heart, you're just a cute girl who can throw herself at handsome guys. In Chi-Chi's live broadcast room, a group of fans were almost laughing their heads off. Meeting a big shot like Chuchen, Chi now couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Well, it really is twisted. Wait for me here, I'll go get some medicine for you, and then have someone come to pick you up. Chuchen checked Chi-Chi's foot, and his unwavering attention once again made Chi-Chi's fans burst into laughter. Chi, I've confirmed it, the handsome guy is really checking your foot seriously. 2333, Chi said, it turns out that in the eyes of a serious man, my beauty is actually worthless. Chi didn't want to talk to you, and threw herself at you. Chi looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and even wanted to kill Chuchen. But compared to Chi, the netizens were more interested in what Chuchen was doing. Helpless, Chi could only sulkily aim the camera at Chuchen by the door of the Koenigsegg 11. Damn, I knew this handsome guy looked familiar. He's Chuchen. Wow, now that you mention it, I remember. Chuchen was driving the Koenigsegg 11 before he left. Koenigsegg 11? Oh my god. 120 million cars, Chuchen actually used it for commuting? Chi was completely confused by the sudden exposure from netizens. What are you guys talking about? Chi asked curiously. The result was that netizens explained to her in reverse. The main point was that Chuchen was a fierce fighter, taking on 10 or more opponents at once, and he specifically targeted their faces when fighting. Not only did he defeat over a dozen Koreans in the ring, he even made them dismantle the platform, and there are still people watching the Koreans dismantle the platform at the ring. After learning about Chuchen's glorious deeds, Chi couldn't connect the kitchen god with the person in front of her. Is this really the same person? As the news of Chuchen appearing in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room spread, more and more people flooded into Chi-Chi's live broadcast room. In just 3 minutes, the online audience in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room went from 1 million to several million, and it was still increasing. Why are you looking at me like that? Give me your foot, I'll apply the medicine for you. Chuchen brought the medicine over and earnestly applied it to Chi. Chuchen didn't know that since his identity as Chuchen was exposed, his every move had been watched by millions of people. Okay, I've arranged for a car to come pick you up. Your foot is not convenient to go back alone, and I have other things to do, so I won't send you back. After applying the medicine to Chi, Chuchen's words made netizens burst into laughter again. I'm laughing so hard, I can now confirm that Chuchen is definitely single based on his strength. Chi, as a female anchor with millions of fans, has lost her dignity. Chi, am I not as good as you? The fans of beauty are crying on the ground. Is Chuchen blind? How could he not see the beauty of our Chi? Stop being a sycophant upstairs. If he wasn't so earnest, your goddess Chi would probably have been taken away by someone. Goodbye, kitchen god, please continue to be single based on your strength. As the person involved, Chi was really shocked by Chuchen's bold move. She was very confident in her looks, but she couldn't resist Chuchen's unconventional approach. Not only did Chuchen not plan to personally send her back, he even told her, I have other things to do, so I won't send you back. Even if you don't personally send me back, you can make up any excuse. Why do you have to tell the truth? Netizens were still discussing Chuchen's single status based on his strength. Wang Ji, who received a call from Chuchen, personally drove to the location address sent by Chuchen. Boss, do you want to send this young lady back? Wang Ji's figure appeared next to Chuchen, and all the netizens in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room saw Wang Ji's real face. Oh my, Wang Ji. This person is the general manager of the Red Romantic Club. What? The general manager of the Red Romantic Club is Chuchen's boss? Wang Ji, you came at the right time. This girl just interviewed me, but she twisted her foot. Take someone to check on her and make sure she gets home safely. After understanding the whole story, the netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed uncontrollably at Chuchen's words. Chuchen, please just act like a normal person. If you personally send Chi back and take the opportunity to flirt, wouldn't that be great? Upstairs, Chuchen even arranged for someone to watch the Koreans dismantle the platform. Arranging for someone to send the female anchor home is nothing. Hilarious, the second floor is right. I just came from the ring, and they're still dismantling it. The guys at the ring are fierce. 6666, in society, I am Chuchen, a man of few words, single based on my strength. No, I just want to know Chuchen's special skills. Netizens fully accepted Chuchen's joyful approach. In contrast, Chi, who twisted her foot, was not as happy. VIP ward at the Center Hospital in the Magic City. Chi lay on the hospital bed, enjoying the highest standard of treatment she had ever received when sick, but she was not happy. Is it because my looks are not good enough, or because I don't deserve it? I just want to go home. Chi, who has no love for life, opened her first live broadcast room. Since the hot search for Chuchen's special talent, Chi-Chi's online fan count has exceeded 5 million and is still growing. She turned the camera to the interior of the hospital room. The contrast between the bandaged ankle and the hospital room was striking. What's this? A hospital room? I'm dying of laughter. In the end, the host was actually sent to the hospital. What's wrong with the host? She just wanted to know about Chuchen's special talent. Chi did nothing wrong. What's wrong is that she shouldn't have asked about Chuchen's special talent. 23333, Chi, am I the clown after all? Inside Chi-Chi's live broadcast room, the joy continued. What's even funnier is the conversation between the loud nurse and Wang Ji. This is the beginning of Chi-Chi's descent into despair. Nurse, how long will the patient need to stay in the hospital? According to the CT scan, it will take at least a month. Okay, then I'll pay for 2 more months. The netizens in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room were almost sent to the hospital by Wang Ji's reply. Why do Chu Xin and his subordinates never play by the rules? On the other hand, Chu Chen also arrived at the Shengtian Investment Group where Xu Nuo is located. Xu Nuo is Chu Chen's old classmate and also the school flower and academic overachiever during Chu Chen's high school years. Xu Nuo was a joke and an academic overachiever during Chu Chen's high school years. She was outstanding in appearance and strong in ability, the object of many people's secret admiration, but no one dared to confess to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been promoted to manager in just a few years. Xu Nuo, I'm here to invest. I'll invest 500,000 with you, and we can have a meal together. No need to trouble you, Tang Dasha, my old classmate will come to invest soon. Chu Chen listened to the conversation outside the office and knew that Xu Nuo had smoothed out a lot of edges in her career these years. At least, she was not as straightforward in rejecting as before. With your old classmate, he can only invest a few thousand at most, but your investment project requires at least 5 million or more. What's the use of just a few thousand? Xu Nuo, I just want to invite you to dinner. Can't you accompany me for once? Tang Xinran is the young master of U Group. He is not satisfied with Chu Chen's presence because Chu Chen's appearance has given Xu Nuo an excuse to reject his investment. Xu Nuo didn't know how to respond to Tang Xinran's questioning, and Chu Chen's knock on the door was a way to help her out. Xu Nuo, it's me, Chu Chen. Chu Chen's low voice came, and Tang Xinran, who was angry, went to open the door. When the door opened, Tang Xinran was almost dumbfounded looking at Chu Chen, who was a head taller than himself, with outstanding looks and exceptional temperament. This man is Xu Nuo's classmate? Didn't they say Xu Nuo's old classmate Chu Chen is poor? With this temperament, he doesn't look poor at all. Chu Chen, come in quickly. Xu Nuo joyfully welcomed Chu Chen. She looked up and was immediately amazed by the current Chu Chen. Chu Chen, you've become more handsome over the years. Xu Nuo joked while preparing refreshments. Seeing his old classmate in a good mood, Chu Chen responded with a smile, you've become more beautiful too. Back in school, I always thought, how could there be such a beautiful girl in school? I'm really lucky. Now, I still feel pretty lucky. Xu Nuo was amused by Chu Chen, and the two couldn't help but start talking about the funny things from high school. Tang Xinran, who was ignored by Xu Nuo and Chu Chen, was very unhappy. He slammed the table and said, you're Xu Nuo's old classmate Chu Chen, right? Introduce yourself. I'm Tang Xinran, the young master of U Group. I want to ask you, how much do you plan to invest with Xu Nuo? I don't have much money on hand, only 500,000. How much do you plan to invest? Xu Nuo did not expect Tang Xinran to speak like this. She felt embarrassed inside, but also knew that Chu Chen's financial situation was not abundant, so she couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. Tang Dashao, no matter how much Chu Chen invests, it is a recognition of my promise. Please do not disturb me and my old classmate for a long time. Tang Xinran looked down on Chu Chen's financial strength and disdainfully said, how much can a poor guy like him invest? Chu Chen was annoyed by Tang Xinran's noise. He held up 5 fingers and turned to Xu Nuo. Guess how much I plan to invest? After hearing Chu Chen's words, Xu Nuo's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. 50,000? Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. You can guess higher. Tang Xinran was almost laughing to death. He had seen people bragging, but he had never seen someone bragging like this. 5,000 was already the limit for someone of his status, and he wanted to guess higher? Could he come up with 500,000? With your clothes not worth more than 1,000, I already feel sorry for you for saying 50,000. And you still want Xu Nuo to guess 500,000? Why don't you just tell Xu Nuo that you are prepared to invest 5 million? Tang Xinran had never seen someone so pretentious. He couldn't even afford clothes worth 5,000, yet for the sake of impressing a girl, he claimed he would invest 50,000. Isn't that a joke? Chu Chen didn't like Tang Xinran's noise. He frowned and said to Xu Nuo, 5 million is too little, it doesn't meet my expectations. Guess again. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Tang Xinran was speechless. He had seen people showing off, but he had never seen someone doing it so naturally. It sounded so real. Who was he trying to fool? With his poor status, could he have 5 million? And it's still too little? 5 million is too little. Are you also going to say 50 million? Even the current value of Shengtian investment is only 50 million. If you have 50 million, then I am the CEO of Shengtian Investment. Tang Xinran was furious. Anyone can brag, but I, Tang Xinran, can brag to death. Detected Tang Xinran's bragging, special gift to the host, 100% of Shengtian Investments shares. Chu Chen unexpectedly became the CEO of Shengtian Group. He looked at Su Nuo and decided to conceal his identity. Su Nuo was a straightforward person. If she knew his identity, she would definitely address him as the boss. Anyway, it was an investment in his own company. 5 million was too little, so he might as well invest 5 billion. Chu Chen made up his mind and said to Su Nuo, "Guess again." Su Nuo widened her eyes. 5 billion? Tang Xinran finally couldn't hold back. He didn't believe that Chu Chen could have 5 billion. Alright, you said you want to invest 5 billion, right? Tang Xinran was full of anger, but he didn't dare to act in front of Su Nuo. He called Su Nuo's assistant, Shaoan, "Go and get an investment contract. Your manager's classmate wants to sign a 5 billion contract." Assistant Shaoan was stunned to hear Tang Xinran's words. What kind of investment project would require 5 billion? Up to now, Shengtian Investment has not received any investment exceeding 50 million. What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Tang Xinran saw Shaoan dazed and angrily shouted. Shaoan couldn't afford to provoke Tang Xinran, so she quickly left to do as she was told. Her anxious and flustered appearance also aroused the curiosity of many colleagues. They asked Shaoan casually, "What happened? Why did you rush out?" "Manager Su's old classmate wants to invest 5 billion. I'm going to find the contract." Shaoan's voice was trembling. She was scared by Tang Xinran. After hearing her words, her colleagues also trembled. 5 billion, how much money is that? Not long after, the entire Shengtian Investment knew that Su Nuo's classmate was coming to invest 5 billion, and even alarmed the senior management of Shengtian. Su Nuo's office. After Shaoan brought in the contract, Tang Xinran snatched it into his own hands. He slammed the contract onto the desk and said, "You like to show off, don't you? Come on, sign it. This is the 5 billion contract you wanted." Su Nuo never expected that Tang Xinran's appearance would turn the initial investment of just a few thousand yuan into 5 billion. Chu Chen's family was not wealthy. Even 5,000 yuan was a lot for him, let alone 5 billion. "Tang Daxiao, this is an investment contract, not a tyrant's contract. Why should I sign it?" Su Nuo retorted unhappily at Tang Xinran. After speaking, Su Nuo saw Chu Chen pick up the pen and sign the contract. "Chu Chen, don't be angry. This is a 5 billion contract. Where would you get so much money?" Su Nuo said anxiously, feeling more annoyed at Tang Xinran's interference. "If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's okay, it's already 5 billion. I'll transfer it to you later." Hearing Su Nuo's kind words of comfort, Chu Chen felt that the investment of 5 billion was still worth it. Seeing Chu Chen still showing off at this point, Tang Xinran couldn't help but laugh. "Are you kidding? 5 billion is not 500 yuan. My BMW costs only over 2 million. Do you know what 5 billion means?" Chu Chen paid no attention to Tang Xinran's words. "It's already 5 billion. It's just the money for a Koenigsegg 11. Koenigsegg 11? Tang Xinran couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Koenigsegg 11 is a luxury car worth 120 million. Do you think you deserve it? Don't be ridiculous." Just as Tang Xinran finished speaking, the door to Su Nuo's office was opened. Su Nuo looked at Sheng Tian's rarely seen security captain and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Captain Su, why are you here?" Captain Su glanced at Tang Xinran, then fixed his gaze on Chu Chen. "Sir, could you please move your Koenigsegg 11 outside?" "Koenigsegg 11? Captain Su, are you kidding? He's just a poor guy. How could he possibly have a Koenigsegg 11? Tang Xinran pointed at Chu Chen in disbelief. How could someone who doesn't even have a few thousand yuan afford a Koenigsegg 11? It's a top-notch supercar that's priceless. And Tang Xinran's father had warned him not to offend people he couldn't afford to offend, even if it meant begging for their forgiveness on his knees. Just the thought of having to beg for forgiveness from his rival and watch his beloved and his rival being affectionate with each other made him feel heartbroken. "It's too painful. Mr. Tang, I am absolutely sure that Mr. Shu is driving a Koenigsegg 11. Mr. Shu, your car is blocking the road outside. Could you please take a look?" Captain Su's words were like two loud slaps to Tang Xinran's face. He had just said that someone like Chu Chen, who was poor, didn't deserve to drive a Koenigsegg 11. The next second, Captain Su came and asked Chu Chen to move his car. Wasn't this a slap in the face? It wasn't just Tang Xinran who heard Captain Su's words, but also the employees near Su Nuo's office. Am I hearing this right? Manager Su's car is actually a Koenigsegg 11? Driving a top luxury car worth 120 million, but wearing cheap clothes. Is this how the rich play nowadays? Wait, if I remember correctly, he said he wanted to invest 5 billion in our Sheng Tian? You're not mistaken. 3 minutes ago, I didn't believe it, but now I do. After confirming that Chu Chen's car was a Koenigsegg 11, the employees of Sheng Tian Investment were all in an uproar. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that his car was still parked outside. He apologized, "Captain Su, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to be delayed for so long. Could you help me move it?" With that, Chu Chen casually tossed the car key with the Koenigsegg logo to Captain Su. The Sheng Tian employees couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as they watched him throw the car keys. These car keys are worth 120 million. Tang Xinran and Su Nua also stared at Captain Su's car keys. The Koenigsegg logo is as good as genuine. In other words, Chu Chen not only drives a luxury car worth over 100 million, but he also really invested 500 million in Sheng Tian. Su Nua watched Captain Su leave, her eyes full of disbelief. Chu Chen, how can he be so rich? At the same time, Zhang Chen, the financial director of Sheng Tian Investment, rushed to Su Nua's office after receiving the 500 million investment. He had heard rumors in the company that Su Nua's old classmate was going to invest 500 million, but he didn't believe it. Because Sheng Tian Investment is only worth 50 million, and Chu Chen is giving 500 million, isn't that turning things upside down? But despite his disbelief, Zhang Chen couldn't help but pay attention to the company's account dynamics. It wasn't until the company actually received an additional 500 million that he believed it was all true. "Manager Su, the company has just received 500 million in investment funds." Zhang Chen's words shocked all the Sheng Tian employees who heard them. Damn, Su Nua's old classmate really invested 500 million. Amazing. I've never seen such a fierce customer, investing 500 million in one go. I really want Su Nua's old classmate to slap me in the face with money. I also want to be slapped in the face with money, please. Su Nua is now absolutely certain that Chu Chen really invested 500 million in Sheng Tian. She looked at Chu Chen, her eyes full of disbelief. "Chu Chen, didn't you say you had some spare money to invest? Is your family's spare money 500 million? Zhang Chen and the other employees were shocked to hear this. 500 million is just spare money in their eyes. Wait, Chu Chen, why does this name sound so familiar? Zhang Chen was puzzled. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, and he remembered where he had heard this name before. Just 3 minutes ago, his friend and boss called to tell him that the company had a new owner. The boss's surname is Chu, and his full name is Chu Chen. Zhang Chen realized that the new boss's strategy was really deep. He invested in his own company pretending to be a customer. If he didn't perform well, he might lose his job in the company. I originally only wanted to invest 50 million, but when I saw the account, it seemed like there was still some spare money, so I thought investing 500 million was also okay. Chu Chen didn't know that Zhang Chen had already found out about his identity. He came up with a strained excuse, trying to get Su Nua to accept it. The Sheng Tian employees who heard this felt suffocated by the extravagance of the rich. What do you mean you originally wanted to invest 50 million? But when you saw the account, it seemed like there was still some spare money, so investing 500 million was also okay? Is your spare money 500 million? Chu, please be a normal person. By the way, do you have any other projects that need investment? Chu Chen remembered that he still had over $1 billion left. Investment is a good direction, and it's his own company anyway, so it doesn't matter if he throws in a little more money. Finally, some of the Sheng Tian employees couldn't help but faint happily. This is truly a godly extravagance. He invested 500 million, and he's asking if there are any other projects that need investment? At this point, the Sheng Tian employees just wanted to say to Chu Chen, "Godly spender, if you really want to invest, consider me." And nothing else. Su Nua quickly waved her hand, falsely claiming that she currently has no other investment needs. Investment is already extremely risky, and it's possible to lose everything if you're not careful. Chu Chen's 500 million investment has already exceeded the original expectations tenfold, so she doesn't dare to let Chu Chen invest again. Then, if there's any investment in the future, contact me again. Chu Chen didn't dwell on it, but Zhang Chen made a shrewd excuse and left. The office door of promise closed again. Tang Xinran appeared calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. He never expected that Chu Chen not only looked handsome but also was so wealthy. His car was a Koenigsegg 11, and he had at least 5 billion in liquid assets, and that was just his spare money. Tang Xinran knew that he had offended a formidable figure. If he just vaguely passed by, Chu Chen might target their U Group next. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud. "Mr. Chu, I admit that I like Promise very much, but I have never done anything against her will. Everything today is my fault. As long as you don't take action against U Group, I, Tang Xinran, will let you handle it." Tang Xinran was the young master of U Group and was very proud. Promise never thought that one day Tang Xinran would kneel down to someone, especially to his old classmate. Was Chu Chen's background even more powerful than U Group? Promise, what do you think about this? Chu Chen actually didn't care much about Tang Xinran, but he was more interested in Promise's opinion. When Tang Xinran saw Chu Chen asking for Promise's opinion, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He also wanted to know what Promise thought of him. Promise looked at Tang Xinran with a complex gaze. Tang Xinran was not a bad person, except for his love of spending money. He didn't have the common problem of forcibly taking things from others like other rich young masters. Considering Tang Xinran's previous disdain for Chu Chen, Promise pondered for a moment and only said, "Young Master Tang is not a bad person." Hearing this, Tang Xinran's anxious heart finally settled down. In that case, Tang Xinran, you will follow me. Chu Chen decided to give Tang Xinran a chance to make amends. Of course, this opportunity was only available if he became Chu Chen's follower. Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you, Promise. Tang Xinran had prepared himself to be troubled by Chu Chen before kneeling down. But unexpectedly, Promise's words turned the situation around for him. Promise, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After checking the time, Chu Chen said to Promise, and the two of them left one after the other. Mr. Chu, where are we going next? Tang Xinran followed behind Chu Chen, trying hard to play the role of a follower. Seeing him doing it properly, Chu Chen became interested. From now on, you can call me Brother Chen. It's getting late, let's go have dinner first. By the way, can you drive? When Tang Xinran heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, Brother Chen, I may not be good at other things, but when it comes to driving, I'm an expert. In the circle of rich young masters, I dare to claim the first place in racing, and no one dares to claim the second. Detected Tang Xinran's bragging, special gift, God-level driving skills. Chu Chen could tell that Tang Xinran was decent at driving, but as for racing, it was probably not reliable. Alright, you can drive later. Let's find a place to eat, and then we'll go to the No. 1 courtyard in the eastern suburbs to pick up the villa. When Tang Xinran heard Chu Chen's words, he was almost shocked. My goodness, the villa in the No. 1 courtyard in the eastern suburbs. At the very least, the value of a villa there was 1 billion. Especially the 9th villa in the No. 1 courtyard in the eastern suburbs, worth 10 billion. Okay, let's go to the Michelin 3-star hotel for dinner later. They have a new chef there, and the food is good. When it came to wining and dining, Tang Xinran was definitely a qualified guide. Chu Chen nodded and then arrived at the gate of Shengtian Investment with Tang Xinran, where they saw the Koenigsegg 11 park not far away. Standing near the Koenigsegg 11 was Zhang Chen, who had been waiting for a long time. Hello, boss. Let me formally introduce myself again. I am the financial director, Zhang Chen, and this is my business card. Zhang Chen is a smart person. His choice to wait for himself here shows that he is a person who knows when to advance and when to retreat. Chu Chen was very satisfied with Zhang Chen's performance. He took Zhang Chen's business card and said in a low voice, I don't like others to know my identity. You know what to do, right? Tang Xinran listened to the conversation between the two and was once again shocked by Chu Chen. Shengtian Investment is not a big company, but the development prospects are still good. Especially Tang Xinran's father, Tang Zhong, had also considered buying Shengtian Investment before, but it was not successful due to the person behind Shengtian Investment. Now, Chu Chen has only been here for less than half a day, and Shengtian Investment has changed hands? This is too amazing. Boss, rest assured, except for me, no one else in the company will know your identity. Zhang Chen responded and then left on his own initiative, while Tang Xinran personally went to find Captain Su for the keys. In front of the bustling Shengtian Investment gate, Chu Chen, who was selling street goods and looked handsome, appeared very eye-catching. Su Ruoyun is Su Nua's niece. She is currently in her 3rd year of high school, and her academic performance is still good. Her only hobby is chasing stars, and her favorite star is Zhou Luanjie. She and her best friend, Jinyu, came to ask Su Nua for help in accommodating them for the night. In 3 days, Zhou Luanjie will have a concert in the Magic City, and she wants to go to the concert with Jinyu. But the concert venue is quite far from both of their homes, so after discussing it, they decided to stay at Su Nua's house. Jinyu, can you really get tickets for Zhou Luanjie's concert? Su Ruoyun asked many times on the way. Jinyu sighed helplessly and repeated to her best friend, Ruoyun, didn't I tell you, I know the famous entertainment agent Shi Wenhua, and she can get us 2 tickets for Zhou Luanjie's concert. Detected that Jinyu was bragging to the host, special gift to the host, Huanqing Entertainment Company, and rewards Zhou Luanjie as the host's fan, with a permanent black gold card for Zhou Luanjie, unlimited number of people. Huanqing Entertainment is currently worth around 20 billion, and it is an entertainment company with many popular stars and numerous top agents. Chu Chen didn't expect that he would wait for a person and end up encountering an entertainment company. Then let's go find my Aunt Nua and ask her to help me cover for us, and then we'll go to the concert in 3 days. After getting the exact answer from her best friend again, Su Ruoyun walked happily to the gate of Shengtian Investment. At this time, both Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu also noticed Chu Chen. Wow, what a handsome young man. Jin Yu was bolder, and her praise also caught Chu Chen's attention. The two looked at each other, and Jin Yu even smiled at him. This little girl. Apart from boasting, she's not bad. Chu Chen also smiled back at Jin Yu, immediately causing her to scream in admiration. Su Ruoyun rolled her eyes speechlessly. Jin Yu is good in everything, but she's too infatuated. As long as he's good looking, he's a little brother. Even when Jin Yu was being dragged away, she kept looking back. Ruoyun, that young man has a good temperament and a great figure. His smile, I love it, I absolutely love it, he's definitely a little puppy. As Jin Yu was speaking, she suddenly fell silent. Su Ruoyun curiously looked back and her eyes widened instantly. It was a Koenigsegg 11, worth 120 million, a top luxury car that money can't buy. That young man, got into that Koenigsegg 11. Jin Yu watched in shock as the Koenigsegg 11 disappeared into the distance. The Koenigsegg 11 with the young man looked so pleasing to the eye, so attractive. Jin Yu, quickly wipe your drool, or you won't be able to see my aunt later. Su Ruoyun glanced at Jin Yu with disdain, then turned and pulled Jin Yu into Shengtian Investment. Jin Yu wiped off the saliva and, despite being pulled by Su Ruoyun, was not angry. Ruoyun, what kind of person do you think that young man is, to be able to afford a Koenigsegg 11? Su Ruoyun had known she would ask that. The handsome guy just now was waiting at the entrance of Shengtian, which means he is likely here to invest. We'll know once we go in and ask. Jin Yu's eyes lit up after hearing Su Ruoyun's explanation. She chuckled, let's go find your aunt quickly. Chu Chen's appearance did indeed cause a stir. As he left, the atmosphere at Shengtian Investment gradually calmed down. Just as Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu entered, the exclamation of an employee caught their attention. Mr. Chu is too amazing. He knocked out over a dozen Goryeo people with just one slap. Incredible. Knocked out? Wow, that's impressive, I want to see it too. I can't believe it, he knocked out over a dozen opponents and left them foaming at the mouth. I'm impressed. The Goryeo people were ordered by Chu God to dismantle their own stage. It's both funny and sad. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu exchanged a glance and simultaneously opened a webpage to search for the keywords Goryeo people and Chu God. The hot search rankings were dominated by Chu God. Goryeo people were ordered by Chu God to dismantle their stage. Chu God, I can knock out a Goryeo person with one slap. Chu God's ride, Koenigsegg 11. Chu God, specialty. Su Ruoyun clicked on the second search bar. The video of Chu Chen unilaterally beating up Goryeo people appeared on the screen. The footage had been edited and was just over a minute long. Chu Chen stood gracefully on the stage, knocking out Kim Chung-hwan with a slap, then knocking out Kim Sung. Then, with a dozen more slaps, he left over a dozen Goryeo people convulsing and foaming at the mouth. So amazing. Jin Yu, who had been a little infatuated, couldn't help but swallow her saliva after watching Chu Chen's video. The little puppy she thought she knew turned out to be a little wolf. He knocked out over a dozen people with just one slap. How impressive. Su Ruoyun watched several videos about the Goryeo people and discovered that they had been particularly rampant recently. They would intentionally set up stages in crowded areas of the city, claiming to be sparring with martial arts experts and then subjecting them to abuse. Chu Chen had based his actions on these stages and, with a dominant attitude, knocked out all the Goryeo people with just one slap. Even after leaving the stage, Chu Chen ordered the Goryeo people to dismantle it. Many people who had been watching the dismantling had posted numerous videos online, which were unremarkable in content but oddly satisfying for the viewers. Connecting the comments with Chu Chen's Koenigsegg 11, Su Ruoyun could basically confirm that Chu Chen was the Chu God mentioned by netizens. Understanding the situation, Su Ruoyun greatly admired Chu Chen, whom she had only met once. At this time, Jin Yu curiously clicked on the third search bar, Chu God's specialty. What is Chu God's specialty? Jin Yu opened the page, which was an interview with Chu Chen by Chi-Chi. Hey handsome, I'm the host Chi-Chi. Today, we have a live street interview event. Can I ask you some questions? Of course. So, handsome, what is your specialty? My specialty is 20 centimeters. After hearing the conversation, Su Ruoyun's face turned black in an instant. What kind of vulgar words were these? Jin Yu's phone volume was not very loud, but many people went to watch after hearing Chu Chen's voice. They were all shocked after watching the video. Was this still the Chu God they knew, who had battled the Goryeo people? Despite the shock of the staff, someone couldn't help but laugh out. Oh my, Chu Chen has two faces. Ha, this billionaire who invested 500 million actually has such a cute side, it cracked me up. I just want to see how manager Su will react when he hears his old classmate talking nonsense seriously. Chushin V587, from today on, I am a fan of Chushin. Shengtian's employees had all seen Chu Chun. They expressed their sincere admiration for his ability to win over Tang Xinran and invest 5 billion. After the video of Chushin's battle with the Goryeo people was played, Chu Chen's image in their hearts gradually became more majestic. When the video was first played on Jinyu, the other side of the ruthless billionaire was exposed. Looking at the barrage of comments below the video, many of them were amusing. I admit defeat, I have studied astronomy and geography for thousands of years, only to realize that special skills can be used like this. Following Chushin's beatdown of the Goryeo people, my male god's image collapsed in front of me in an instant. I suggest the person above to watch the video of Chushin overshadowing the Goryeo people, it will definitely help you rebuild your image. Get to know Koenigsegg 11, and your image will immediately be enhanced. I often donate to the thinly dressed girls on the street, and every time they are very eager to know about my special skills. 6666, it turns out that understanding special skills can be explained so beautifully and elegantly, it's eye-opening. Su Ruoyun couldn't bear to watch anymore. She was afraid that Chu Chen would shatter her admiration even more. Xiao Yun, are you also following Mr. Shu? Don't be fooled by Mr. Shu's appearance, he is a billionaire. Assistant Xiaoan saw Su Ruoyun also watching the interview of Chu Chen and Chi Chi. Su Ruoyun knew that Chu Chen had come to invest in Shangtian, but she didn't know the specifics. Anjie, what exactly is Chu Shen coming to Shangtian to invest in? Xiaoan couldn't help but praise Su Ruoyun, Mr. Shu is manager Su's high school classmate. Today, he not only invested 5 billion in the company, but also took the young master of U Group as his follower. Throughout the entire city of Modu, it's estimated that there is no one as formidable as Mr. Shu. Listening to Xiaoan's explanation, Su Ruoyun's understanding of Chu Chen deepened. Aside from his inappropriate special skills, Chu Chen was indeed not only rich and handsome, but also capable of fighting. Most importantly, he was her sister's old classmate. If not for this, Su Nuo wouldn't have been able to secure the 5 billion investment. Because of this investment, Su Nuo's position in the company was as solid as a rock, and many people in the company, upon seeing Su Nuo, had to call her sister Nuo. All of this was the change brought about by Chu Chen. When Su Ruoyun and Jinyu arrived at Su Nuo's office, they happened to hear the phrase being played, my special skill, 20 centimeters. Su Nuo noticed that her niece and her friend had come, and immediately turned off the video with a dark expression. She adjusted her mood and asked Su Ruoyun, Ruoyun, why are you here today? Aunt, I want to go to Zhou Luinjia's concert with Jinyu in 3 days, but you know my parents, they definitely won't allow it, so we want to stay at your place for a day. Su Nuo was not surprised by this. Su Ruoyun and Jinyu were both fans of Zhou Luinjie, and although they pursued it very rationally, attending his concert was their dream. It was not easy to have Zhou Luinjia's concert in Modu, and they would definitely not miss this opportunity. Su Ruoyun and Jinyu arrived at the Michelin 3-star restaurant, which was well known in Modu. With the financial means of Su Ruoyun and Jinyu, dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant was completely feasible. After Su Ruoyun and Jinyu were led to their seats by the waiter and ordered their meal, they boredly started playing with their phones. At this moment, Jinyu looked up and saw a man wearing a khaki windbreaker, sunglasses, a mask, and a fisherman's hat. He had sharp features, a slender figure, and a refined temperament. The sky blue bracelet on his right hand was unforgettable at first sight. Ruoyun, do you see that man in the khaki windbreaker? Doesn't he look like our male god? Su Ruoyun followed Jinyu's direction and looked over. He really is a male god. How did he come here? Su Ruoyun looked shocked as she gazed ahead. Wasn't Zhou Luinjie about to start his concert tour soon? How did he have time to come to a Michelin 3-star restaurant? Let's go, and take a look. Without a second thought, Jinyu pulled Su Ruoyun and followed behind Zhou Luinjie. Just now, she received a notification from home saying that she didn't manage to buy tickets for Zhou Luinjie's concert. Although Jinyu was loyal, she was very concerned about her reputation. If Su Ruoyun knew that she didn't even know Qi Wenhua, wouldn't she be embarrassed? But now it's different. She and Zhou Luinjie coincidentally met at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. As long as she could persuade Zhou Luinjie, she would have the tickets. Jinyu and Su Ruoyun arrived at the VIP room of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. The two girls exchanged glances, full of surprise. The VIP room of the Michelin 3-star restaurant cost at least tens of thousands. Who could be in this room? Not only were their identities extraordinary, but they also made Zhou Luinjie come to meet them in person. Zhou Luinjie stood outside the box, feeling very nervous. He had been preparing for an original martial arts song recently, but because he couldn't find a suitable source of inspiration, he just watched videos. After watching Chu Chen's battle with the Goryeo people, he was instantly amazed, and even the inspiration that was lacking began to flow like a spring. Under the rapid writing, it took him less than 10 minutes to write the new song. Following Chu Chen's video, he wrote 2 more songs in a row. Both the style and lyrics made him very satisfied. This is the power of a male god. Just from the video, it could give him an endless source of inspiration and motivation. If he could meet him in person? The more Zhou Luanjie thought about it, the more he couldn't resist the urge to meet his idol in person. He asked his agent to inquire about the latest news of Kosej 11 in the video. This led to the scene of Zhou Luanjie personally coming to the VIP room of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. "Come in." Zhou Luanjie knocked on the door, and a familiar voice came from inside. Su Ruoyan and Jin Yu felt strange, and they saw the VIP room being opened, and Chu Chen and Tang Xinran's faces appeared in front of them. Wasn't he that little wolf? Jin Yu momentarily forgot Chu Chen's name and almost blurted out the nickname Little Wolf. Su Ruoyun covered Jin Yu's mouth. Zhou Luanjie excitedly said to Chu Chen, "Chu Shen, hello, I am your fan, my name is Zhou Luanjie." This unified fan self-introduction process unexpectedly appeared on Zhou Luanjie. Su Ruoyan, Jin Yu, and Tang Xinran were shocked by Zhou Luanjie's opening remarks. "Zhou Luanjie, I know you, and I also know that you have a concert tour in 3 days." When Chu Chen heard Zhou Luanjie's name, he knew that a little fan had come to find him. Zhou Luanjie didn't expect that Chu Chen would also know about his concert. He nodded excitedly and asked with some anticipation, "Chu Shen, will you come to my concert? I still have tickets." With that, Zhou Luanjie took out a stack of tickets and handed them to Tang Xinran. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu watched the scene and almost couldn't resist rushing to grab the tickets. The gap between idols and fans was too big. They struggled to get tickets, but Zhou Luanjie just handed over a stack to their male god. 3 days later, I have some time. I will come to see your concert. Zhou Luanjie nodded excitedly after hearing this. Okay, I will go back and prepare well. After speaking, Zhou Luanjie happily went back. Tang Xinran looked at the table full of dishes and swallowed back the words he wanted to invite. Tang Xinran closed the door and looked at Chu Chen in surprise. "Chen Ji, when did you become Zhou Luanjie's idol?" Chu Chen shrugged and spread his hands. He didn't know how the system arranged for Zhou Luanjie to become his fan. In any case, the system's products are definitely high quality, so there's no need to worry about so many details. Su Ruoyan and Jin Yu returned to the dining table and both took a sip of red wine to calm down. Su Ruoyun's aunt's old classmate not only had money and looks, but also admired their idol Zhou Luanjie. The amount of information was too much, they needed to eat something to digest it. Jin Yu, enjoying the delicious Michelin food, decided to track Chu Chen and get tickets. Of course, she would never let Su Ruoyun know about this. "Ruoyun, I have something to do later, you can go back first." After finishing her meal, Jin Yu made up an excuse and separated from Su Ruoyun. After Chu Chen and Tang Xinran finished their meal, they drove to the villa in the eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard. The eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard is the most famous wealthy villa area in the city, and most of those who can buy houses here are either rich or noble. Therefore, the security system of the eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard is also very strict. When Koenigsegg 11 arrived at the gate of the eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard, there were no security guards on duty in the guard room. Tang Xinran was puzzled and was about to unbuckle his seatbelt to go down, but he saw Chu Chen already unbuckling his seatbelt and getting out of the car. Shortly after Chu Chen got out of the car, a young man in a security uniform walked out of the small door in the guard room. As soon as Xiaocong came out of the guard room, he was attracted by the Koenigsegg 11 parked outside the gate. He was about to approach the owner of the car, but then he saw Chu Chen, who was selling goods and had a handsome appearance, standing not far from the guard room. The eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard is a top wealthy area, and there are many poor people who want to sneak in every day to see if they can get lucky with a wealthy person. Especially handsome men like Chu Chen, most of them want to sneak in and become a gigolo for a wealthy woman. You, go away quickly. Do you think anyone can come to the eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard? Xiaocong's words made Tang Xinran, who was in the driver's seat, change his expression. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. When Xiaocong heard the car door open, he quickly approached Tang Xinran. "Sir, why did you get out? Which villa are you planning to visit? Let me register you." Comparing Xiaocong's attitude with his own, Chu Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that his outfit was a bit lacking. Tang Xinran was so angry at Xiaocong's arrogant and humble attitude that he laughed. "The security of the eastern suburb No. 1 Courtyard is quite impressive. My brother Chen spent over 100 million to buy a villa, and we still have to look at your faces to enter? Get your manager here for me. Xiaozong was dumbfounded by Tang Xinran's outburst. He had been quite nice to Tang Xinran. Why did he bring up the manager? Then, in Xiaozong's shocked gaze, Tang Xinran quickly walked up to Chu Chen. He carefully said, Shenji, I will handle this matter. You go back to the car and rest. Okay, hurry up. I'm eager to see the villa. Chu Chen nodded and turned to get into the Koenigsegg 11. Seeing this scene, Xiaozong was instantly stunned. Damn, are all the nouveau riche like this now? Sitting in a car worth tens of millions, wearing clothes worth less than 1,000, isn't this a scam? Xiaozong felt a chill in his heart. He knew he was in trouble. Tang Xinran saw Chu Chen get into the car and immediately had someone look up the manager's phone number in charge of the eastern suburb No. 1 courtyard. Xiaozong knew that if the manager found out, he would definitely lose his job. He dared not ask Chu Chen for help, so he begged Tang Xinran, Sir, I was wrong, please don't call the manager. If the manager finds out, I will lose my job. Tang Xinran called the manager and couldn't help but sneer, You will lose your job because you looked down on people and offended my brother Chen. I'm only letting you keep your job because my brother Chen doesn't want to bother with you. If it were up to me, I would make sure you couldn't survive in the city. Now, Xiaozong dared not beg Tang Xinran anymore. The manager in charge of the Dongjiano 1 courtyard is surnamed Han. Manager Han has a round face, and as he runs, he is sweating profusely, cursing the security guard he was in charge of today. Can a small security guard afford to offend the young master of U Group? When Manager Han arrived at the gate, he was shocked by the sight of the Koenigsegg 11 in front of him. Anyone who can afford a Koenigsegg 11 is his boss, and he must speak politely to them. If he doesn't handle this well, he'll probably end up like Xiaozong. Manager Han's mind was in a whirl, but in an instant, he nodded and bowed to Tang Xinran, apologizing, Young Master Tang, my surname is Han, you can call me Manager Han. I will handle this person who looks down on others immediately. With that, Manager Han turned and shouted at Xiaozong, you're fired, get out of here. Manager, please give me another chance. Xiaozong wanted to struggle again, trying to grab Manager Han's plump arm, but he was kicked to the ground by Manager Han. I'll give you a chance, but who will give me a chance? Get out. After dealing with Xiaozong, Manager Han turned to Tang Xinran and smiled, Young Master Tang, the matter has been resolved. Where would you like to go? I'll take you there. Tang Xinran didn't know which villa Chu Chen had bought. He looked at Chu Chen and said softly, Villa number 9. What? Villa number 9? Both Tang Xinran and Manager Han were shocked by Chu Chen's words. With Manager Han's guidance, the Koenigsegg 11 arrived at the front gate of Villa number 9, which covers an area of over 600 square meters, with a grand and unique landscape. At first glance, Tang Xinran was shocked by the sight. Is this the top-notch villa worth 10 billion? How cool is that? Jinyu sneaked in behind the Koenigsegg 11 after Xiaozong's incident. The new security guard didn't stop her, so she managed to get through. Jinyu followed the Koenigsegg 11 all the way to the front of Villa number 9. Mr. Chu, this is Villa number 9. Please enjoy your visit. Manager Han tactfully left. The design of Villa number 9, from the outside to the inside, is simple and elegant, with a garden landscape and pavilions. If someone were to carefully examine it, they would be able to glimpse the magnificence within the elegance, which is truly breathtaking. It truly lives up to its 10 billion value. While marveling, Tang Xinran followed Chu Chen into the hall of Villa number 9. Chu Chen was quite satisfied with the design of Villa number 9. He said to Tang Xinran, This villa is not bad. Please have a seat. Tang Xinran sat on the sofa, feeling a sense of admiration. Chenggu is Chenggu, even his evaluation of Villa number 9 is only average. The movement of the Koenigsegg 11 quickly caught the attention of the owner of Villa number 8, Qin Mu. Qin Mu was a top-tier second-generation rich man who likes to play games and collect luxury cars. Ha! Villa number 9 has been bought? Qin Mu opened the curtains of the French windows and looked over to the neighboring villa from the second floor. Damn, Koenigsegg 11, is it real? Qin Mu, in order to get close to the Koenigsegg 11, decided to visit under the guise of getting to know the new neighbor. Qin Mu brought 2 bottles of $1 million vintage red wine and went to Villa No. 9. Jinyu stood in the corner of Villa No. 9, hiding her figure. Just as she was considering whether to go out, she saw Qin Mu coming out of Villa No. 8. Isn't that the top rich second-generation Qin Mu? He's actually neighbors with Chu Chen. Jinyu was shocked. Qin Mu didn't notice Jinyu's presence. He was eager to confirm whether the car in front of Villa No. 9 was the Koenigsegg 11. He carried the 2 bottles of red wine to Villa No. 9 and took a look, confirming that the car was indeed the Koenigsegg 11. Thinking that the only Koenigsegg 11 in the city belonged to his neighbor, Qin Mu was also stunned for a moment, and casually rang the doorbell of Villa No. 9. Tang Xinran had met Qin Mu once, but it was only Tang Xinran who knew Qin Mu, not the other way around. "Hello, I am the owner of the neighboring villa. My name is Qin Mu. I would like to visit the new neighbor. Could you please inform them?" Qin Mu politely handed the 2 bottles of red wine to Tang Xinran. This differential treatment made Tang Xinran inexplicably pleased. You see, previously Tang Xinran had no qualifications to speak to Qin Mu, but now he did. "Xin Xiao, please wait a moment. I will go and inform Brother Chen." Tang Xinran took the wine and returned to Villa No. 9. Not long after, Tang Xinran returned and invited Qin Mu inside. While the two entered the house, Jin Yu sneaked into Villa No. 9. She looked at the scenery of the Western Zhou dynasty and couldn't help but exclaim. When she realized what was happening, she noticed something was wrong. Qin Xiao lives in Villa No. 8, so his neighbor is either Villa No. 9 or Villa No. 7? Xu Chen is really rich. Jin Yu swallowed her saliva, but thinking of her idol Zhou Luanjie, she decided to continue following Xu Chen. Following Tang Xinran, Qin Mu saw Xu Chen sitting on the sofa. Xu Chen was outstanding in appearance and had an extraordinary temperament, the type of person who would catch one's attention at first sight. "Hello, new neighbor, I am the owner of Villa No. 8, Qin Mu." Qin Mu greeted Xu Chen as he entered. "Xin Xiao, I have heard of your name for a long time. I am Xu Chen, the owner of Villa No. 9, and this is my friend, Tang Xinran." Xu Chen politely introduced himself and Tang Xinran, his friendly attitude making Qin Mu relax. From a glance, the new neighbor was someone he could get along with. "Xu Xiao, just now I parked a Koenigsegg 11 outside the door. Is that your car?" Qin Mu couldn't wait to ask about the Koenigsegg. "It's my car. I just bought it not long ago," Xu Chen said casually, but the information in his words shocked Qin Mu. Where did this top-rich second generation come from? Looking at the brand-new condition of the Koenigsegg 11, it was probably bought less than a month ago. Just spent 120 million, and then spent another billion? Tang Xinran, on the side, was also shocked. Brother Chen is so extravagant. Qin Mu also knew that Xu Chen had recently moved in, so he began to explain the benefits of having a team of servants to Xu Chen. As he spoke, Qin Mu couldn't help but boast. "I used to have a dedicated team of servants at Tianhai. With that team, I hardly had to worry about anything, but now that I live in Villa No. 8, I no longer use that team." After Qin Mu finished speaking, Xu Chen knew that Qin Mu was bragging. Detected Qin Mu's bragging, special gift to host, 100% ownership of Tianhai Housekeeping Company. Since Qin Xiao speaks so highly of it, I'll make arrangements right away. Qin Mu was stunned by Xu Chen's words. Tianhai Household Service Company is a high-end household service company targeting the wealthy circle. To have a formal team of servants, you need to make an appointment at least a month in advance. Xu Xiao. Qin Mu was about to talk to Xu Chen about something when he saw Xu Chen make a phone call. "Manager Chang, arrange 30 servants for me, 8 head chefs for different cuisines, 20 top-level security guards, and also arrange for a senior doctor to come over." "Ha, is it okay if the person graduated in economics from MIT? Okay, it's currently 2 p.m. Make sure to have them all at Villa No. 9 in Dongjiaoyi Court before 3 p.m. Xu Chen hung up the phone and then remembered that Qin Mu seemed to have something to say. He turned to ask Qin Mu, "Xin Xiao, what did you want to say just now?" Qin Mu swallowed the words of persuasion and instead asked, "Xu Xiao, was your call just now to Manager Chang of Tianhai Household Service Company?" Qin Mu had met Manager Chang a few times, and although he couldn't find fault with the manager's attitude towards the young masters, he wouldn't overstep his authority because of fear of their status. Manager Chang would tell you, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." It was precisely this sentence that left a deep impression on Qin Mu about Manager Chang. "Yes, the servants will be here soon," Xu Chen's reply made Qin Mu very envious. He had also wanted to book servants from Tianhai Household Service to serve at Villa No. 8, but Manager Chang had pushed his appointment back due to limited resources. So far, Qin Mu hadn't used the servants from Tianhai Household Service. Oh. Outside the villa, the painful cry of a young girl caught the attention of Xu Chen and the others. Tang Xinran immediately went out and brought Jin Yu inside. Hey, be gentle, it hurts." Jin Yu was brought into the villa by Tang Xinran, still muttering, and showed no resistance as she walked forward. Xu Chen was surprised by Jin Yu's appearance. Tang Xinran, let her go. Tang Xinran let go of Jin Yu, and Jin Yu sat on the sofa without any courtesy, and also greeted Qin Mu. Qin Mu was a little bewildered by the little girl's familiarity. He looked at Xu Chen, who also felt a bit of a headache. He rubbed his throbbing forehead and asked Jinyu, "Little girl, you came all the way from Shengtian Investment to here, what do you want to do?" Shu Chen could see that the little girl didn't have any ill intentions, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately made a sound to let Tang Xinran bring her in. Jinyu smiled at Shu Chen and said apologetically, "Actually, I just want tickets to Zhou Luwenjie's concert. You must have heard me and my best friend talking about getting tickets to Zhou Luwenjie's concert, but now I haven't got the tickets." "You have so many concert tickets, can you sell me a few?" Tang Xinran was puzzled after hearing Jinyu's answer. This child's obsession with stars is really out of line. To get concert tickets, she actually chased all the way from Shengtian Investment to Dongjiaoyi Court? Xinmu also found the little girl's behavior somewhat amusing. This action seemed quite enthusiastic. "How did you know I have concert tickets?" Shu Chen was a little surprised. Jinyu scratched her head apologetically. "When I followed Zhou Luwenjie to the Michelin 3-star restaurant, I saw it." Tang Xinran was speechless. This child was really dedicated to chasing stars. "By the way, little brother, I know Xunhua. Xunhua is my friend's aunt. Please help me out for the sake of your old classmate. You've invested 5 billion in Shengtian, so selling me a few concert tickets won't make a difference, right? Please, little brother, sell me a few." Jinyu was afraid that Shu Chen wouldn't give her concert tickets, so she immediately brought up Xunhua. This little girl's thinking was quite clear. To prove herself, she even pulled out several photos of Xunhua, Shirua Yun, and herself from her phone. Looking at the dates on the phone, it was all within the last 1 or 2 months, showing that her relationship with Xunhua was very close. Xin Mu, who was listening to the little girl's words, once again looked at Chu Chen with a look of astonishment. He thought that Chu Chen was already impressive enough by acquiring the Koenigsegg 11 in Villano 9, but now it seems that this is not his limit? What project did Shengtian Investment make Chu Chen invest 5 billion into? And what kind of salary is Shengtian Investment? He has never heard of it. Shu Chen looked at Tang Xinran, and Tang Xinran took out a stack of concert tickets from his pocket, which made Jinyu's eyes widen. Just as Tang Xinran was about to give Jinyu a few tickets, Shu Chen said in a low voice, "Give them all to her. I have a permanent black gold card for Zhou Luwenjie's concert, so I don't need concert tickets at all." Jinyu took the stack of concert tickets, her face full of shock. "What? Shu Chen also has a permanent black gold card, that's too impressive." Xinmu still had some understanding of Zhou Luwen, especially the Huanqing Entertainment where Zhou Luwenjie was located. He knew several high-level people there who had internal permanent black gold cards, but the number of black gold cards was extremely limited, and only internal personnel could obtain them. What is Chu Chen's relationship with Huanqing Entertainment that he can also get a permanent black gold card? "Young Master Chu, I heard that the permanent black gold card is only issued internally by Huanqing Entertainment, is that true?" Xinmu pretended to ask without knowing. But then again, Shu Chen did not understand the mechanism for issuing permanent black gold cards. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, smiled softly, shook his head and said, "I don't know much about it, but if you want it, I'll have my men send you one later." Xinmu felt a little trembling in his heart. "Young Master Chu, Huanqing Entertainment." Shu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, Huanqing Entertainment is now my industry." Jinyu, on the side, heard Chu Chen say this and almost collapsed on the ground. "What? Huanqing Entertainment is Chu Chen's industry?" Jinyu, holding the concert tickets for Zhou Luwenjie in her hand, suddenly felt a little less excited. Xinmu also began to make a new assessment of Chu Chen's financial strength. Tang Xinran was even more admiring of Chu Chen. He truly deserved the admiration. Even Huanqing Entertainment is his. That's an entertainment company worth hundreds of billions. For now, I don't need it, I'm not a fan. Xinmu smiled and didn't dare to say anything. He found that his new neighbor was quite impressive. "By the way, little girl, how did you come here?" Shu Chen looked at Jinyu getting up from the ground and suddenly remembered the issue of the girl's arrival. Jinyu then remembered that she hadn't introduced herself yet. "Mr. Shu, my name is Jinyu, I came here by taxi." "Came by taxi?" Shu Chen felt a little headache for Jinyu. For the concert tickets of Zhou Luwenjie, the girl was quite determined. "Then you stay here for a while, my servants will be here later, and I'll go buy a few cars with them," Shu Chen said, and Jinyu couldn't help but brighten up. "Mr. Shu actually has servants, so impressive." It would take more than half an hour for the servants to arrive, so Chu Chen asked Tang Xinran to bring the car in first. Xinmu was very interested in the Koenigsegg 11 and followed along. Jinyu was full of curiosity about Villa No. 9, taking pictures with her phone and being very familiar. Facing the spacious and empty villa, Chu Chen felt that having servants was a good thing, at least it added some liveliness. However, Chu Chen underestimated the execution power of Tianhai Housekeeping. Around 2 o'clock, all the servants of Tianhai Housekeeping had arrived. Dozens of Tianhai housekeeping servants entered in uniform. The scene looked very spectacular. In charge of the overall situation was a shrewd and capable OL professional suit beauty, with a height of 1.8 meters and a beauty score of over 8. Mr. Chu, hello, I am your personal housekeeper, Bai Yue, graduated from MIT, majoring in economics. Xin Mu had just returned from the underground garage and happened to hear Bai Yue introducing herself to Chu Chen. Bai Yue is the top private butler of the Tianhai housekeeping company. There are about 100 tycoons in the Magic City who want to obtain her services. The private butler he had booked was Bai Yue, but manager Chang refused, saying that Bai Yue's schedule was booked until next year. Now the person who had the appointment for next year has become Chu Chen's private butler. Xin Mu doesn't believe there isn't some insider information involved. Well, let me introduce you, this is Tang Xinran. If you need anything, you can contact him. This is Qin Mu, the owner of Villa No. 8, my neighbor. This is Jin Yu. Xu Chen introduced the three of them, and they got to know each other. Bai Yue also officially took over the management of Villa No. 9. Seeing Bai Yue getting busy, Xu Chen asked Tang Xinran to go to a car dealership to look at cars. Not long after, Villa No. 9 and Villa No. 8 in Dongjia No. 1 courtyard each drove a Koenigsegg 1-1 and a Ferrari into the city. After about 30 minutes, Tang Xinran parked the car at Fengyu car dealership. Xu Chen looked at the dealership in surprise. Isn't this my property? Shengu, Fengyu car dealership is the top-ranked car company in the country, but it was suppressed by the leading car group in the Magic City before, so its reputation in the Magic City is not high. However, yesterday, the young master of Yushihui offended a big shot, and the group was wiped out overnight. Tang Xinran is very sensitive to the matters in the circle. Xu Chen originally thought it would take a couple of days for Yushihui Group to be handled, but now it seems that Yushihui's efficiency is not bad. Yu Hong didn't offend any big shot, just offended me. Let's go look at the cars. As Xu Chen's words fell, Tang Xinran was so shocked that he could hardly speak. So, the reason why the huge Yushihui Group disappeared was because it offended Xu Chen? What level of big shot is he exactly? Xu Chen and the others arrived at Fengyu car dealership. The staff at Fengyu car dealership were obviously well trained. Each incoming guest had a dedicated person to receive them, and they would not be looked down upon by the staff because of their identity or attire. This feeling of being treated like a guest made people feel a little more relaxed. Xu Xiao, do you have any specific cars in mind? Xin Mu didn't lack ordinary luxury cars, he only lacked top-tier luxury cars like the Koenigsegg 1-1. There are a few that I'm interested in. Help me take a look. As Xu Chen spoke, he and Xin Mu went to the luxury car area. Xin Mu, as a top second-generation rich, had a level of understanding of luxury cars that was not inferior to Xu Chen's god-level car skills. As they chatted about cars, their relationship deepened a bit due to this shared interest. Just then, a tall and thin man in a suit and leather shoes hurried over to Xu Chen, looking somewhat anxious. Boss, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming? I'm Zhan Chao, the current general manager of Fengyu car dealership. Despite being just the general manager of Fengyu car dealership, Zhan Chao was also a well-known figure in the rich circle. Xin Mu didn't expect that Zhan Chao, such an arrogant person, would actually bow to Xu Chen. Especially when Zhan Chao called him boss, it shocked Xin Mu. Boss? Could it be that Fengyu car dealership also belongs to Xu Chen? Xin Mu looked at Xu Chen, and saw Xu Chen nodding decisively. Yes, Zhan Chao, you've managed Fengyu car dealership well. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Zhan Chao modestly said, Boss, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should be doing. Are you here today to inspect Fengyu car dealership? Xu Chen waved his hand. I'm just here to pick out a few cars to take back. The new villa I bought hasn't been equipped with cars yet, so it's not very convenient to get around. Alright, I'll introduce. Jin Xiao was about to introduce to Xu Chen when Xu Chen raised his hand to stop him. No need to introduce, Xin Dasho has already discussed with me. Get me a Mercedes G-Class, a Land Rover, and a Ferrari. Try to keep the price between 2 to 3 million, not too expensive, the lower the better. Zhen Chao just noticed that the top rich second-generation Xin Mu came with Xu Chen. Okay boss, I'll arrange it right away. After a brief shock, Zhen Chao readily prepared to deliver the cars. In fact, it was just a matter of going through the motions for Zhen Chao. After all, Xu Chen was the big boss of the car dealership. He had to wait even when buying a car, which was a joke. About 3 minutes later, Xu Chen's procedures were almost done. Zhen Chao came over with brochures, wanting Xu Chen to choose the model and color of the car. Xu Chen was only buying a car for convenience. He didn't care much about the model. Tang Xinran, come and help Zhen Chao with the car. Xu Chen called Tang Xinran over. Zhen Chao didn't expect Xu Chen's connections to be so powerful. Just having the top rich second generation Shinmu was already impressive. Now there was also another rich second generation, Tang Xinran. What shocked Zhang Chao even more was that, from Chu Chen and Tang Xinran's conversation, Tang Xinran seemed to be the boss's little brother? This boss of his seemed quite impressive. Okay, Chen Ji. Tang Xinran naturally took the brochures. His respectful manner was completely different from when Zhang Chao first met him. After Tang Xinran confirmed the model, Zhang Chao asked for the address. Just write down No. 9 Villa, East Suburb. If I'm not available to sign, you can call this number. Tang Xinran pulled out his phone and filled in Bai Yuren's phone number. That's why Bai Yuren's appointments were always full. She handled things so meticulously. Even though he and Chu Chen were just buying a car, Bai Yuren had already given him her phone number in advance, just in case. That's the little detail of a top private steward. What? No. 9 Villa, East Suburb? Zhang Chao couldn't help but tremble as he wrote down the address. The new boss not only had powerful connections, but also lived in an extraordinary villa. Zhang Chao was extremely excited as he went to handle the procedures. After everything was done, Zhang Chao reported to Chu Chen, "Boss, the car you chose will be delivered on time before 6 p.m. today." Zhang Chao's words left Tang Xinran and Jin Yu stunned. Weren't they here to buy a car from Fengyu Car Dealership? Why, in the blink of an eye, did Chu Chen become the boss of Fengyu Car Dealership? Okay, got it. You can contact my private steward or Tang Xinran. I'll go to the bathroom first, Chu Chen said, then called a male salesperson to show him the way to the bathroom. Seeing Chu Chen leave, Zhang Chao respectfully handed the Fengyu Car Dealership's VIP card to Tang Xinran, Xinmu, and Jin Yu. Fengyu Car Dealership's VIP card had absolute priority for purchasing luxury cars, and less than 100 were currently issued nationwide. With this card, even those with power and influence had to wait in line. Xinmu was worth over 100 million, so luxury cars were naturally not lacking. Tang Xinran and Jin Yu, holding the Fengyu Car Dealership's VIP card, seemed much more excited. First, their pocket money was controlled by their families, so they didn't have much to spend. Second, the Fengyu Car Dealership's VIP card also had some status and prestige. After all, not everyone was qualified to receive the Fengyu Car Dealership's VIP card. Fengyu Car Dealership doesn't have much else, just a lot of cars. This is a small token of appreciation from Manager Zhan, please don't refuse. Manager Zhan modestly said, and Tang Xinran and Jin Yu quickly waved their hands. How could they despise this supreme VIP card? Then I thank Manager Zhan. Thank you, Manager Zhan. Tang Xinran and Jin Yu pretended to be calm in their hearts. However, their slightly excited voices betrayed them. When Chu Chen arrived, he noticed the supreme VIP cards in Tang Xinran and Jin Yu's hands. Obviously, Zhang Chao was very considerate. Zhang Chao, arrange for someone to send Jin Yu back, Chu Chen said, then called Jin Yu over. Jin Yu was just getting interested in the luxury car and was curious about why Chu Chen was calling her when he said to Zhang Chao, "You send her back." "Ha? I'm going back already? I haven't seen enough yet." Jin Yu didn't expect to be sent back so soon and felt a little unhappy. But after a second thought, she wasn't in a hurry since she would meet Chu Chen at Zhou Luenjia's concert in a few days. Anyway, Jin Yu had made up her mind to cling to young Master Chu. If you haven't seen enough, come back next time. Aren't you afraid you won't have time to come see it with the VIP card Zhang Chao gave you? Chu Chen didn't think Jin Yu wanted to see the luxury car, she must have had other intentions. Sure enough, Jin Yu showed a pitiful and hopeful look and said to him, "Big brother Chu Chen, you're so handsome, you shouldn't refuse a cute girl who wants your phone number, right?" Chu Chen was a little annoyed by this little girl. "Tang Xinran, give her your phone number," he said. Tang Xinran heard Chu Chen and reluctantly gave his phone number to Jin Yu. After exchanging contact information, the little girl followed the driver arranged by Zhang Chao and went back. Chu Chen and Qin Mu also left Fengyu Car Dealership and returned to Chu Chen's 9th villa. "Welcome back, young master." The loud and respectful voices of the servants made them feel refreshed. Then, the servants began to serve Chu Chen in an orderly manner, such as handing him towels and water. Just this small detail made him feel relaxed after coming back from outside. After being served by the servants, Qin Mu's admiration for Chu Chen reached another level. This was the execution power of Tianhai household services. This was why the genius housekeeper by Yue was sought after by many wealthy people. "Young Master Chu, do you have any plans for today? Do you want to go out together?" Qin Mu asked Chu Chen while drinking the tea served by the servants. After being served by the Tianhai household services and experiencing various things today, Qin Mu increasingly felt that his new neighbor was a hidden big shot. Not only because Chu Chen owned a Koenigsegg 11, but also because Chu Chen gave him a very mysterious feeling. He originally thought that Chu Chen at most only had Huanqing Entertainment, but then Chu Chen told him that Fingyu car dealership was also his business. What about the next second? Would Chu Chen have even more amazing businesses? It's afternoon tea time now. I'm planning to go to Huijin International later, Chu Chen said, deciding to go to Huijin International. Why do you suddenly want to go to Huijin International? Xin Mu couldn't help but think of the previous situation and swallowed his saliva. Xin Mu, don't tell me. Huijin International is also your business? Chu Chen was stunned by Xin Mu's question. How did you know that it's my business? Xin Mu was shocked to learn that Huijin International was also Chu Chen's business. Huijin International Group is one of the top 500 companies in the country, with a market value of over 200 billion. This was also Chu Chen's business. And nothing, I was just asking casually, hee hee. Xin Mu laughed, feeling very dry in the mouth. He never expected that he would learn another incredible thing just by asking casually. By the way, do you have any plans for later? Are you going back to rest or are you going to Huijin International with me? Chu Chen asked casually. There's no point in going back to rest. I'll go to Huijin International with Chu Xiao. Xin Mu thought about how to go out and play with Chu Chen, and he agreed without thinking. Just then, the beautiful private housekeeper Bai Yue walked over and respectfully said to Chu Chen, Young master, Fingyu car dealership has sent 3 cars outside, and they have been placed in the underground garage for you. Do you need to go out today? Chu Chen nodded and said, in the future, I will often use the Mercedes-Benz G and the Koenigsegg 11. You can freely arrange the Land Rover and Ferrari for me. Also, arrange a driver for me. I will need the Mercedes-Benz G at 5 o'clock today. Xin Mu couldn't help but feel even more envious as he listened to Chu Chen's words. What kind of level of boss is this? Chu Chen bought a total of 3 cars. He drove the Mercedes-Benz G himself, and the rest were all given to Bai Yue to arrange as she pleased. Looking at his own luxury cars, all of them were bought by his father. Ah, why is the gap between people so big? Okay, Bai Yue responded and picked up her phone to make some arrangements. After about a few tens of seconds, she whispered to Chu Chen, Young master, the driver has been arranged for you. You can leave at any time. Xin Mu looked at Bai Yue and then thought about his own private housekeeper. His envy of Chu Chen increased even more. He also wanted to have a private housekeeper and a team of servants from Tianhai Household Services. Okay, let's set off at 5 o'clock. Xin Xiao, do you plan to rest during this spare hour? Chu Chen turned to look at Xin Mu. Xin Mu thought about going to Huijin International with Chu Chen later, and he suddenly had the idea of showing off to his rich friends. He smiled and said, I'm going to go back and rest first, and I'll come over before 5 o'clock. Okay, then let's meet at my place at 5 o'clock. After Xin Mu and Chu Chen arranged to meet at 5 o'clock, Xin Mu returned to his villa. He opened the WeChat group and posted a photo of the Koenigsegg 11 he had taken today in the group of the rich young men in the city. The Koenigsegg 11 is really nice. Immediately, the chat in the group of the rich young men in the city exploded with over 99 plus messages. Xin Mu peeked at the screen and laughed on the bed. However, to Xin Mu's surprise, in no time, someone in the group started to expose information about Chu Chen. I know whose car this is. The owner of the car is Chu Chen, 23 years old this year. Xin Mu looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. He mentioned the intelligence prince, Chen Xiao. How do you know that the car belongs to Chu Chen? The intelligence prince Chen Wei sent a shrug emoji and said, not only me, but anyone who pays attention to today's hot topics knows about Chu Chen's situation. Here, take a look for yourselves. After that, the intelligence prince posted a link in the group. Xin Mu looked at the title, Chu Chen's battle with the Korean, teaching him a lesson with a slap. Curious, he clicked on the title and saw Chu Chen as if possessed by a war god, slapping a Korean person one by one. This short 1-minute video was captivating. Wow, this video is so exciting to watch. Amazing, driving the Koenigsegg 11 and knocking out a Korean person barehanded, awesome. Wait a minute, Xin Xiao didn't go out, so how did he take a picture of the Koenigsegg 11? I carefully looked at it. Not only is there a close-up in Xin Xiao's photo, but also Chu Chen himself in the photo. After noticing some small details, the rich young men started bombarding Xin Mu. Xin Mu, do you know Chu Chen? Xin Mu finished watching the video and automatically refreshed his understanding of his new neighbor. Not only was his new neighbor rich and mysterious, but he was also very capable. Xin Mu operated his phone interface back to the WeChat interface and, after seeing the messages in the group, couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Chu Xiao is now my neighbor, and we agreed to go to Huijin International this afternoon. Xin Mu sent the message out. The rich young men downstairs lined up with a bunch of question marks. When everyone went out to play, they went to bars, golf courses, and other places. Why did they go to Huijin International with Chu Chen? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, Huijin International is Chu Xiao's industry, and he is now my neighbor in Villa No. 9 in Dongjia Yuan. As soon as Qin Mu spoke, the big shots in the Magic City were all shocked. Where did this top-notch second-generation rich man come from? Not only does he have a Koenigsegg 11, but he also lives in Villa No. 9 in Dongjiao Yuan, worth $1 billion, and even Huijin International has a market value of over 200 billion. How come they haven't heard of this person in the Magic City? The intelligent little Prince Chen Wei looked at the information on his phone and couldn't help but start to doubt his life. Is the information I have fake? Why is it completely different from what I found in my investigation? Chu Chen's sudden rise has indeed attracted the attention of the big shots in the Magic City, and many of them have also begun to think about making friends with Chu Chen. Xin Xiao, since Chu Xiao is so amazing, why don't you bring them into our circle and get together later? A big shot suddenly suggested. His proposal was quickly agreed upon by the majority of the big shots. Just then, Wang Song also spoke up. Qin Mu, let's set a time to get together with Chu Xiao. I also want to get to know him. Wang Song is the most powerful top second-generation rich man besides Qin Mu. He and Qin Mu have a good personal relationship and have a great deal of influence in the rich circle. Oh my, Wang Xiao has also come out. The charm of the Koenigsegg 11 is so great. There's no way, the supercar club doesn't even have a Koenigsegg 11. Now Chu Xiao's Koenigsegg 11 is the only one in the entire Magic City. If possible, I also want to buy one to drive. Qin Mu didn't expect Wang Song to show up. He knew he had shown off too much and carefully chose his words. If Chu Xiao has time in a few days, we can get together again. With Qin Mu's words, the lively atmosphere in the big shot group quickly subsided. Chu Chen, who was still resting, had no idea that because of Qin Mu's showing off, he had caught the attention of the top flow of rich second generation in the Magic City. On the other hand, Jin Yu also successfully returned home. She picked up her phone and sent a stack of Zhou Luanjie concert tickets to Su Ruoyan, and immediately received a shocked expression from Su Ruoyan. Jin Yu, are these all Zhou Luanjie's concert tickets? Jin Yu made a smug expression. Yes, didn't I tell you I know a gold medal agent? Now, I'm looking forward to Zhou Luanjie's concert to start. I have so many concert tickets, I don't know how to spend them. Then, use one, keep one, and show off another stack of tickets in your moments. Su Ruoyan was silent for a moment and made a very domineering suggestion. Jin Yu, after listening, was both shocked and very excited. Ruoyan, you're really awesome. I'll do it. Not long after, Jin Yu posted on her moments, looking forward to Luanjie's concert. Picture, a stack of Zhou Luanjie concert tickets and a VIP card from Fengyu car dealership. Oh my god. These are all Zhou Luanjie concert tickets. Jin Yu 666, I've never seen anyone show off a stack of tickets before. Jin Yu, please sell me one. Ah, I really want to go to the concert too. Jin Yu showed off the concert tickets all morning, quite proud of herself. Many classmates who didn't get along with her came over to try to buy tickets for Zhou Luanjie from her. Jin Yu was pleased with herself, but had no intention of selling the tickets. She just wanted to tease those who wanted tickets but couldn't get them. Thinking of this, Jin Yu couldn't help but think of Chu Chen. She opened the video of Chu Chen battling the Goryeo people and enjoyed it. The protagonist of the video, Chu Chen, also arrived at Huijin International with Qin Mu in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was a workday, and there weren't many people moving around the headquarters of Huijin International at 5 o'clock. Zhou Jiang hurried downstairs, preparing to buy coffee for the director of the marketing department. Although Zhou Jiang had bragged at a class reunion that he was the director of the marketing department, in reality, he was just a small employee in the marketing department. Not to mention that Zhou Jiang was deliberately targeted by the director of the marketing department and had a tough time every day. If it weren't for the decent salary at Huijin International, Zhou Jiang would have wanted to quit. Chu Chen, why are you here? Zhou Jiang was stunned when he saw Chu Chen. I came here to take a look. If you have other things to do, go ahead and do them, Chu Chen said, lifting his foot to go inside. Zhou Jiang quickly stopped Chu Chen. He hadn't forgotten that he had bragged at a class reunion that he was the director of the marketing department. If Chu Chen asked around and found out that he wasn't the director of the marketing department, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Hey, Chu Chen, didn't you just buy a villa at Tensin Ipin during the recent class reunion? Why are you at the headquarters of Huijin International? Zhou Jiang said as he grabbed Chu Chen. As for Qin Mu, he didn't pay attention. Zhou Jiang assumed that Chu Chen and Qin Mu just happened to come to the headquarters of Huijin International together. Since they didn't know each other, even if Qin Mu was a top second-generation rich man, he couldn't climb up, so it was better to advise his classmate to leave. Qin Mu, seeing Zhou Jiang in professional attire and looking friendly with Chu Chen, didn't speak up to disturb their reunion. Unexpectedly, not disturbing them allowed him to hear shocking news. Chu Chen actually owned a villa at Tangshan Ipin. How extravagant! What's even more interesting is that Zhou Jiang, as Chu Chen's classmate, didn't even know that his classmate was the person in charge of Huijin International? Just thinking about Chu Chen's identity as the chairman being exposed in front of Zhou Jiang made Qin Mu find it very interesting. I just came to take a look. You go ahead and do your thing. Chu Chen smiled and casually shook off Zhou Jiang. Zhou Jiang was trying to dissuade Chu Chen from entering the headquarters of Huijin International and didn't even pay attention to Chu Chen's actions. Oh, what's so interesting about Huijin International? It's just a trading company. It's still early. Let me buy you a coffee? Zhou Jiang said as he prepared to pull Chu Chen. Qin Mu finally couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen an employee of a company trying to stop their own boss from entering. Xin Xiao. Zhou Jiang was attracted by Qin Mu's laughter and noticed that Qin Mu hadn't left yet. Qin Mu smiled and said to Chu Chen, "Xu Xiao, it's getting late. Let's go in quickly." As soon as Qin Mu spoke, Zhou Jiang immediately let go of Chu Chen's hand. He never expected that Qin Mu and Chu Chen knew each other, and that a top second-generation rich man like Qin Mu would call Chu Chen Xu Xiao. In just a day or two, how did Chu Chen become so impressive? With Zhou Jiang no longer blocking him, Chu Chen smoothly entered the interior of Huijin International. The receptionist had received a notice an hour ago that the big boss was coming to inspect, so she had been paying attention to this matter. When she saw Qin Mu and Chu Chen at the appointed time, she was shocked. The protagonist of the latest online appearance of the battle between Chu Xin and the Goryeo people is actually the big boss of Huijin International. No wonder Chu Xin can afford the Koenigsegg 1-1. Just as the front desk lady finished informing the CEO of Huijin International, Chu Chen and Qin Mu entered together. She quickly got up and bowed, saying, "Hello, boss, welcome to the company for inspection." Zhou Jiang, who was about to speak, was shocked by the front desk lady's words. Could he have misheard it? The front desk lady called Chu Chen the boss? Huijin International is worth over 2 trillion. Chu Chen bought it and became the boss himself? While Zhou Jiang was still shocked, the CEO of Huijin International, Mr. Liu, hurriedly came down from upstairs. Mr. Liu holds a high position in the company, and Zhou Jiang had only seen him a few times from a distance. He quickly greeted him respectfully, "Mr. Liu." Zhou Jiang was about to speak when he saw Mr. Liu bypassing him and respectfully walking over to Chu Chen. "Boss, welcome to the company for inspection, please this way." Mr. Liu called Chu Chen the boss? Did Chu Chen really buy Huijin International? Zhou Jiang felt his heart beating heavily. How did Chu Chen suddenly become so impressive? Well, let's go up and take a look first. Chu Chen nodded. He glanced at Zhou Jiang, and Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Zhou Jiang didn't know that Chu Chen was the boss of Huijin International. Mr. Liu saw Chu Chen glance at Zhou Jiang and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The matter between Zhou Jiang and the director of the marketing department had caused quite a few jokes in the office, and even he, as the CEO, had heard about it. Now it seems that Zhou Jiang and Chu Chen have a close relationship? Chu Chen, are you really the boss of Huijin International now? Zhou Jiang asked incredulously once again. His address and attitude towards Chu Chen made Mr. Liu even more certain that Chu Chen and Zhou Jiang knew each other. "I just bought it not long ago, and today I'm here for inspection. If you have nothing to do, let's go up together and take a look." Chu Chen's impression of Zhou Jiang was not very good, but out of consideration for their past as classmates, he still gave Zhou Jiang some face. With his personal intervention, Mr. Liu would also assess his attitude towards Zhou Jiang. After so many years of struggle in the workplace, Zhou Jiang naturally understood that Chu Chen's words were to save face for him. He felt grateful and regretted showing off in front of Chu Chen at the class reunion. Fortunately, Chu Chen didn't hold a grudge, otherwise he might not be able to end the day. "Okay, I don't have anything to do anyway." Zhou Jiang smiled and followed Chu Chen, standing with Mr. Liu and Qin Mu, and took the exclusive elevator. The news of the big boss's inspection at Huijin International had already spread, and everyone was curious about the appearance and identity of the big boss. When Chu Chen, Qin Mu, and Mr. Liu came together, many people were impressed by Chu Chen's handsome appearance. Wow, now that he's the boss of a trillion-dollar group, is he still so good-looking? Wow, he's so handsome, I want to be a boss's fan. Get out of the way, let me have a look too. You guys, open your eyes and take a look. There's also a top-notch second-generation rich man, Xin Xiao, next to the big boss. Xin Xiao. I've only seen him in the news, this is the first time I've seen him in person. Does anyone else feel that the big boss looks familiar? Am I the only one? Chu Chen and Qin Mu attracted the attention of many female employees. Zhou Jiang's presence, on the other hand, attracted the attention of many male employees. Why is Zhou Jiang there? Does he know the big boss? Impossible. If he knows the big boss, How could he be targeted by the director of the marketing department? That's true, but from now on, let's not offend him. Zhou Jiang is probably going to rise high after today. I don't have any grudges with Zhou Jiang on weekdays, but it's probably the end for the director of the marketing department. Huijin International was in a buzz because of Chu Chen's appearance, and Chu Chen, under the leadership of director Lu and Qin Mu, inspected Huijin International. Not long after, Chu Chen left with Qin Mu after understanding the situation. Throughout the process, Zhou Jiang stayed by Chu Chen's side, occasionally giving detailed introductions to Chu Chen about matters within his business scope. Director Lu also learned from their conversation that Zhou Jiang and Chu Chen were actually classmates. Based on the various situations above, after returning to the office, Director Lu immediately prepared a dismissal letter for Director Zhao, and also wrote the appointment notice for Zhou Jiang. After all, Director Zhao was somewhat familiar with Director Lu. In order to save face for Director Zhao, he deliberately delayed informing Zhou Jiang to come to the office. Director Zhao, our Huijin International is small, and cannot accommodate a big shot like you. Here is your dismissal letter. I have arranged for the HR department to double your salary. You can leave with peace of mind. Director Zhao was just arriving at the office when Director Lu handed him a dismissal letter. He looked at the document in his hand, completely bewildered. Wait, Director Lu, what's going on? Why are you suddenly not letting me continue? If I don't continue as the director of the marketing department, who will? Director Zhao was a bit narrow-minded, but his work ability was extremely strong. From now on, Zhou Jiang will be the director of the marketing department, Director Lu said as Zhou Jiang also entered the room. With a smile on his face, he walked into the president's office, looking at Director Zhao with a challenging gaze. Director Zhao naturally knew that Zhou Jiang had caught the attention of the big boss, but he didn't expect that Zhou Jiang, a small-minded person, would actually come and take his position from Director Lu. Director Zhao, I have to thank you for your difficulties. If it weren't for you, my old classmate wouldn't have come to Huijin International to see me, and incidentally inspect the place. Look, it's embarrassing to take your position. My old classmate is a good person, but can't stand seeing his classmates being bullied. He's too righteous. Zhou Jiang seemed to be narrating, but in reality, he was showing off. You, Director Zhao, aren't impressive, are you? Why don't you find an old classmate too? I, Zhou Jiang, with my righteous old classmate, will take over in no time. What can you do to me? Director Lu saw through Zhou Jiang showing off, and Director Zhao also saw through it. But what could he do? He didn't have a classmate as impressive as Chu Chen. Zhou Jiang, you can be proud, but even if you get rid of me, I have the ability to make you unable to sit in this position. Director Zhao also knew that he couldn't rely on Director Lu, so he handed in his resignation letter and left after speaking fiercely. Zhou Jiang watched Director Zhao leave, then turned to Director Lu and said, Director Lu, now that Zhou Jiang has taken this position, he will definitely do better than Director Zhao. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. After speaking, Zhou Jiang took the appointment letter and made his bragging a reality. And all of this was just the result of Chu Chen's casual actions. Chu, what activities do we have next? Qin Mu looked at Huijin International, which was getting farther away, and asked Chu Chen. Chu Chen checked the time and saw that it was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon. There are no activities tonight. It's almost dinner time. Do you want to come to my place for a meal first? Chu Chen hadn't said anything, but when Qin Mu mentioned it, he did feel a bit hungry. That sounds good. I'm hungry too. Qin Mu hadn't forgotten that today, Chu Chen had arranged for a chef from Tianhai Household Services to prepare the 8 major cuisines. Qin Mu had visited most of the top restaurants in the Magic City, but not everyone could taste the dishes made by the chefs from Tianhai Household Services. After all, not everyone could be like Chu Chen, who could just make a phone call and get a team of servants from Manager Chang. When Chu Chen and Qin Mu returned to the villa together, it was already 6:30. Ever since Qin Mu had shown off Chu Chen to the top second-generation rich in the Magic City, he couldn't stop showing off. For example, before dinner, Qin Mu took a few photos in advance and sent them to the group of Mo Du Dishao. The 8 major cuisines made by the Tianhai housekeeping chef are delicious, Qin Mu said, causing another explosion of information in the group of Mo Du Dishao. Damn, Qin Xiao, are you toxic recently? Showing off every day, poisoning every day. Whether it's poisoning or not is not important. What's important is that I want to know which villa he is in. No need to say, it's Chu Xiao's villa. TSK, the interior, it's worthy of $1 billion villa. Qin Xiao, asked Chu Xiao if he's free today. We've booked a private room at the Red Romantic Club. Come and play with us. Under Qin Mu's influence, the Mo Du Dishaos were eager to meet Chu Chen. I'll ask for you guys, Qin Mu replied happily, then turned to Chu Chen and said, Chu Xiao, do you have plans tonight? If not, let's go to the Red Romantic Club. My friend has booked a private room. Let's have some fun together. What do you think? Chu Chen didn't expect Qin Mu to suggest going to his own property. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Which private room is your friend in? Qin Mu was taken aback by the question and said, wait a moment, let me ask. Qin Mu asked for the room number and then said to Chu Chen, Supreme VIP 666 private room. After speaking, Qin Mu suddenly realized, why did Chu Chen ask that? Then, Qin Mu saw Chu Chen pick up his phone and make a call. Wang Ji, it's me. My friend has booked a room in the Supreme VIP 666 private room. You arrange them in my 888 private room, and also bring over 2 boxes of good red wine to the Manhwa Manor to liven up the atmosphere. Chu Chen hung up the phone, and Qin Mu was shocked by what he heard. The background of the Red Romantic Club was extraordinary, and the status of Wang Ji, the general manager of the Red Romantic Club, had also risen to the level of sitting on an equal footing with the top wealthy young people. Now, with just one phone call from Chu Chen, Wang Ji agreed to move the private room to the best 888 private room. Suddenly, Qin Mu thought of a possibility. He swallowed and asked Chu Chen, Chu Xiao, the Red Romantic Club is also your property, right? Chu Chen nodded, yes, it's my property, and I just acquired it a few days ago. Qin Mu didn't believe Chu Chen at all. He had only known Chu Chen for less than 2 days, and he had already mentioned several things that he had recently acquired. Koenigsegg 11, Villa No. 9, Huijin International, Circular Entertainment, Fengyu Car Dealership. Now he was saying that he had just acquired the Red Romantic Club a few days ago. Who would believe that? He certainly didn't. Wait, Chu Chen just mentioned the Manhwa Manor. Qin Mu turned to look at Chu Chen and tentatively asked, Chu Xiao, is the Manhwa Manor also your property? Chu Chen casually nodded and continued eating. Qin Mu was dumbfounded. Damn, he was just asking casually. As a result, the Manhwa Manor really belonged to Chu Xiao. For a moment, Qin Mu didn't know what to say. On the other side, in the Supreme VIP 666 private room, Wang Ji also received the call and was a little confused. He had just received a report from the front desk that Wang Song and about 20 top wealthy second-generation individuals had arrived, and he was asked to handle it. Wang Ji had just arranged for them to be in the Supreme 666 private room, and then Chu Chen called to say that they were in the Supreme 666 private room and asked him to arrange for them to be in Chu Chen's Supreme 888 private room. This was really a mess for the boss. If it were someone else, he would have easily made the change. Besides, Wang Song and the others were not short of money. Just one of them could easily surpass you by several billion. How could he change the private room for them? Moreover, Wang Ji had never heard of Chu Chen knowing Wang Song and the others. The intelligence prince, Chen Wei, was playing games with his legs crossed. Qin Mu sent a message in the group of the young masters of the Magic City, saying, Brothers, let's go to the Supreme 888 private room with manager Wang, and Chu Xiao has prepared 2 boxes of the rare collection wine from the Prajna Manor for everyone to enjoy later. Rare collection wine from the Prajna Manor? Chen Wei was not a lecherous person, but he loved good wine, especially rare collection wine. The longer the aging, the more he enjoyed it. Wineries like the Prajna Manor typically had rare collection wines worth millions, and some might even be priceless. Change to another private room and get 2 boxes of rare collection wine to drink? That would be awesome. Wang Xiao, Chu Xiao has arranged the Supreme 888 private room for us and prepared 2 boxes of the rare collection wine from the Prajna Manor. Shall we go over there and take a look? Chen Wei's words prompted the top young masters to unanimously take action, checking their phones. Even Wang Ji, who had seen many ups and downs, had never encountered such a situation before. Wang Song also saw Qin Mu's message in the group. The Supreme 666 private room was a room they, as the top rich second generation, often frequented, and it was also a top-tier private room at the Red Romantic Club. They had never heard of the Supreme 888 private room, which clearly indicated that it was only for the internal use of the Red Romantic Club. Could Chu Chen arrange a room that even the Red Romantic Club couldn't open? Wang Ji realized this and quickly responded, Yes, Chu Xiao has arranged the Supreme 888 private room. Please follow me, young masters. After speaking, Wang Ji quickly made a call to have the Supreme 888 private room checked again. Wang Song looked at Wang Ji thoughtfully. As he got up, he sent a private message to Qin Mu. What is the relationship between the Red Romantic Club and Chu Xiao? On the other end of the WeChat, Qin Mu did not reply. He was currently preparing to go to the Red Romantic Club with Chu Chen, the Supreme VIP 888 private room. Wang Song sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, playing with his phone. Chen Wei and about 20 other rich second generations were also chatting and playing with their phones, looking bored. When Qin Mu brought Chu Chen to the 888 private room, this was the scene they saw. I recently invested in a technology company specializing in new energy batteries. I just received news that there has been a major breakthrough in technology, and the goal is to achieve 1-minute charging for a whole day of use. Detected that Meng Xiaobai was boasting to the host. The system has specially gifted the host with new energy battery technology. New energy battery technology is an advanced new energy development technology. Once put into practice, it can achieve the effect of charging for 10 seconds and stand by for a whole day. Xu Chen hadn't expected that a group of rich second generations, each worth over 100 million, would also boast during their leisure time. Quite an eye-opener. Meng Xiaobai had just finished boasting and noticed that the praise around him had stopped. He followed everyone's gaze and instantly felt shocked. When did Xu Xiao arrive? Why hadn't they noticed? Xu Chen's arrival prompted the top rich young masters to stand up and welcome him. The Supreme 888 private room looked luxurious and magnificent, with the interior decoration alone costing at least tens of millions. Except for Wang Song and Qin Mu, no other rich young masters had the same level of influence as Xu Chen, so they all stood up to welcome him. Xu Xiao is here, welcome, 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 Xu Xiao. The rich young masters showed their friendliness to Xu Chen. With Qin Mu mediating, Xu Chen also greeted these people with a smile, and they got to know each other. After everyone had introduced themselves, Wang Song also stood up and introduced himself. Xu Xiao, hello, nice to meet you. I am Wang Song. As soon as Wang Song spoke, the rich young masters all involuntarily fell silent. Xu Chen shook hands with Wang Song, and politely said, Wang Xiao, hello, I am Xu Chen. Wang Song personally shaking hands with Xu Chen was equivalent to indirectly acknowledging Xu Chen and affirming his status in the circle of top rich young masters. In the future, Xu Chen was the only person besides Qin Mu who could talk to Wang Song. Under Qin Mu's guidance, the atmosphere in the Supreme 666 private room became lively again. After playing for a while, Xu Chen made an excuse to leave for the restroom. After Xu Chen left, Qin Mu was immediately surrounded by the top wealthy young men. Qin, who exactly is Chu? Yeah, didn't he recently buy a villa worth 10 billion? And what about Huijin International? Is Koenigsegg 11 his recent purchase? The top wealthy young men turned into 100,000 whys and began to ask Qin Mu one after another. Qin Mu, listening to their questions, decided to make them understand how impressive his new neighbor was. I'm not sure who Chu is, but he is easy to get along with and very wealthy. Qin Mu racked his brains and came up with a term that fit Xu Chen's situation. The top wealthy young men were shocked by Qin Mu's description. What does it mean to be easy to get along with and very wealthy? Even if Xu Chen is wealthy, can he be wealthier than Wang and Qin? Let me tell you this, besides buying Koenigsegg 11 recently, he also acquired the 9th villa, Huijin International, the Red Romantic Club we are in, Bori Manor, and the top Wind Universe car dealership in the country, all of which he recently acquired. In addition, he also owns a Tensin 1, and invested 5 billion in Shangtian investment. Even the team in Chu's villa is from Tianhai Housekeeping, and the private butler is the talented butler by Yue that you all tried to book but couldn't. Qin Mu blurted out all the information he knew. The top wealthy young men were all shocked by Xu Chen's extravagance. This is unbelievable. Huijin International is worth over 200 billion, and there's also the Red Romantic Club, Bori Manor, and a Tensin 1. Even the villa's staff team is from Tianhai Housekeeping? Comparing Qin Mu's words, the top wealthy young men couldn't help but think that the term very wealthy was quite fitting for Xu Chen. This is outrageous. They thought they were wealthy enough, but now they found out, Xu Chen is wealthier than them. Who is the real second-generation rich? Chen, didn't you investigate Chu? Why does your information completely contradict what we found? A group of second-generation rich, after learning about Xu Chen's financial power, wanted to know his true identity. Chen Wei, who was mentioned, rolled his eyes and, with a somewhat forced composure, instantly turned gloomy. Where the hell would I know? Chu is too mysterious. The information I found only matches his name, age, and gender. There was a hint of unnoticed melancholy in Chen Wei's eyes. He arranged for the top hacker at home to investigate Xu Chen's information overnight, but after a night of loneliness, the results were fruitless. If someone brought up this matter again, Chen Wei would be far from happy. The second-generation rich finally understood that the intelligence prince had hit a wall with Xu Chen. No wonder his face turned dark. Because of Chen Wei's testimony, the second-generation rich began to speculate about Xu Chen's identity on their own. Qin Mu and Wang Song also gathered to the side, exchanging glances and having some guesses in their hearts. Wang, do you think Xu might be from there? There's a great possibility, otherwise Chen Wei wouldn't have been unable to find his identity. If it weren't for Chen Wei, I wouldn't have thought of this. No wonder he suddenly became rich overnight, and his financial power is so strong. He's from there. I didn't think of this at first. Let's wait and see. Qin Mu and Wang Song whispered to each other, and the second-generation rich each had their own plans. As the door of the Supreme 888 private room opened, everyone stopped talking and looked at Chu Chen. Why is everyone silent? Aren't we here to have fun? Singing? Chu Chen looked strangely at everyone present. Everyone instantly woke up as if from a dream, ordering songs and grabbing microphones, and the scene looked harmonious. With everyone intentionally getting closer and drinking some red wine, Chu Chen quickly integrated into their circle of top-rich second generations. Wang Song's favorite thing was beautiful women, so naturally, he chatted with Chu Chen about women. Speaking of women, Wang Song couldn't help but think of the two goddess-level beauties he had seen a few days ago. Just then, after a sip of wine, Wang Song couldn't help but boast. Chu, let me tell you, I met two goddess-level beauties a few days ago, with hot figures and wearing silver clothes. They looked cool and stylish. The system has detected Wang Song boasting and has specially awarded the host 2 silver flow guards. Silver flow guards? Chu Chen was stunned. What was this? However, after checking the information of the silver flow guards, Chu Chen almost dropped the glass in his hand. If the power levels in this world were to be set, the power level of an ordinary special forces soldier would be around 30 to 50 points, and the power level of a king-level strong person would be around 100. As for Chu Chen, at the Grandmaster level, his power level was around 200. But the Silver Flow Guards were the generation of guards of the Universal Technology Company, and their power level was as high as 5,000 points. In this world, they were definitely at the peak of combat power. Even Chu Chen, who was a Grandmaster in martial arts, couldn't match a single move against the Silver Flow Guards. If there's a chance, I really want to meet them. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chu Chen smiled and took a sip of wine. Wang Song fully agreed with Chu Chen's words. If there was a chance, he also wanted to see those two beautiful women again. Under the deliberate creation of the top-rich second generations, the atmosphere of this banquet remained very high. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that the banquet finally ended. Chu Chen, Wang Song, and Qin Mu walked out of the Supreme 888 private room and into the hall, laughing and talking. The man who came face to face with them happened to be Jin Chongwan, who had been knocked out by Chu Chen on the stage before. Mr. Park, this person destroyed my stage. I ask you to take action and disable him. Jin Chongwan saw Chu Chen, and his eyes were particularly red with hatred. What was even more shameful was that the image of himself being knocked out by Chu Chen kept repeating in his mind. He was really afraid that Chu Chen would slap him again. While shouting, Jin Chongwan looked at Park Hyunghyun. Park Hyunghyun was a martial arts expert of Brandon, slightly inferior to Chu Chen, who had the level of a grandmaster in national arts, but in the rankings of Goryeo Brandon, he was also considered a relatively outstanding expert. Park Hyunghyun stared at Chu Chen with a serious expression. Wang Song and Qin Mu also recognized Jin Chongwan as the Goryeo man who had been knocked out by Chu Chen before, and he had brought along what seemed to be a strong reinforcement. This made Wang Song and Qin Mu somewhat worried about Chu Chen. Boss, hello. After staring at Chu Chen for a while and confirming that he was their big boss, Park Hyunghyun respectfully bowed 90 degrees to show his respect. Jin Chongwan was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Damn it, how did the Brandon expert he had brought become Chu Chen's subordinate? Wang Song and Qin Mu were shocked by the situation in front of them. How did Mr. Park suddenly call Chu Chen the boss? What's going on? Wasn't he called by Jin Chongwan to deal with Chu Chen? Not only Wang Song and Qin Mu, but even the security guard Wang Ji, who was called in to help, was also very confused. What kind of operation was Jin Chongwan doing, calling the big boss's subordinate to deal with the big boss? Are you from Brandon? Chu Chen took a look at Park Xingxian and asked with some surprise. Park Xingxian nodded respectfully and said, Yes, I am Park Xingxian from Brandon. The boss, Kim Chongwan, paid a lot of money to have me deal with you, but I didn't know in advance. Please give me a chance to make amends. Park Xingxian grabbed Kim Chongwan and started hitting him without a word. This was a one-sided, brutal beating. Kim Chongwan's screams were particularly pitiful to hear. However, Park Xingxian showed no intention of stopping. Wang Song and Qin Mu were actively searching for information about Brandon in their minds. Wang Xiao, Brandon is a very famous security company in Goryeo, with an estimated market value of around 50 billion. The top 50 in Brandon are all martial arts experts, and some can be compared to special forces. Chen Wei did not leave with the rich young men. His sudden appearance also answered Wang Song and Qin Mu's doubts. Chen Wei's family is in the field of network technology, and the intelligence little prince is not just a name. However, Brandon's people have always been very exclusive. I didn't expect that not only is Chu Xiao the boss of Brandon, but he is also so respected by Brandon's people. It's really amazing. Chen Wei looked at Chu Chen with a look of shock. Wang Song and Qin Mu looked at each other, equally shocked. They thought that Chu Chen's industry in the country was already very powerful, but they didn't expect him to have industries abroad as well. Chu Chen did not notice Wang Song and Qin Mu's reactions. He observed Park Xingxian's skills and nodded in satisfaction. Park Xingxian, stop. I have seen your sincerity. Your martial arts are not bad. Go tell the martial arts director of Brandon to arrange for 20 security guards to report to Villano 9 in Dongjia Yuan. Park Xingxian did not expect to have such an opportunity after making amends. He excitedly agreed, boss, I will contact the martial arts director right away. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Wei's eyes became more serious. The martial arts director is the CEO of Brandon, named Wu Xing. Wu Xing is very exclusive. I really wonder how Chu Xiao managed to take down Brandon from him. Wang Song and Qin Mu looked at the excited Park Xingxian, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Who would have thought that a simple gathering would expose another industry of Chu Chen's? The more one gets in touch with Chu Chen, the more mysterious he seems. Just when you think you understand Chu Chen completely, his new industry will catch you off guard. I also want to know how he did it, Qin Mu said softly. He not only wanted to know how Chu Chen took down Brandon, but also how he managed to get the house in Tangcheniping, and it's a whole building. Suddenly, Qin Mu thought of something and turned to Wang Song. Wang Xiao, should we make a bet? Wang Song became interested in Qin Mu's sudden bet. Interesting, what do you want to bet? Qin Mu pointed to Chu Chen nearby. I will go ask Chu Xiao later when he got Brandon. If he says it's recent, you give me your newly acquired Ferrari. If I lose, I will invest 1 billion in your latest project. Wang Song had recently been kicked out by his father to start a company, although he was not worried about funding. Who would refuse more money? Okay, no problem. Wang Song agreed readily. Shen Wei on the side was also very interested in this and said with a smile, Qin Xiao, I'll join this bet. I bet a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. I bet that he didn't just get it recently. If I lose, you give me your Ferrari. Qin Mu did not expect that Chen Wei, who had always been interested in intelligence, would also get involved. However, if someone gives you a new car, why not take the gamble? Qin Mu restrained his excitement and walked over to Chu Chen's side. Chu Xiao, you are really amazing. Even Goryo's Brandon is your industry. When did you get Brandon? Chu Chen smiled faintly. I just acquired it recently. Wang Song and Chen Wei were instantly shocked by Chu Chen's words. How did Qin Mu know that Chu Xiao would say this? Qin Mu smiled triumphantly at Wang Song and Chen Wei. After experiencing the events of Konisek 1, Villano 9, Huanqing Entertainment, Fengyu Car Dealership, and the Tangshan 1 product, he had long thrown the word common sense into the trash when facing Chu Chen. Chu Xiao's arrogance was beyond what could be described by these things. What is a Goryo Brandon? Even if Chu Xiao suddenly becomes the richest man in Modu tomorrow, he wouldn't find it surprising. Thanks Chu Xiao, I will send you the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Wei lost to me to your villa later. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised by Qin Mu suddenly giving him the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. What does it have to do with him that Chen Wei lost the car to Qin Mu? It's like this. Qin Mu immediately explained in a few words the bet between himself and Wang Song, and praised Chu Chen as he spoke. Chu Xiao, to be honest, even if you said Tianhai housekeeping is yours, I wouldn't find it surprising. Chu Chen did not expect Qin Mu to say such a thing. He nodded faintly. Tianhai housekeeping is indeed mine. Qin Mu felt choked in his throat. Chu Xiao, do you have to be so arrogant? When Wang Song heard Chu Chen admit that Tianhai housekeeping was also his, a shocked expression appeared in his eyes. What? Tianhai housekeeping also belongs to Chu Chen? Impossible. If there were changes in the domestic equity of Tianhai housekeeping, we at Jiyun would not have received no news. Chen Wei realized, and immediately denied Chu Chen. Jiyun is the Chen family's enterprise, and Chen Tao, the most amazing hacker in the Chen family, is a top-notch hacker ranked in the top 100 globally. If even Jiyun, the leading domestic information technology enterprise, cannot find out, unless Chu Chen has a more powerful technical expert than Chen Tao. But, if Tianhai is not Chu Xiao's industry, with Manager Chang's style of doing things, would he send Bai Yue over? Wang Song did not deny Jiyun's leading position in the domestic market, but Manager Chang's behavior did match Chu Chen's words. After a moment of silence, Chen Wei said, Chen Tao is the top expert in our family. If Jiyun did not find out about the equity changes in Tianhai housekeeping, it would only be possible for the Red Sky Alliance to stop Chen Tao's investigation. Chen Wei was blowing his own horn. The Red Sky Alliance is the world's first hacker alliance, with 30 known members ranked in the top 100 globally. But outside the Red Sky Alliance, there are no fewer than 50 other hackers, and even though they may not be as high in individual quality as the Red Sky Alliance, it would be easy for any one of them to defeat Chen Tao. Detected that Chen Wei is boasting to the host, the system specially presents the host with the world's first hacker alliance, the Red Sky Alliance. Chu Chen did not notice the conversation between Chen Wei and Wang Song. After hearing the system prompt, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Chen Wei and Wang Song were boasting about the world's first hacker alliance. Qin Mu was still thinking about the Ferrari in Wang Song's hands. He called Chu Chen over, anxious for Wang Song and Chen Wei to fulfill their promise. Chu Chen was called over to Wang Song's side by Qin Mu. Jin Chongwan, who was playing dead on the ground, quickly glanced with his eyes that had been hammered into a slit, feeling lucky. When he crawled out, he vowed to find a more powerful expert to deal with Chu Chen. Brandon is his own fault, but this kind of situation will never happen again. Jin Chongwan moved his bruised body quietly, crawling on the ground like a maggot, while vowing in his heart. Almost there, almost at the hall door. Jin Chongwan's bruised and swollen face showed a joyful smile. The next second, his smile froze. He looked up and saw a pair of black leather shoes and Wang Ji's smiling but not smiling face in front of him. Mr. Jin, do you think our security at the Red Romantic Club is just for show? Jin Chongwan cursed in his heart as he looked at Wang Ji's face. If it weren't for Park Xingxian beating him so badly, he wouldn't have been unable to handle even the security at the Red Romantic Club. Mr. Wang, you are a legitimate businessman. You can't lay a hand on me, a Goryeo person. If something happens to me, I'm afraid your Red Romantic Club won't be able to explain it, right? Jin Chongwan forced himself to speak clearly. He wanted Wang Ji to know that he had someone backing him up. Wang Ji sensed Jin Chongwan's threat and smiled. Of course, our Red Romantic Club is a legitimate business. Come, help Mr. Jin up and take good care of him. Jin Chongwan was helped up by two security guards, and a proud look couldn't help but appear on his bruised and swollen face. His companions had warned him not to provoke the general manager of the Red Romantic Club, and now it seemed that he was just a coward. Jin Chongwan was served and sent to the car, and the meticulous attitude made him feel as if every pore in his body was relaxed. Wang Ji stood in front of the car and smiled at the driver. Take good care of him. If you let him escape before reaching Sang Biao's territory, you'll have to figure out how to calm Sang Biao down before coming to see me. What? Sang Biao? Jin Chongwan was dumbfounded after hearing this. In the Magic City, there was only one man known as Sang Biao, the underground godfather of the Magic City. No, it couldn't be that Sang Biao, could it? Jin Chongwan couldn't help but tremble a little in his legs. Wang Ji saw Jin Chongwan's fear and gently added, Mr. Jin, I forgot to tell you, our boss, whom you know as Chu Chen, is Sang Biao's big brother. I have already called Sang Biao, and he will personally take care of this matter. Manager, rest assured, we will definitely complete the task. The people in the car were equally nervous after hearing the infamous name Sang Biao, not to mention Jin Chongwan, who was about to be sent over. How could Chu Chen be Sang Biao's big brother? Jin Chongwan was almost scared to death. His companions had warned him about two things. First, not to provoke Sang Biao, the underground godfather of the Magic City. Second, not to offend Wang, the manager of the Red Romantic Club. Jin Chongwan never expected that not only did he provoke them both, but he was also going to be sent to Sang Biao by Wang Ji. At this point, Jin Chongwan realized that Wang Ji was not a coward, but a ruthless character who didn't leave any loose ends. Jin Chongwan looked at the two strong security guards arranged by Wang Ji and felt a sense of despair in his heart. It's over, it's all over. Wang Ji watched the car leave, then straightened his clothes and walked into the Red Romantic Club. Jin Chongwan, full of fear, arrived at the hall of Sang Biao's villa. Sang Biao sat on the sofa, exuding a fierce aura. I heard that you spend a lot of money to deal with my big brother, and dared to openly challenge various experts in the Magic City? Sang Biao stared at Jin Chongwan with wide eyes, scaring Jin Chongwan to kneel on the ground with a thud. Jin Chongwan dared to open a challenge in the Magic City and act recklessly because he was a foreigner. If he had known that Chu Chen, who looked handsome and had some money, was Sang Biao's brother, he would never have dared to oppose Chu Chen. Biao Ge, this is all a misunderstanding. Jin Chongwan knelt on the ground, trembling as he begged for mercy from Sang Biao. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Sang Biao's mouth. His brothers below had the insight to drag the heavily bruised Jin Chongwan out and beat him again. They had already found people to deal with my big brother Sang Biao, and they still say it's a misunderstanding? Do they think I'm a fool or an idiot? Jin Chongwan was inexplicably beaten again, almost losing his life. When the barely conscious Jin Chongwan was dragged back into the villa hall, Sang Biao's imposing presence made him suddenly realize. Wasn't it because he had offended Chu Chen at the arena before, and now he was picking a fight with Chu Chen again? What if there was no arena? After realizing this, Jin Chongwan's survival instinct kicked in immediately. Biao Ge, I was wrong. It was the people above who made me set up the arena. I offended Mr. Chu. I know where they usually set up the arena, and Jin Chongwan quickly sold out Jin Song and the others. Sang Biao hadn't expected Jin Chongwan to be so cooperative, selling everyone out after just a beating. After listening to Jin Chongwan's words, Sang Biao deeply felt that what Jin Chongwan said made sense. You're right, if it weren't for this trashy arena, my big brother wouldn't have had to personally deal with you trash. Brothers, by the end of the night, I want to see all of you tear down the arena. As for those people, you can handle them as you see fit. With that, Sang Biao waved his hand, signaling for them to drag Jin Chongwan out. Jin Chongwan was dumbfounded. This was not at all what he had expected. Biao Ge, please spare me. Jin Chongwan's pitiful voice rang outside, but was quickly silenced again. In the No. 9 Villa of Dongjiano. 1 courtyard, Chu Chen returned from the Red Romantic Club. Summoned the Silver Flow Guards. After washing up, Chu Chen lay on the European-style bed and summoned the Silver Flow Guards from the system. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 well-proportioned, beautiful women in silver clothes suddenly appeared in the room. Silver Flow Guards, chasing flower, chasing moon, greets the master. Do you have the ability to conceal yourselves? Chu Chen looked at the silver clothes on the Silver Flow Guards and couldn't help but ask with delight. Chasing Flower and Chasing Moon respectfully replied, yes, master. For the absolute safety of the master, the Silver Flow Guards protect and conceal themselves by the master's side. Whenever the master needs, the Silver Flow Guards will appear and await your orders. Chu Chen was overjoyed. The ability to conceal themselves was impressive. You don't have to call me master, just call me young master. There's nothing urgent now, you can withdraw for the time being. Yes, young master. After Chasing Flower and Chasing Moon responded, they concealed themselves in front of Chu Chen. After getting to know Chasing Flower and Chasing Moon, Chu Chen could also sense their presence. Shortly after Chasing Flower and Chasing Moon left, Chu Chen's phone rang again. It was an encrypted cross-border call. Thinking of the Red Sky Alliance he had just obtained, Chu Chen answered the call. Boss, it's Yuan Liang. There's a company called Ji Yin trying to investigate your information. Although it seems harmless, they are very persistent. Boss, do you need the Red Sky Alliance to take action? Yuan Liang was the leader of the Red Sky Alliance and also his codename in the alliance. Yuan Liang's real name was Liang Yuan, a world-renowned third-ranked hacker. Keep a close eye on Ji Yun's situation. If there's anything suspicious, you can give them a little lesson. Chu Chen knew that Ji Yun was a company of the Chenwei family, and with Yuan Liang's words, he gave a few orders and hung up the phone. Lying on the bed again, Chu Chen felt particularly comfortable. Today's outing for the gathering was quite fruitful. Not only did he obtain the bottom line of the Silver Flow Guard, but he also gained a dark line like the world's #1 hacker alliance. Oh, by the way, speaking of gains, Chu Chen almost forgot. Today Meng Xiaobai, the rich second generation, sent over a new energy technology. This matter can be arranged by Yue. Yue, you go and start a new energy company, mainly focusing on the development of new energy technology, and get this done for me within 3 days. After instructing by Yue, Chu Chen slowly entered the realm of dreams. What Chu Chen did not know was that after he fell asleep, the shock of the entire magic city quietly began. Early the next morning, the news of Chu Chen and the Goryeo people was once again trending. Goryeo Taekwondo Gym smashed, whose handiwork is this, seeking answers from all-knowing netizens. Goryeo Taekwondo Gym smashed follow-up, Goryeo people collectively hospitalized, who is responsible for this? Goryeo Taekwondo Gym smashed, the hearts of the infatuated fans are broken, Appa has turned into a pig's head, understand it. Chu Chen slapped Goryeo people on the front foot, and someone smashed the Goryeo Sticks Taekwondo Gym on the back foot. Is this also Chu Shen's retaliation? Chen Wei, who saw the insider information, was confused. How did all the Goryeo people end up in the hospital overnight, especially their faces, swollen like a pig's head? Even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. What kind of deep-seated grudge led to such ruthless actions? Young master, we found out who it is. Chen Tao, who had been working tirelessly for a day and night, appeared in front of Chen Wei with panda eyes. Who is it? Chen Wei asked curiously. It's the underground godfather Sang Biao of Magic City. For some reason, all the Goryeo Sticks Taekwondo gyms in Magic City were smashed last night, and all related personnel were sent to the hospital. As for the reason, we don't know. Now all the Goryeo people are requesting to return to their country for treatment. It should be because of threats. As Chen Tao's words fell, Chen Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow. Are you sure that person is Sang Biao, the underground godfather? If Chen Wei didn't know that Jin Chongwan had caused trouble for Chu Chen, he might have thought like everyone else that it was the Goryeo people who had angered Sang Biao. But considering everything that happened last night, Chen Wei didn't believe it. If you had to say the ultimate reason why the Goryeo people were targeted by Sang Biao, it was definitely because of Chu Chen. Is there any new information on Chu Chen? Chen Wei was still very concerned about the correct information on Chu Chen. Speaking of this, Qintao's calm face cracked a bit. The Red Sky Alliance just sent a warning, asking us not to investigate Chu Chen's information anymore. If we continue to investigate, we will bear the consequences. The Red Sky Alliance is very mysterious and rarely appears in front of hackers. It's just that today, the person who appeared was the leader of the Red Sky Alliance, Yuan Liang. It must be because they value Chu Chen so much that the leader of a super alliance would come forward. Due to the threat of the Red Sky Alliance, Qintao had to stop investigating Chu Chen. Are you saying that the Red Sky Alliance is also protecting Chu Chen? This Chu's background is really too big. Shen Wei was very shocked after learning the news. Yuan Liang of the Red Sky Alliance and Sang Biao are both prominent figures internationally and domestically. How could such figures all come to the defense of the same person? Shen Wei's doubts were destined to go unanswered. And after learning the news, Xin Mu went to the villa for the first time to test Chu Chen's reaction. He wanted to know if Sang Biao's actions were related to Chu Chen. Shu, you're trending again today. Xin Mu arrived at Chu Chen's villa and saw Chu Chen sitting on the sofa drinking hot tea. Chu Chen paused with the hand holding the hot tea. He hadn't been to crowded places much these past 2 days, so how did he end up trending again? Yu Wei. Chu Chen called out, and Bai Yu Wei immediately handed him an iPad worth nearly 10,000. The content on the screen was today's trending rankings. Those Goryeo people offended someone, and they were beaten so badly that they had to return to their country for treatment? Chu Chen was somewhat surprised, and his words also left Qin Mu somewhat bewildered. This matter has nothing to do with young Master Chu? Just as Chu Chen was puzzled, his phone suddenly rang. Chu Chen saw the contact name, Sang Biao. Qin Mu widened his eyes. The Sang Biao on young Master Chu's contact list couldn't be the underground godfather Sang Biao from the Devil City, could it? Chu Chen answered the call. Sang Biao's voice came through the receiver. Big brother, did I disturb your rest? Qin Mu listened to the familiar voice coming from the phone, and the shock in his heart was like a galloping herd of 10,000 horses. The person on the other end of the phone was indeed the underground godfather Sang Biao from the Devil City. But what was with this cautious attitude? What's going on with Big Brother? Qin Mu felt like he might have learned something extraordinary. The underground godfather Sang Biao actually has a big brother? And the big brother is young Master Chu. Young Master Chu truly lives up to his origins, even Sang Biao has become his little brother. No, that's not right, that's not the point anymore. The point is how to safely return after hearing so much news. You didn't disturb me, Xiao Biao. Is there something you need calling so early in the morning? Chu Chen didn't notice Qin Mu's expression. His casual address almost made Qin Mu fall to the ground. This is the underground godfather of the Devil City. Is it appropriate to call him Xiao Biao? When Sang Biao on the other end of the phone heard Chu Chen's inquiry, he knew that his big brother hadn't seen the news yet. He breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt that this was only natural. Those Goryeo people dared to provoke him? Big brother, those short-sighted Goryeo people offended me, so I took care of them in advance. You won't blame me, will you? Sang Biao organized his words and decided to take the blame for the trouble caused by Wang Ji and Jin Chongwon. No, a group of insignificant people, it's fine to take care of them. Big brother is right, they're just a bunch of lackeys. I'll make them roll back to Goryeo. Not long after Chu Chen and Sang Biao hung up, news of the Goryeo thugs being kicked out of the Devil City spread like wildfire. The Devil City's big shot group where Qin Mu was in was already in an uproar. No one expected Sang Biao to suddenly take action overnight, and it was against a few seemingly insignificant Goryeo thugs. Seeing those Goryeo thugs who were beaten to the point of not recognizing their own mothers, everyone unconsciously thought of Chu Chen. The video of Chu Chen knocking out a Goryeo thug with a slap was still a hot topic. Young Master Chu, do you have any plans today? Qin Mu glanced at the group chat message, pretending not to know anything and changing the subject. Chu Chen didn't know Qin Mu's thoughts. He was about to shake his head when he remembered the call he just hung up. Chu Chen looked at the phone number and couldn't help but be surprised. Su Wenjing? Su Wenjing is Chu Chen's cousin. Although both of them are in the Devil City, they rarely contact each other, and with Su Wenjing having just graduated from university, they had even less time to contact each other. Hello, Wenjing. Qin Mu saw Chu Chen answering the phone and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Qin Mu thought that Chu Chen's relationship with Sang Biao wasn't a big deal after all. After all, he is from there, so what's the big deal with Sang Biao? Cousin, do you have time to come to the dating community? I need your help with something. Su Wenjing is an independent and self-reliant girl, and she rarely asks Chu Chen for help. Now it seems that she must have no other choice but to ask Chu Chen for help. Okay, I'll be right over. Chu Chen hung up the phone, immediately asked Bai Yue to arrange a driver, and quickly got up, saying to Qin Mu, Qin, I have something to do today, so I don't have much time. Let's contact each other when I'm free. Yue, give my WeChat to Qin. After Chuchen finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Shinmu just realized that he had known Chuchen for so long, but he didn't even have Chuchen's WeChat. This was the WeChat of brother Sang Biao. Shinmu happily asked by Yue for the WeChat. As for where Chuchen went, he didn't dare to ask. He had made up his mind. Regardless of the speculations outside, who could confirm the relationship between Sang Biao driving away the Goryeo people and Chuchen? The driver drove the Mercedes-Benz G to the bottom of the building in Daping Community. Daping Community in the eastern district of the Magic City was famous for its affordable rent, and many tenants were willing to rent here. In contrast, there were not many wealthy people, and the sudden appearance of a Mercedes-Benz G outside the community immediately attracted the attention of the tenants. Oh my goodness, whose car is this? It looks like it's worth several million. At least 100,000. Look at the front of the car, it's a Mercedes-Benz. Huh, you two haven't seen the market. This is a Mercedes-Benz G, worth over 2 million. Oh my goodness, over 2 million. Before Chuchen got out of the car, he heard a group of elderly people outside the car exclaiming. Thinking of Su Wenjing's plea for help, Chuchen asked the driver to wait in the car, and he went to the room 2032 rented by Su Wenjing and her friend Chen Fei. As soon as Chuchen came out, he was forcibly introduced to a bunch of girlfriends by a group of elderly people. Chuchen finally managed to break free from the circle of elderly people and hurried to Su Wenjing's residence. Fortunately, the design of Daping Community was not complicated, and before long, Chuchen arrived near building 2030. Just as he was about to reach 2032, he heard a loud voice of an elderly woman pointing and scolding the two girls in front of 2032. What's wrong with the girls nowadays? Your trash has been left outside and it stinks, especially in this hot summer. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, can you afford to disturb her? Su Wenjing had been disturbed by the trash outside for several days. She was already feeling upset and a little scared, and now she was being confronted by the elderly woman, making her even more upset. Auntie, this really isn't our trash, it's someone else's that was left here. Su Wenjing wanted to explain to the elderly woman, but as soon as the elderly woman heard it, she thought that this girl not only didn't take out the trash but also lied. Hey, you little girl, how can you lie when I say a few words to you? Learn from my nephew who just got into MIT and will be recruited by one of the top 500 companies in the country after graduation, called. Detected that Gu Zhuyu is bragging to the host, and is giving the host the ability to remember everything. Chuchen could see that his cousin was being targeted at home, and now she was being watched by an elderly woman. If you keep talking like this, my cousin's trash will be left out for even longer. If you're worried about your daughter-in-law, why don't you go and check on her first? Chuchen, dressed in a white casual outfit, looked extraordinary. The elderly woman had come to talk to Su Wenjing and her friends, but she didn't expect her to have such an extraordinary cousin. Forget it, forget it. Since you're her cousin, tell them to clean up quickly. I'll go find my daughter-in-law first. Oh, young people nowadays. Su Wenjing was very pleased to see Chuchen stepping in to help, and she happily let Chuchen into the house. Chuchen sat on the sofa in the room, looking at Su Wenjing's rental house. The rental house is designed with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. The room is simple and orderly, and looks very warm. Click! The sound of the door opening was heard, and Chuchen turned to look. A girl wearing a suspender dress, with a lowly face and at least a pair of D-cups, walked out of the room. She stared at Chuchen for a moment. Her beautiful eyes were full of stars. Are you Wenjing's cousin? I'm Chen Fei, Wenjing's roommate. Chen Fei was a bit presumptuous. She walked up to Chuchen in her suspender dress, and occasionally, when she moved, a glimpse of her cleavage could be seen. Hello, I'm Chuchen. Chuchen was not very comfortable with this girl's enthusiasm. Chen Fei knew Chuchen. As a member of the younger generation, keeping up with hot topics was normal. Chuchen's video of fighting the Korean people went viral on the internet due to his high looks and strong fighting ability. More importantly, Chen Fei wanted to know about Chuchen's special skills. Chen Fei, can you be a little reserved? This is my cousin. Su Wenjing felt a headache for Chen Fei in her suspender dress. If it weren't for Chuchen's sudden popularity on the internet for fighting the Korean people, she wouldn't have begged Chuchen for help. Tisk, if it weren't for your cousin, I wouldn't even look at you. Handsome Chu, I want to know about your special skills. When do you have time? Chen Fei had just blown a kiss to Chuchen when Su Wenjing covered her mouth. This blatant confession almost made Su Wenjing die of embarrassment. Chuchen had never encountered such a bold girl before. He smiled and replied calmly, I have time recently. If you're free, I think we can discuss it. Su Wenjing was shocked. Was this still her cousin from before? Chen Fei, you've corrupted my cousin. Su Wenjing said in frustration. Chen Fei looked at Su Wenjing and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's deal with the matter at hand today, and I'll ask your cousin about his special skills next time, okay? Su Wenjing was so angry that her pretty face was flushed, but she had no way to deal with it. Speaking of the matter at hand, Su Wenjing's face became more melancholy. She took out her phone and played a video. The video showed a man wearing a white tank top and flip-flops, throwing garbage at the door of 2032 and quickly leaving. The time showed it was 3 a.m. Our room's door is always being used as a garbage dump by this man. At first, we didn't pay attention, but after several days of finding the same thing, we bought a camera and captured this scene. Cousin, can you help us catch him? Su Wenjing had seen Shu Chen's combat power, so she had confidence in his ability. Shu Chen watched the video for a while and couldn't help but shake his head. There are too many people here, and it's not easy to catch him. Although his attire indicates that he's a tenant here, even if we catch him today, he will likely hold a grudge. I can't come over to protect you all the time. Shu Chen wasn't unable to catch the man, but even if he did, he would only be detained for a few days and then released. It was unpredictable what the man would do then. Not to mention that both Su Wenjing and Chen Fei were beautiful women at the level of schoolflowers. After living here for a long time, it was inevitable that someone would have ulterior motives. Then, cousin, what should we do now? Su Wenjing was not stupid, and she quickly understood Chu Chen's concerns. Chen Fei also understood the reason for Chu Chen's words. After all, this man came every day at 3 in the morning, and just throwing garbage made everyone tremble with fear. What if he forcefully entered? What should they do then? Okay, I have a house in Tangchenipin. You can temporarily stay there, and when your financial situation stabilizes, you can find another place to live. Shu Chen thought for a moment and decided to arrange Su Wenjing and Chen Fei in Tangchenipin. Chen Fei's beautiful eyes also showed a look of shock. She had always thought that Chu Chen's video of driving a Koenigsegg 11 was just bragging online. After all, Su Wenjing had told her that her cousin's financial situation was not very good, so the Koenigsegg 11 was probably fake. But now, he casually bought a 350,000 square meter house in Tangchenipin. Are you telling me this is not financially well off? If this is not financially well off, then are they so poor that they have to live in the sewers now? Chen Fei looked at Su Wenjing. Her beautiful eyes were full of doubt. Didn't you say that your cousin's financial situation was not very good? Didn't you say that the Koenigsegg 11 was probably fake? Su Wenjing's beautiful eyes also widened. Cousin, where did you get so much money to buy Tangchenipin? Shu Chen touched his nose and said with a smile, I've been lucky lately, invested in some bitcoins, and made some money. When Su Wenjing heard that her cousin had made money from investing in bitcoins, she immediately felt relieved. She exclaimed, Cousin, you are so lucky. That's Tangchenipin. I heard it costs 350,000 per square meter. Chen Fei looked at her best friend with disdain. She actually believed her cousin? Anyway, Chen Fei, didn't believe a single word. If the rumored Koenigsegg 11 was real, then Su Wenjing's cousin must have at least billions in assets. Billions in assets? Is that just making some money? Since your cousin said so, let's pack up and get ready to go. Chen Fei didn't feel burdened at all about moving into Tangchenipin. As the saying goes, a house near the water has the moon reflected in it first. Shu Chen was like the big moon, and Chen Fei, couldn't resist it. Chen Fei had already made up her mind. After she got to know Chu Chen's special skills, she would definitely show him what it means to effortlessly defeat 100 billion elite soldiers. Seeing her best friend speak so confidently, Su Wenjing, after weighing her options, also started packing up her things. She didn't mind sharing a room with Chen Fei. After all, there were 3 of them. Shu Chen didn't know that the 2 girls thought they were going to live in the same apartment as him. He couldn't help but sigh at how earnest and pleasing the girls looked when they were serious. Especially Chen Fei. This little girl may not be tall, but she was indeed very bright. Su Wenjing was a tall and elegant beauty. Just her fair and long legs were extremely attractive. An hour later, the 2 girls were sitting on the sofa, sweating and clearly tired. Cousin, we've packed up. When are we leaving? Su Wenjing wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked gently. Wait a moment, I've called the moving company. They will come over to move your things. Shu Chen had already called the moving company before they started. Anyway, Shu Chen was not short of money now. If money could solve the problem, then was it really a problem? You've called the moving company too? Chen Fei didn't expect that Shu Chen had already called the moving company. Shu Chen nodded, and then saw Chen Fei and Su Wenjing hurriedly getting up. Wait, where are you going? Shu Chen didn't understand the 2 girls' behavior. We still need to get some more things, Su Wenjing and Chen Fei said in unison. Shu Chen didn't expect the existence of the moving company to make the 2 girls even more eager to pack, so he didn't stop them. Chu Chen hadn't forgotten about that creepy guy who threw garbage in the middle of the night. He dared to scare his cousin. It was time to teach him a lesson. Chu Chen walked out of the room and made a call to Sang Biao. When Sang Biao saw that it was his big brother calling, he quickly answered and respectfully said, "Big brother, Xiao Biao, bring someone to squat in 2032 Deping residential area tonight." Chu Chen's instructions made Sang Biao extremely excited. The person that Big Brother ordered to squat must be a very strong expert. It seems that someone has angered Big Brother again. "Okay, Big Brother, I will definitely take care of it for you." After Sang Biao promised, the phone was hung up. He gathered 50 good hands and said excitedly to his brothers, "Brothers, my big brother has a task for us. Today, we will go to Deping residential area to squat someone. The other party is likely to be a master, so bring your weapons. Brother Biao, rest assured, we will beat him until he doesn't recognize his own mother. We guarantee to complete the task assigned by the big brother. Brother Biao, I'll go get the baseball bat." Sang Biao and his brothers felt excited for this task, while Chu Chen had no idea that Sang Biao had misunderstood his intentions. Not long after he hung up the phone, the moving company arrived, and dozens of large and small packages were loaded onto a car and sent to Tang Chen Pin. "Okay, we can go now." Chen Fei clapped her hands, and the two soft bundles swayed with her movements. Chu Chen shifted his gaze elsewhere and went downstairs with the two women. Downstairs, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was still surrounded by the elderly, and many young people also came to take photos with it, making it look very lively. "Hey, cousin, where are you going?" Su Wenjing saw Chu Chen walking towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and quickly stopped him. "I'm taking the car, that car is mine," Chu Chen said, walking towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "Excuse me, let me through, I need to get in," Chu Chen shouted while trying to make way through the crowd. "Hey, young man, why are you squeezing? It's not your car. There's nothing to see inside, just stay here and watch." Young people nowadays, they really don't respect their elders at all. Forget it, why argue with the younger generation? "But whose car is this? It's been parked for over an hour." Chu Chen was stopped by the elderly, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless as they were curious and complained. "He had the car moved, but you also have to let me get in. Uncle and aunt, please move aside, this is my cousin's car." Su Wenjing saw Chu Chen being complained about by the elderly, and chuckled before quickly shouting loudly. Su Wenjing was quite famous among the elderly. As soon as she spoke, the crowd immediately made way for her. When the driver of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class saw Chu Chen, he immediately got out of the driver's seat and opened the door for Chu Chen. This extremely respectful attitude surprised the elderly. "Oh, so this really is the young man's car. Does the young man have a girlfriend?" "My daughter." A middle-aged woman noticed Chu Chen's appearance and was instantly amazed. She was about to say something when the driver decisively closed the door, blocking the view of the crowd. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei didn't expect Chu Chen to be so capable, even driving the Mercedes-Benz G-Class now. Seeing the change in the eyes of the elderly, the two women felt a sense of unease. They quickly ran to the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and closed the door. "Xiao Zhong, drive to Tang Chen Pin." After instructing the two women, Chu Chen started the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The elderly regretted not catching Chu Chen, the potential son-in-law, as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class left the Deping residential area and arrived at Building A of Tang Chen Pin. In addition to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the moving company's car was also waiting at Building A of Tang Chen Pin. Chu Chen's order not only involved a small amount of items, but also paid a lot of money, so they were willing to wait for 1 or 2 hours without any complaints. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei looked at Building A of Tang Chen Pin with anticipation in their eyes. In the future, they would be living here. "Do you both prefer to live on a higher floor or a lower one?" Chu Chen had no intention of letting Su Wenjing know that this entire building of Tang Chen Pin belonged to him. He was just inquiring about the floor preference to make arrangements for their stay. "I prefer a higher floor. The view will be better, and there's also an elevator, so it shouldn't be a problem commuting to work every day," Chen Fei said first. Chu Chen looked at Su Wenjing and, seeing her excited nod, arranged the room on the 42nd floor. Chu Chen took Su Wenjing and Chen Fei to the 42nd floor. The apartment, with an area of over 130 square meters, was designed with 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and study, giving it a simple, elegant, high-end, and luxurious look. "Cousin, I'll share a room with Chen Fei," Su Wenjing said softly. Chen Fei also patted Su Wenjing's shoulder to comfort her. After all, she would be Su Wenjing's future sister-in-law, so she would temporarily endure sharing a room with her. "There are 2 rooms. Why do both of you want to share one room?" Chu Chen was a bit puzzled. Su Wenjing was even more puzzled. With only 2 rooms, if they didn't share a room, did that mean one of them would sleep with her cousin? Subconsciously, Su Wenjing looked at Chen Fei, who made a generous and self-sacrificing gesture that was hard to refuse. That was her cousin, and she felt it was a bit off that Chen Fei, this cabbage, had been snatched up so quickly. Oh, forget it, Wenjing, you take one room, and I'll take one with your cousin. I also want to chat with him about tower defense games. Chen Fei bravely stepped forward, even showing some excitement. Shu Chen suddenly realized that Su Wenjing and Chen Fei thought he would be living with them. But what was this tower defense game that Chen Fei mentioned? Do you want to play tower defense games recently? Shu Chen had played many tower defense games in college, and although he wasn't a master, his skills were not to be underestimated. Yes, I want to chat with you about how to use my eloquence to strategize against your million elite soldiers, Chen Fei said, throwing a flirtatious look at Shu Chen. Su Wenjing immediately covered Chen Fei's mouth. This little troublemaker, always flirting with her cousin at the drop of a hat, always thinking about nonsense. Shu Chen. It was the first time he had encountered such a flirtatious girl. Cousin, why don't you two go inside? Chen Fei's light was on, and her cousin seemed a bit dazed. Watching Chen Fei struggling and Su Wenjing desperately covering her, Shu Chen's hesitant appearance made Chen Fei particularly excited. Was Shu Chen moved? Was she going to win Shu Chen over? He was a rich, handsome, and well-built male god. Just looking at Shu Chen's narrow and broad shoulders made Chen Fei unable to help but gulp. Ahem, it's getting late. I'll call the moving company. You two tidy up the rooms. I won't be sleeping here in the future. You can each have a room. I'll go downstairs first. Shu Chen made an excuse and slipped out of the 42nd floor. Su Wenjing finally let go of Chen Fei, her pretty face flushed. Chen Fei, it's fine if you flirt with me usually, but why do you keep flirting with my cousin? Look at what you said. You scared him away. Can't you be more reserved? Chen Fei rolled her eyes in an unsightly manner. Your cousin clearly was moved. If it weren't for you, I would have won him over already. Do you know how many fans your cousin has online? If I don't make a move, what if some freakish scoundrel steals him away? Su Wenjing was left speechless after hearing Chen Fei's unique logic. If Shu Chen were to register a public account or something, he would probably instantly gain several million fans. By then, a Chen Fei wouldn't really count for much. Miss, we've moved the stuff in, where should we put it? Less than 3 minutes after the two of them had been in the room, the moving company's people came up from downstairs. With stuff all over the floor, it would probably take at least an hour or two to sort it all out. It's almost time for dinner in about an hour. Shall we go to the Michelin 3-star restaurant for a meal later? Oh, do you guys have time in a couple of days? Do you want to go to Zhou Luwenjia's concert? Looking at the mess on the floor and then at the time, Shu Chen suddenly remembered Zhou Luwenjia's concert and asked casually. What? We can still go to the Michelin 3-star restaurant for dinner later? And we can go to Zhou Luwenjia's concert in a couple of days? Chen Fei didn't expect that she and Su Wenjing would receive such high treatment as soon as they moved in. Seeing Chen Fei's surprised expression, Shu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Yes, we can go. Hurry up and tidy up, and when you're done, we'll go to the Michelin 3-star restaurant for dinner. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei tidied up and were taken by Shu Chen to the Michelin 3-star restaurant for dinner. It was the first time for Su Wenjing and Chen Fei to come to such a high-end restaurant, and their eyes were full of curiosity. And the three of them's high looks also attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. Many people even recognized Shu Chen as the protagonist of the battle against the Korean sticks, and the recent speculations online had once again made Shu Chen popular on the internet. Sir, may I take your order? The waiter led Shu Chen and the others to their seats and immediately handed them the menu. Shu Chen knew that if they looked at the menu, it would probably scare Su Wenjing, who had just graduated. He waved his hand and said, No need for the menu, just bring us the most expensive cuisine you have, 3 servings. The waiter was stunned. The most expensive cuisine here was 8,888 per set, and 3 servings would cost at least 30,000. Okay, sir. After the waiter left, Su Wenjing asked Shu Chen in a low voice, Cousin, how much is the most expensive here? Shu Chen was taken aback by the question, and he smiled and said, It's only about 1 or 2,000 yuan for the 3 of us, not expensive. Just wait for the delicious food later. Okay. Su Wenjing heard Shu Chen say this and didn't ask any more questions. The process of waiting for the food was a bit boring. Chen Fei was whispering to Su Wenjing when a young man in brand-name clothes and a pure and lovely woman walked hand in hand. Su Wenjing, Chen Fei, it's really you guys. It would cost over 1,000 yuan to eat at this Michelin 3-star restaurant. Why did you come here? Song Lana was with Yi Yuan, the big young master of Zhongqing Group, her newly acquired boyfriend. Her seemingly harmless words were almost asking Chen Fei and Su Wenjing if they could afford to eat here, as if they had become rich. Chen Fei had a hot temper, and when she heard Song Lana's provocative words, she was immediately annoyed. Song Lana, your family is in the ocean, why are you so broad-minded? It's okay for you to come out to dinner with young Master Yi, but we can't have dinner with cousin Wenjing? Chen Fei usually liked to tease people, but she was also hot-tempered in public. Yi Yuan was immediately attracted to the youthful and beautiful Chen Fei. He had thought that Song Lana was just saying hello to her colleagues, but he hadn't expected her colleague to be so attractive. Looking at the clean and elegant Su Wenjing, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that the newly acquired Song Lana didn't seem as good as Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. Hello, two beautiful ladies, I'm Yi Yuan, the director of personnel at Zhongqing. This is my business card. I've been at Zhongqing for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such beautiful women, and two at once, it's really my honor. As Yi Yuan took out his business card from Zhongqing, he looked at Su Wenjing and the two women, feeling very excited. With his countless experiences in wooing women, these two girls are definitely genuine young ladies. If he could win over one of them, he would definitely hit the jackpot. Su Wenjing knows Yi Yuan. She pulled Chen Fei and told her not to go against Yi Yuan. They had finally found a good company, and if they offended Yi Yuan, they would lose their jobs. How could Chen Fei not understand Su Wenjing's meaning? She glared at Song Lana with resentment and sat angrily on the chair. The surging waves made Yi Yuan's eyes widen. Yi Xiao, our dishes are coming. Please join Song Lana and me for dinner. Su Wenjing didn't want to offend Yi Yuan, so she had to ask them to leave. As soon as Yi Yuan heard Su Wenjing's voice, he fell in love instantly. No need, it's my honor to dine with two beautiful women. Yi Yuan called the waiter over and said, "Waiter, add 2 chairs and bring 2 more of the same dishes for them, and put it on my tab." Yi Yuan was a regular at this Michelin 3-star restaurant. The waiter immediately arranged 2 chairs at Chu Chen's table. Song Lana was not happy, but she had to sit with Su Wenjing reluctantly. Looking at Yi Yuan, his eyes were fixed on Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, making Song Lana even more annoyed. By the way, Song Lana, what are the names of these 2 beautiful women? Do you like jewelry? My brother, Tang Xiao, who is a top-rich second generation, is hosting an auction today. How about I take you there later? Yi Yuan's increasingly frivolous words made Chu Chen frown. What surprised Chu Chen even more was that Yi Yuan and Tang Xinran were brothers, and he even mentioned his own name. Outside the Michelin 3-star restaurant, Tang Xinran had just received a call from his little brother Yi Yuan and planned to show off with the new acquaintance. Suddenly, Tang Xinran's body froze as he saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked nearby, and he couldn't help but show a pleased expression. Chu Chen was also at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Recently, he had been extremely pleased because of his relationship with Chu Chen. Not only had the Qin family established a cooperative relationship with the Tang family, but even some top-rich second generations who he couldn't reach before would occasionally exchange a few words with him. This indirectly led to his father doubling his pocket money. However, after Bai Yuwei went to Villano, 9, Tang Xinran's role there was not significant, and he was asked to return to the Tang family by Bai Yuwei. Now, there was an opportunity to be a lackey for Chu Chen, and Tang Xinran was not happy about it. I won't go to dinner today. This is your tip. Go have fun. Tang Xinran stuffed the money into the woman's chest and quickly entered the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Soon, Tang Xinran saw Chu Chen frowning and his little brother, Yi Yuan. Damn! Tang Xinran quickly ran to Chu Chen's table. Yi Yuan was still trying hard to get closer to Su Wenjing when he felt a slap on his forehead. The young master was immediately furious. Who dares to slap me, Yi Yuan? My brother, Tang Xinran, is Chu. After cursing, Yi Yuan turned around and saw Tang Xinran standing behind him with a black face. Tang Xiao, you're here? These are the 2 beautiful women I just met. Aren't they great? They are from my company. You know Chu Chen the best. Do you think Chu Chen would like this type of girl? Yi Yuan pointed to Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, and his unabashed self-promotion made Tang Xinran even more furious. Damn, can't you see that my brother Chu Chen is frowning? Thinking of this, Tang Xinran slapped Yi Yuan in the face. Great? You're blind. Can't you see my brother Chu Chen is right here? These 2 women are friends of my brother Chu Chen. Do you also want to woo them? Tang Xinran's slap was extremely fierce, and the clear imprint of his 5 fingers looked particularly obvious. After hearing Tang Xinran's words, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. This handsome man was Tang Xinran's older brother, Chu Xiao? Looking at Chu Chen's attire, Yi Yuan felt shocked. Who would have thought that Chu Chen, a top-tier rich second generation, would bring 2 girls to dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant in such a low-key manner? And to make matters worse, it was at the instigation of his new girlfriend, Song Lana. Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan looked at Chu Chen, who had no expression on his face, and felt extremely afraid. Tang Xinran was also furious to see his little brother like this. He finally had a chance to act as Chu Chen's lackey, but it turned out that his little brother was causing trouble. With this in mind, Tang Xinran slapped Yuan on the head again. What are you standing there for? Quickly apologized to Chu Xiao. Tang Xinran's sudden appearance and reprimand attracted the attention of many customers at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Am I seeing things? Did Tang Xiao just call Chu Xiao brother Chu? You're not mistaken. At this moment, we are dining with a top-tier rich second generation at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. I never would have imagined that Chu Xiao is actually Chu Xiao. No wonder he can afford a Koenigsegg 1-1. Does Chu Xiao like beautiful women? I have an 18-year-old daughter. I wonder if I could introduce her. If there's anyone currently in the limelight who isn't a top-tier rich second generation, it must be Tang Xinran, Tang Xiao. The Qin family and other top-tier rich second generations have shown their goodwill, and many rich young men have taken notice. But why should the Tang family receive the favor of so many top-tier families? Isn't it because Tang Xinran has followed the recently emerged Chu Xiao? No one would have dreamed that Chu Chen, a top-tier rich second generation, would bring two girls to dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant in such a low-key manner. And in the main hall, many people also noticed that the Chu Xiao mentioned by Tang Xinran was none other than Chu Xin, who had previously taught the Korean stickman a lesson with a slap. Thinking back to the Korean stickman who had been beaten to the point of losing his dignity, many people felt that the rumors about Sang Biao and Chu Chen's close relationship did not seem unfounded. Chu Xiao, I was foolish and wanted to find some beautiful women to please you, but this is not solely my fault. The reason I came to find them today is all because of this woman, Son Lana. Yuan knelt on the ground, apologizing to Chu Chen, his mind filled with recent rumors about Chu Chen. If his old man found out that he had offended Chu Chen, he would probably get a beating, and he would have to personally go and apologize. Instead of waiting for his old man to come, he might as well kneel first. Losing face is nothing compared to losing his life. With that, Yuan also pulled Son Lana down to the ground and pressed her to kneel. This is all your fault. Quickly apologized to Chu Xiao. Son Lana was dumbfounded by Yuan's actions. She never imagined that Su Wenjing, who had stolen her spotlight at the company, would have some connection with the recently popular and mysterious background of Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Son Lana realized and tearfully apologized, pretending to be weak. She thought to herself, if she could get involved with Chu Chen, who even made Yuan kneel, wouldn't she be set for life? Yuan, seeing her acting like this, felt a surge of anger in his head. He was already very angry that Son Lana had caused him to offend Chu Xiao, and he never expected this woman to dare to seduce Chu Xiao in front of him, her current suitor. Smack! Yuan angrily slapped Son Lana. You slut, seducing me is one thing, but trying to seduce Chu Xiao? What do you think I am, a stepping stone? Son Lana was caught off guard and received a slap, causing her to fall backwards. Following that, the sound of things breaking scattered around, and this time Son Lana was truly injured by the objects, the pain making it difficult for her to speak. Yuan quickly realized the situation and knelt respectfully in front of Chu Chen. Chu Xiao, this is all Son Lana's fault. She misled me first. Please give me a chance to make amends. Yuan's series of actions were indeed quick. No wonder Tang Xinran was willing to accept him as a little brother. Chu Chen crossed his arms and looked at Yuan kneeling on the ground with a different perspective. You tell me, how do you plan to make amends? Yuan was caught off guard by Chu Chen's question. He racked his brains and came up with two plans. I will return to the company, immediately dismiss Son Lana, and promote these two ladies. In addition, I can also give Zhongqing to you. Anyway, Zhongqing will be mine in the future, and I can dispose of it as I please. Detected that Yuan is boasting to the host. Special gift of 100% ownership of Zhongqing Industrial Company, Ltd. To the host. Chu Chen found the system's judgment somewhat strange. According to the current situation, Zhongqing would indeed fall into Yuan's hands. Why did the system judge that Yuan was boasting? Ding, detected that Yuan's current strength ranks as the second heir, and the first heir is not in the country. Chu Chen curiously investigated and the system replied with this message. In a situation like Yuan's, it was highly likely that his father had a secret child for a long time. But for various reasons, the child was raised abroad or elsewhere, waiting for the right time to let the first heir inherit Zhongqing. Unfortunately, Yuan's old man's plans were no match for fate, and he ended up letting Yuan boast and hand over Zhongqing, which he had been planning for a long time, to himself. Tang Xinran, I leave the next matters to you. Chu Chen paused, and as his words fell, Tang Xinran knew that his little brother had been saved. He smiled and said, Okay, Chen Ji. As he spoke, Tang Xinran walked up to Son Lana. This woman seemed harmless on the surface, but her heart was truly wicked and needed to be dealt with properly. Did you instigate my little brother to say that my brother Chen needs a woman? With my brother Chen's looks, figure, and wealth, does my little brother need to send women to him? Tang Xinran never hit women. But today, he couldn't hold back. If Chu Chen really got angry today, even he, as a Yuan's boss, would be implicated. This slap was definitely necessary. Tang Xinran slapped Song Lana across the face, knocking out her front teeth. Chu Chen had originally planned to talk to Tang Xinran privately and tell him that he didn't need anyone to send women to him. But Tang Xinran knew very well that Yi Yuan had been fooled by Song Lana today. If anyone could send beautiful women in the future, then his 18-year-old cousin would have no hope, right? Manager, throw this woman out for me, and put all the bills in my name. After venting his anger, Tang Xinran informed the Michelin 3-star restaurant, and someone immediately threw Song Lana out. In less than 3 minutes, the Michelin 3-star restaurant returned to calm. Even the tables with missing legs and arms were tidied up. The atmosphere at the previously pleasant Michelin 3-star restaurant became unusually quiet after this incident. Everyone was afraid of angering Chu Chen and suffering the same fate as Song Lana. The Michelin 3-star restaurant returned to calm once again. The waiters respectfully brought the dishes and then left. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei sat in their chairs, their faces full of doubt about life. Did they just have a hallucination? The young master of Zhongqing, Yi Yuan, knelt down and apologized to Chu Chen. And the handsome man who hit Song Lana was Yi Yuan's older brother, and he called Chu Chen Chen Ji? Wasn't Chu Chen just making a little money? Being called brother by a second-generation rich kid, that's really impressive. Brother, just now, was I dreaming? Su Wenjing asked incredulously. Her innocent and confused words caused many customers to choke on their food. Then, the usually quiet Michelin 3-star restaurant was filled with a chorus of coughs. Where did this cousin come from, thinking she was dreaming? How to deal with being unexpectedly poked at her cute point. After calming down, Chen Fei, combined with what Tang Xinran and Yi Yuan had said, confirmed that Chu Chen was the most mysterious top second-generation rich kid in Kyoto. Otherwise, Chen Fei really couldn't understand why Chu Chen, who made some money from investing in Bitcoin, would be respected and even called brother by Tang Xinran. After Chu Chen's brain spun at high speed, he chose a more reasonable explanation. You weren't dreaming just now. I made some money recently and got to know those rich kids by investing with Tang and the others. Chu Chen and Su Wenjing came from the same village, so she knew him very well. If she suddenly told Su Wenjing that he had made a lot of money, tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, this little girl probably couldn't handle it. Chu Chen decided to slowly let Su Wenjing accept the fact that he was very wealthy, but the customers at the Michelin 3-star restaurant couldn't quite accept it. The sound of nearby plates breaking and cutlery falling to the ground was enough to show the customers panic. Who didn't know that Chu was extremely wealthy, investing 5 billion just like that? He lived in the most expensive villa in Dongjiano. One courtyard, drove a luxury car that others couldn't afford, and even had a stake in the Huijin International worth over 200 billion. And you call this making some money? Then what are we? Chen Fei could see that Chu Chen was afraid that Su Wenjing couldn't accept it, so he only said he made some money. But in reality, Chu Chen's wealth was enough to make Tang Xinran respectfully call him brother. Wenjing, this is a good thing. Your cousin can hang out with Tang and even be called brother by him. That's really impressive, Chen Fei said with a smile, but her envy was hard to hide in her eyes. Chu Chen's current wealth was in the hundreds of millions, if not billions, but he was still considering Su Wenjing's feelings. How come she couldn't meet a cousin like this? Fei, you're right. Cousin, you finally made some money, so be careful not to offend people like Yi. Su Wenjing nodded and poured Chu Chen another glass of water. The tone of the elder's words made the customers feel like dying. What do you mean by being careful not to offend people like Yi? In the whole city, who would dare to offend Chu? Those Korean stick fighters who offended Chu didn't last a day, their dojos were demolished, and they didn't dare to seek treatment in China even when seriously ill. Such a person, others should be grateful if they don't offend him. Alright, cousin is right. Let's eat. The food is getting cold. Eat as much as you want, and order more if it's not enough. Chu Chen nodded in response. If the customers didn't know they were in a Michelin restaurant, they would have thought they were eating at a street stall with Chu Chen. Su Wenjing ate quietly, and even Chen Fei became more obedient. Although she still wanted to be Su Wenjing's sister-in-law, it seemed that with her looks alone, she wasn't qualified. So, how could she match Chu Chen, who was hailed as the new top second-generation rich kid? Su Wenjing and Chen Fei were struggling with the delicious food, while Song Lana was having a miserable time. Yi Yuan, as the young master of Zhongqing, had always been proud. He was interested in Song Lana only because he thought she was kind and gentle enough. But when something happened, this woman dared to openly flirt with Chu. The person who dares to publicly humiliate him is not many. Song Lana is the first to be so bold. Yi Xiao, please don't hit me again, I was wrong. Song Lana covered her bruised face, tears streaming down, begging for mercy. Listening to Song Lana's words, Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Whether I spare you now is not up to me, it's up to my big brother Tang Xiao. You've been keeping accounts, we'll settle the score later, Yuan said, casting his gaze on Tang Xinran. At this moment, Tang Xinran was checking some information on Song Lana's phone. He wanted to know if this woman had done anything harmful to Su Wenjing. Originally, Tang Xinran was just trying to find out, but unexpectedly, he found out a lot of disgusting things. The two women you wanted to deal with today are Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, right? Tang Xinran brought up photos from Song Lana's phone, many of which were of Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. This woman even bribed people in Su Wenjing's neighborhood to throw garbage there every night at 3 in the morning. Imagine how scared two young girls living in a rented house would be to encounter such a thing. No, these are not mine, these things are not mine. Song Lana didn't expect things to turn out like this. She wanted to rush over and take back her dignity, but was kicked to the ground by Yuan. In addition to this, you also spread rumors about Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, saying that the two women have loose morals. Song Lana, right? Impressive, a goddess in front of people, a green tea behind their backs. Tang Xinran finished checking the information and almost laughed out of anger. He almost fell for this green tea. Yuan was even more angry after hearing this. He couldn't believe he had thought this kind of person was a goddess before. Tang Xiao, please leave this matter to me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Yuan said, taking Song Lana's phone and having her dragged away. Tang Xinran watched Yuan take Song Lana away with satisfaction, then turned and went back to the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Recently, Bai Yue had been following Chu Xiao, so he didn't have a chance to be a qualified lackey. But as a housekeeper, Bai Yue still had areas where he could be useful. When Tang Xinran returned to the Michelin 3-star restaurant, he saw Qin Mu and Chu Chun chatting. He was immediately petrified. What's going on? The lackey hasn't had a chance to be useful yet, and now a big shot has arrived. Why did Qin Xiao suddenly come? Tang Xinran, you've come at the right time, I'm about to invite Chu Xiao to go racing. You're responsible for taking these two beautiful ladies back. Qin Mu had learned from his subordinates that Chu Chun was at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. In order to establish a relationship with Chu Chen as soon as possible, Qin Mu had been working hard to invite Chu Chen to various activities. In the circle of top rich second generations, there was a large-scale racing entertainment event. Apart from being Chu Chen's neighbor, no one was closer to Chu Chen. So the task of inviting Chu Chen to participate in the race was assigned to Qin Mu. Today, Qin Mu was quite capable. He had finally added Chu Chen on WeChat, and he had shown off in the Magic City Big Shot Group. Just now, someone had urged Qin Mu to add Chu Chen to the Magic City Big Shot Group. Tang Xinran was suddenly confused by Qin Xiao's orders. What racing? Was there a racing event today? Chu Chen was not interested in racing. He already had god-level driving skills. Racing against others was like playing for him. He could completely crush them with his skills. Besides, it was getting late. Chu Chen was worried that the two girls wouldn't be safe going back. I have something to do, so I won't go. Tang Xinran, you go play with Qin Xiao. Chu Chen glanced at Su Wenjing and shook his head, refusing Qin Mu's invitation. Qin Mu has been boasting to Chen Wei and the others since this morning, saying that he would definitely bring Chu Chen along. If he couldn't bring him back, he would have to give away his newly acquired hot spring hotel. Qin Mu was a little anxious. He was just about to persuade Chu Chen again when he heard Chen Fei ask with sparkling eyes, Qin Xiao, can we girls go to watch the car race? Qin Mu didn't know what the relationship was between Chen Fei and Chu Chen, but in the current situation, he could only make the best of it. He smiled and said, of course, girls can go watch. But if you want to participate, it would be better for Chu Xiao to participate personally. Chen Fei was still very interested in the car race. She liked this kind of thrilling thing, but due to life circumstances, she had never seen a real car race. Chen Fei knew that she needed Su Wenjing's approval. Wenjing, can you accompany me? Su Wenjing was quietly eating, being a qualified bystander. However, Su Wenjing didn't expect that she would end up being involved. Su Wenjing looked at Chu Chen, her pure eyes full of inquiry. Cousin, should I go or not? Chu Chen was amused by her look. If Wenjing wants to go, then I'll take you all. Qin Mu finally understood that Su Wenjing and Chu Chen were actually cousins. It seemed that they would have to get closer in the future. Then, let's go. Su Wenjing looked at Chen Fei beside her, and the longing in her eyes made Su Wenjing agree to her best friend's request. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei immediately hugged Su Wenjing excitedly, extremely happy. Then you should eat something to fill your stomach, and we'll leave in a while. If you get hungry at night, call Tang Xinran, and he will arrange for a chef to bring you dinner, Chu Chen said, and the two girls immediately hastened their eating speed. The customers at the Michelin restaurant were also excited, unable to contain themselves. I've heard that there are car activities among the top rich second generations, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xu Xiao is truly the most mysterious and newly emerging top rich second generation. He refused Qin Xiao and refused. That's right, who made Xu Xiao so awesome? If you have the ability, you should also bring the whole Huijin International. Huijin International has been quite strong recently. I heard they've changed the head of the marketing department, and he's quite efficient. What's his name? Zhou Jiang. The prices of the houses in Dongjiao, one courtyard, have suddenly risen. I heard that you can't even buy a villa. Xu Chen, as the newly emerging and most mysterious top rich second generation, every move of his could potentially represent the next trend in the city. Therefore, in situations where Xu Chen was involved, it would become one of the hot topics in the circle of the city's wealthy, without his knowledge. Su Wenjing didn't know that her cousin had become so awesome, and her mind was now filled with the delicious food in front of her. Chen Feiyi's eating speed was even faster than Su Wenjing's. In order to see the car race as soon as possible, the little girl was also quite determined. After about 10 minutes, the two girls followed Xu Chen and got into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, heading to today's racetrack, Shunning Bend. Shunning Bend was a racetrack specifically for the top rich second generations. Before the start, the staff would clean the track and check for any obstacles. Unlike other purposeful races, the race organized by Wang Song and others was mainly for entertainment. Shunning Bend organized an event once a year mainly to enhance the connection and fun between the top rich second generations. Of course, despite the different purposes, there were still some commercial purposes involved. For example, if Zhang wanted to acquire Li's industry privately for some reason, they could add a bet through the race, and the winner would get the corresponding bet, while the loser would have to fulfill the promise. However, the bet must be agreed upon by both parties and witnessed by witnesses in order for the competition to be effective. Xu Xiao is good, Xin Xiao is good. Xu Xiao is good, Xin Xiao is good. Oh, Tang Xiao is here too. More than that, even Chen Xiao is here. Rare to see all the big shots from the Magic City gathered today. Xu Chen brought Su Wenjing and Chen Fei to the Shunning Bend, and many top-rich second generations took the initiative to greet Xu Chen and Qin Mu. Su Wenjing originally wanted to come and watch the fun, but she was a little confused by the proactive greetings from the top-rich second generations. Didn't cousin only start hanging out with the rich second generations after making some money? Why do these rich kids seem to respect cousin so much? Chen Fei, who came with them, was even more amazed. Xu Chen really lived up to his reputation as the most mysterious top-rich second generation in the Magic City. Just by seeing these top-rich second generations taking the initiative to greet him, one could tell that Xu Chen's status among the top-rich second generations was definitely extraordinary. That's a limited edition Ferrari, right? And there's the Lamborghini Diablo. Ah, so many top supercars. Chen Fei noticed the confusion in Su Wenjing's eyes and was about to persuade her when her attention was drawn to the top luxury cars passing by. Su Wenjing was pure in character, but not a fool. She noticed the different way everyone treated Xu Chen, the kind of respect that was like treating a big shot. Cousin, did he really only make a little money? Xu Chen didn't know that today's race had planted a seed of doubt in Su Wenjing's heart. If he had known earlier, perhaps Xu Chen wouldn't have agreed to come here for the race today, and wouldn't have led to his wealthy identity being exposed early. Xin Xiao, who are you going to play with today? Xin Mu came with Xu Chen, and as a result, many people lost some small industries to him in gambling. Even before the official start of the race, some people were already asking Xin Mu about his plans. Xin Mu's purpose in inviting Xu Chen today was twofold. First, he wanted to enhance his contacts and exchanges with Xu Chen. Second, he wanted to win a set of Tang Sheniping's houses from Xu Chen. Apart from Qin Mu, no one else knew that Xu Chen had a set of Tang Sheniping's houses. Qin Mu was waiting for today's race just to win a set of Tang Sheniping's houses. Do I need to say it? Of course it's Xu Xiao. Who doesn't know that our Xu Xiao is the most domineering in the Magic City among the big shots? Oh, even if it's not Qin Xiao, I also want to compete with Xu Xiao, but unfortunately I don't have enough chips. Meng Xiao, can you shut up? With your assets of several hundred billion, isn't that high enough? Tisk TSK, Meng Xiao is really modest. So modest that I want to compete with him. Meng Xiao, I'm weaker, choose me. Zhang Xiao, your driving skills are at least in the top 10 in the circle, do you dare to say you're weak? According to my situation, where can I rely on? A group of top-rich second generations were chatting and joking, and the topic of several hundred billion made Su Wenjing feel a little flustered. Aren't these rich second generations gambling too big? Su Wenjing suddenly felt that she had been a little reckless in agreeing to come with Chen Fei. Cousin, shall we go back? Su Wenjing pulled Xu Chen aside, and a sense of retreat had already arisen in her heart. What Su Wenjing didn't know was that her hesitant expression had already been seen by many people. After waiting for such a golden opportunity today, if they could gamble with Chu Chen, regardless of winning or losing, there would definitely be unexpected gains. It was with this kind of thinking that they collectively recommended Qin Mu and were determined to find ways to bring Chu Chen to the competition. Chu Xiao, I've already told you the rules. Who do you choose to gamble with? Chu Xiao can choose me, I just want the Red Romantic Club. I'm not that greedy, I want a stake in Xingtian Investment. Hey, I also want a stake. Just give me some from Huijin International. Chu Chen didn't expect Su Wenjing to suddenly ask to go back. After thinking carefully, he immediately understood Su Wenjing's intention. He touched Su Wenjing's soft black hair and said with a smile, Wenjing, why leave? The big shots are here to give money, don't miss out. After hearing Chu Chen's words, Su Wenjing felt that her cousin was too blindly confident. The big shots are giving money? The competition has its ups and downs, how can her cousin be so sure that he will definitely win? Chu Chen is right, we are just here to give money, this is entertainment, Su girl, don't worry, there won't be any danger. Yes, Su girl, if you're not at ease, you can follow Chu Chen and bet on his car. On another note, who wants to challenge Chu Chen first? Chu Chen is driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class today, who wants to change their car with Chu Chen first? Upon hearing Chu Chen's confident words, the big shots started to follow along and make a commotion. If you look closely, you can vaguely see several big shots flashing arrogance and disdain in their eyes. Although Chu Chen, a newly emerging top second-generation rich, is impressive, it doesn't mean he is also skilled in racing. In terms of racing, they are the strongest top rich kids. There's no need to change the car. I've already called for my brother Chinghua's Koenigsegg 11 to be delivered. It will arrive in about 3 minutes. If the race starts soon, can we let my brother Chenghua familiarize himself with the terrain before the race? Although Tang Xinran usually doesn't seem reliable, his judgment and execution in action are not to be underestimated. Even though Chu Chen did not specifically request a race car, he still prepared the Koenigsegg 11 and proposed the request to familiarize himself with the terrain. Of course, this request from the newcomer Chu Chen is not excessive, and no one would disagree. Chu Chen was very satisfied with Tang Xinran's arrangement, considering that the Koenigsegg 11 still needed some time to arrive. He simply had the driver take him for a spin around the shunning bend, considering it as familiarizing himself with the track. No way, Chu Chen is really showing off. Having the driver take him for a spin, so mysteriously confident. I can't help but feel that Chu Chen is looking down on us. The top big shots were impressed by Chu Chen's actions. Many racers would personally drive to familiarize themselves with the track before the race, making it easier to control the terrain and use the key moments for overtaking in the bends. Chu Chen not only didn't do this, but instead had the driver take him for a spin. Such actions by Chu Chen usually fall into two categories. Either Chu Chen is extremely skilled in driving and doesn't need to do it himself, or he is very inexperienced and doesn't understand the rules of racing at all. Wang Song and Chen Wei did not participate in this race. They were analyzing the reasons behind Chu Chen's actions. Chen, do you think Chu Chen is truly overconfident, or can he really win the next race? Listening to Wang Song's casual question, Chen Wei carefully considered the information in his mind before cautiously answering, I believe that Chu Chen is not a person who acts without purpose, and I even think he is very likely to become the champion this time. Although Ji Yun was stopped by the Qitian Alliance from continuing to investigate Chu Chen's information, Chen Wei still persistently collected all the information about Chu Chen. However, every time Chen Wei collected information about Chu Chen, he felt more and more incredulous. Because Chu Chen's seemingly casual actions were all purposeful. Some seemingly unintentional actions seemed to be carefully planned. And each time, he achieved great success. Chen Wei couldn't help but speculate whether Chu Chen had some kind of trump card to turn the tables. You seem to have a lot of confidence in him. Do you want to bet and give it a try? Wang Song jokingly scolded Chen Wei and asked. If Wang Xiao is not interested, I have no objections. Chen Wei agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Wang Song immediately sent the latest gambling content to Chen Wei's WeChat using his phone. The message was about a piece of land in the western suburbs, approximately 500 square meters in size, currently valued at around 50 million. Due to the recent rumors of urban planning in the western suburbs of the city, the land there has become increasingly valuable. However, no one has received specific notification about the urban planning in the western suburbs. Chen Wei also presented a piece of land located in the southern outskirts of the city, approximately 1,000 square meters in size, currently under construction with a future development direction focused on factories or large warehouses. Many wealthy individuals interested in industrial ventures are looking to acquire land in the southern outskirts. The true value of this piece of land is still being assessed, with prices fluctuating in the range of several tens of millions. Just as Wang Song and Chen Wei completed their bet, Chu Chen's Koenigsegg 11 had arrived. Chu Xiao, have you chosen your opponent and arranged the competition for this time? Qin Mu asked Chu Chen. After walking around, Chu Chen had memorized all the details of the track and was confident that he could beat his opponent if given a car. I don't have much time, but I can give you a chance. You can arrange for 2 other people to compete with me, and the conditions are up to them. As long as I have it, we can bet on it. However, I won't agree to an unequal competition. Chu Chen's calm and confident tone, especially his conditions for 3 people to compete against him, aroused the competitive spirit of many wealthy second-generation individuals. The competition between Qin Xiao and Chu Xiao has been set. Who among you is planning to compete with Chu Xiao? Wang Son, upon learning the situation, immediately asked the others. In the end, 2 people were chosen from the wealthy individuals. One was Meng Xiaobai, ranked first in racing skills among the group, excelling in corner overtaking and having won the amateur racing championship. The other was surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Jing. Although Zhang Jing's racing skills were second only to Meng Xiaobai's, he had a considerable reputation in the racing world and was a well-known competitor. Chu Xiao, if I lose, you can give me a set of Tangshanipin. If you win, you can ask for anything. Qin Mu publicly declared the terms of his bet with Chu Chen in front of his limited edition Ferrari, immediately drawing cheers from the wealthy individuals. Qin Xiao, this is not appropriate. You said what you wanted, let Chu Xiao choose freely. Yes, a set of Tangshanipin is worth at least 60 million now. Didn't you bet a villa and industry of equal value? I think you should give the Hot Spring Hotel to Chu Xiao. Indeed, the Hot Spring Hotel is worth 60 million, which matches up perfectly. Hey, speaking of which, what will Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai bet against Chu Chen later? As the top wealthy individuals were making a commotion, Su Wenjing's face turned pale. She had come to see the excitement as per Chen Fei's suggestion, but she didn't expect the stakes to be so high among these wealthy individuals and her cousin. Su Wenjing couldn't help but regret not having her own opinion. Otherwise, her cousin wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. Qin Mu also realized that he had spoken somewhat casually. He chuckled and said, "All right, let's bet on the Hot Spring Hotel. But Chu Xiao, if I lose, can you exchange it for another set for me?" With Chu Chen's ability to remember everything, he quickly recalled that Tangshanipin was in Huijin International, a piece of information revealed by Zhou Jiang. Fortunately, Qin Mu still kept his word and didn't reveal the news about his purchase of a Tangshanipin property. "Alright, if I win, I'll give you a set of Tangshanipin, and if you lose, you'll exchange a set with me." Chu Chen nodded, his casual attitude causing the top young elites to collectively exclaim in surprise. "That's Tangshanipin. You're just going to exchange it like that? I've been wanting to get a set of Tangshanipin recently, but couldn't buy one. Do you remember the rumor that a domineering tycoon bought a Tangshanipin property? Could that tycoon be Chu Xiao?" Hearing Chu Chen casually agreeing to exchange for a set of Tangshanipin, the top young elites quickly connected the dots in their minds. A Tangshanipin property is worth billions. Did Chu Xiao just casually buy one? How audacious. So, they couldn't buy a Tangshanipin property because Chu Chen had already bought one. Standing at the starting line of the race with Qin Mu, Chu Chen was unaware that he had just exposed the news of his ownership of a Tangshanipin property in front of many wealthy young elites. Let's begin. I want to see how strong Qin Xiao's racing skills really are. With Chu Chen's personal promise, Qin Mu immediately got into the car with a big smile on his face. Chu Chen also got into the Koenigsegg 11. As he prepared to fasten his seatbelt, Su Wenjing, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly ran to the passenger seat. "Wenjing, what are you doing?" Chu Chen was puzzled, not understanding Su Wenjing's intentions. "Cousin, it's all my fault. I'll be your co-pilot." Su Wenjing opened the car door, her pure and clean eyes were red, looking very pitiful. "There's no need for you to be my co-pilot. I can win." Chu Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on with this little girl? Why does she insist on being my co-pilot? Chen Fei also didn't expect Su Wenjing to suddenly make such a move. But soon, she understood the reason. This little girl felt too guilty and wanted to be Chu Chen's co-pilot. However, this kind of thing is too dangerous and doesn't suit Su Wenjing's personality. Chen Fei sighed inwardly and said to Su Wenjing, "Wenjing, you know I prefer these thrilling and exciting activities. Why don't you let me be the co-pilot instead?" "But, Fei..." Su Wenjing was about to refuse when she saw Chen Fei say to Chu Chen, "Chu Xiao, let's go with this decision." Chu Chen looked at the calm Chen Fei and then at the red-eyed Su Wenjing. He nodded and said, "Alright, come up, Wenjing. You can go to the side and cheer for your cousin. Chen Fei is quite brave and shouldn't be scared." Seeing that her cousin had agreed, Su Wenjing had no choice but to let Chen Fei get into the car. One Koenigsegg 11 and one limited edition Ferrari each had a beautiful woman as a co-pilot. Outside the track, the top rich second-generation young elites started to make a commotion and even started betting. I bet on Xu Xiao to win this round, not too much, just 3 million. The odds are 1:2. Wow, Shen Xiao, you're really scaring people with your 3 million bet. It is indeed quite scary, but I'm in. I'll bet 5 million on Qin Xiao to win. Tisk TSK, why are they all playing so big? I'll bet 2 million on Qin Xiao and 2 million on Xu Xiao. The reason why the top young elites were interested in the Shunning Bend track was mainly because of its winding race route. Starting from the starting point, the Shunning Bend track had a total of 5 sharp turns, each of which tested the driver's skills. Moreover, the width of the Shunning Bend track was just enough to allow a distance of about 30 centimeters between two supercars. If this distance was exceeded, the car behind wouldn't be able to overtake the car in front. Because if the driver chose to take the risk, the cliff on the right side of the Shunning Bend track could very likely become the burial ground for the supercar. The Shunning Bend track was dangerous and difficult to conquer, which was the main reason for its selection. 3, 2, 1, start. The referee in the front pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang in everyone's ears. 2 top supercars raced towards the finish line. Whoever reached the finish line first would win. The Koenigsegg 11 was a step behind and was overtaken by the limited edition Ferrari. The Ferrari occupied the middle position, preventing the Koenigsegg 11 from having enough space to overtake. Unless Chuchen could use drifting to get close to the mountain beside the Shunning Bend, overtake the Ferrari and complete the bend overtaking, it would be possible to win. However, the possibility was very small. Drifting not only requires superb skills but also precise judgments based on the track conditions. Chuchen only let the driver take him for a spin today. How could he overtake? I go. Koenigsegg 11 overtook. Xu Xiao actually has such superb driving skills. It's amazing. We are about to witness the birth of a racing god at Shunning Bend. Suddenly, a group of rich second generation collectively exclaimed. They saw the Koenigsegg 11, which was originally behind the Ferrari, suddenly perform a cool drift in the bend. The Koenigsegg 11 tilted to the right, the bottom of the car was close to the inside of the bend, completing a beautiful bend overtaking. Then, the Koenigsegg 11 increased its horsepower to straighten the car. Subsequently, with shocking speed, the Koenigsegg 11 quickly completed several rapid drifts in the remaining bends and reached the finish line at Shunning Bend with absolute advantage. Chuchen's superb driving skills made everyone present forget their words. They witnessed the birth of a racing god. Damn, that's amazing. The racing god is born. I've never seen such an amazing racer. I want to ask Xu Xiao if he is accepting apprentices now? Chuchen's amazing driving skills excited all the rich kids. The most powerful racers at Shunning Bend are Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing. Even they have never shown off like Chuchen did. I declare, Xu Xiao wins. The referee's announcement sounded. Chuchen walked out of the Koenigsegg 11, and then Qin Mu also walked out of the Ferrari. Xu Xiao, your driving skills are too amazing. Damn, I don't feel wronged losing at this hot spring hotel. Qin Mu was shocked by Chuchen's driving skills. He had never seen anyone dare to drift from the side of the mountain. A hot spring hotel in exchange for my god-level drift, you've made a profit. Chuchen joked. Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh. That's indeed a profit. Outside the venue, Su Wenjing, who heard the referee announce Chuchen's victory, had tears of joy in her eyes. Cousin really won. That's great. Su Wenjing was just watching from the sidelines, and she was so scared by his performance that her heart almost jumped out. Fortunately, Chuchen won. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing looked ahead, feeling a bit confused. They had just looked down on Chuchen's driving skills. Now they were completely impressed by Chuchen's skills. If they hadn't been in the circle for a long time, they would even suspect that Chuchen was a world-class professional racer. With Chuchen's amazing drifting skills just now, they would definitely lose if they were to compete with Chuchen. However, after finally having a chance to compete with a master, no one was willing to give up. Meng Xiao, what do you plan to do? Zhang Jing looked at Meng Xiaobai beside him. Meng Xiaobai had originally planned to invest in Huijin International. Now it seemed that it would be good enough not to involve his own industry. I plan to have a competition with Xu Xiao. I've thought about it. Huijin International's assets are too strong, so I'll just take a 10% stake in Shengtian Investment. When you say that, I also feel that the Red Romance Club is not quite suitable, so let's change it to 5% of the shares in the Prajna Manor. Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai both changed their original plans. Meanwhile, Shen Wei, who had made a fortune, was now asking for money. Hey, today is really my lucky day. I made 30 million in a blink of an eye. Old Zhang, when are you going to pay up? Zhang Xiao, who was called out, rolled his eyes and said, Shen Xiao, do you think I'm short of your 60 million? Don't you still have a backup? Are you in or out? Chen Wei tasted the sweetness and chose to continue betting without hesitation. 60 million, I bet it all on Chu Xiao to win. Zhang Xiao almost exploded. What's the point of opening another round? With Chu Xiao's driving skills, can I even win? I'm out. Zhang Xiao suddenly regretted, causing the young masters to laugh. At this time, Chu Chen returned to the starting line in a Koenigsegg 1-1. Seeing Chu Chen getting out of the car, Tang Xinran immediately handed him a bottle of mineral water and even fanned him with a small fan. Chen Ge, your driving skills are too amazing. Even professional racers may not have your level. Tang Xinran's flattery echoed the thoughts of the young masters. Chu Chen smiled and said, Tang Xinran, you're exaggerating. It's just a race for fun, don't take it too seriously. The young masters felt that Chu Chen was being too modest, but his words made them feel comfortable. It's getting late, I have to take my cousin home. Let's have the remaining two players compete together. If one of them beats me, I'll pay both of their bets. Chu Chen checked the time, it was almost 6:30 in the afternoon. Looking at Chen Fei in the car, she was still excited after the thrilling race and was now taking pictures of the Koenigsegg 1-1 with her phone. Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai prepared to face a strong opponent, but they didn't expect Chu Chen to challenge both of them at once. 666, Chu Xiao is amazing. I suddenly envy Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao. If you want, you can switch with them. Forget it, I don't want to experience the fear of being dominated by the car god. Wang Song and Chen Wei were also shocked by Chu Chen's words. One person challenging two, and it's at the shunning bend. Can he really win the race? The young masters looked at the three cars lined up at the starting line, eagerly anticipating the upcoming race. 3, 2, 1, start. The referee's gun sounded again. The Koenigsegg 1-1 unexpectedly took the lead on the track. Wow! Did Chu Xiao hide his strength in the race against Qin Xiao? Am I the only one who thinks Chu Xiao is driving so fast to send his cousin home early? Be confident, Song Xiao. Remove the doubt. Chu Xiao really wants to end the race quickly to take his cousin home. Look, Chu Xiao's Koenigsegg 1-1, inside drift, completed in less than 5 seconds. Wow, what a god-level driving skill. He's already at the third bend. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao are still at the first bend. Less than a minute into the race, Chu Chen's Koenigsegg 1-1 had already heated up the competition. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, Chu Chen had already reached the sixth bend. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao were drifting in their top-notch race cars on the second bend. This contrast made everyone realize how superior Chu Chen's driving skills were. 30 seconds later, Chu Chen arrived at the finish line. His amazing driving skills once again left the audience speechless. Referee, how long did Chu Xiao take to reach the finish line? Zhang Xiao, who was at the starting line, asked nervously. The referee numbly glanced at the time and replied, 2 minutes. He completed the entire shunning bend race in just 2 minutes, breaking the previous record for the shunning race. Is this Chu Xiao's first time at the shunning bend? Everyone was shocked to hear the referee's announcement. Even Zhang Xiao and the others had never achieved a time close to 3 minutes. Not only did Chu Chen take less time, but his speed was also faster than theirs. The wealthy young men couldn't help but exchange glances and silently decided they would never challenge Chu Xiao in a race again. I lost, Chu Xiao. My bet is an 8 million worth beauty company. I also lost, Chu Xiao. My bet is a 6 million worth computer city. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao came out of their cars, smiling as they revealed their bets. Truly, there are always people better than you. Compared to Chu Chen, they realized that their proud racing skills were nothing. Chu Xiao's driving skills today were enough to be legendary. Cousin, when did you learn to race? Su Wenjing asked Chu Chen in surprise. Her words instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Su Wenjing, Chu Chen's cousin, must be the one who knows Chu Chen the best. According to her, Chu Chen had never known how to race before? Just the thought of this possibility made many wealthy young men who were good at racing shudder. Chu Chen's performance just now was enough to be legendary, at least in their eyes. It was a skill that took at least 10 years to master. Now it seemed that they were likely wrong. I just learned it recently, made some money, and then I learned it while watching. It's quite interesting, Chu Chen said with a smile. His casual attitude made many people feel frustrated. They had worked hard to learn so many racing techniques, only to be surpassed by Chu Chen so easily. Is the gap between people really that big? Oh my god, Wenjing, your cousin's driving skills are too amazing. I can't believe someone can drive to this level. Chen Fei finally snapped out of her trance and ran to Su Wenjing, giving her a tight hug. The collision of two different styles of beautiful women and different models of car lights was quite eye-catching. Chen Fei didn't know that her words made the wealthy young men jealous and envious. Just by watching, she had learned to drive so well. How amazing is her learning ability. It's getting late. I'll take my cousin home first. Tang Xinran, can you drive the car back later? Chu Chen threw the key of the Koenigsegg 11 to Tang Xinran and then left in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. If Xiang Xiao and Mang Xiao still didn't know why they lost so quickly, then they were truly clueless. I suddenly envy Chu Xiao's cousin. I wonder if Chu Xiao needs a cousin. Am I the only one who noticed the Koenigsegg 11 key in Tang Xiao's hand? Envious, a car worth 120 million, Tang Xiao can actually drive it. As Chu Chen left, Tang Xinran, holding the key to Chu Chen's Koenigsegg 11, became the focus of the wealthy young men. Tang Xinran was not in a hurry to leave and was planning to take this opportunity to interact with the wealthy young men. This racing event could be considered a successful conclusion. After sending Su Wenjing and Chen Fei back, Chu Chen returned to the villa to rest. On the other side, in room 2032 of the Daping residential area, Sang Biao squatted in the narrow room 2032 with 50 agile brothers, holding baseball bats, wooden sticks, and the like. Big brother, it's already 3 in the morning, why haven't we seen anyone yet? A trusted little brother of Sang Biao curiously asked. Today, Sang Biao and his little brothers have been squatting since 3 in the afternoon, until 3 in the morning. The weather today was still a bit hot, and even though the narrow room 2032 had some ventilation, it was still hot enough for the group of people. Especially the smell of sweat in the room, not to mention how suffocating it was. It's almost 3 in the morning now, that expert is likely to come and attack the owner here at this time. Brothers, stay alert. Sang Biao actually didn't know when that expert would come. But as the big brother, he had to have some authority, right? Sang Biao casually made up a reason, immediately making all the little brothers very supportive of their big brother's point of view. After all, when facing an expert, the outcome could be decided in a second, so they had to stay alert. Sang Biao's little brothers were all tense, paying close attention to the movement outside the door. They heard a bang. The little brothers who had been squatting for a long time all showed excitement on their faces. The expert had arrived. The little brother guarding the door immediately opened the room door. Outside room 2032, a man wearing a white vest, black shorts, and flip-flops stood face to face with the guarding little brother. The guarding little brother realized, feeling a surge of anger. They had been squatting all day today, just for this? The man in flip-flops also felt very uneasy when he saw the guarding little brother. Wasn't the employer supposed to have 2 beautiful women in the room? How did the women turn into big men? The man in flip-flops glanced over and couldn't help but shiver. Looking at least 30 big men in the room, each with a fierce and evil look, the man in flip-flops almost wet himself. 2 beautiful women, my foot. The man in flip-flops cursed the employer in his heart and was about to run away. Meanwhile, Sang Biao was preparing to show off his skills. When he faced the man in flip-flops, his hostility became particularly strong. Get him for me, Sang Biao ordered. The 50 big men rushed up and one of them kicked the man twice to vent their anger. They had been smelling sweat all day, and the result was this guy causing trouble? If it weren't for the fact that Sang Biao still had questions to ask, they would have definitely killed this guy. After being beaten up, the man in flip-flops was brought in front of Sang Biao like a captured chicken. Sang Biao was originally an underground godfather, and now, due to anger, he exuded a murderous aura, scaring the man in flip-flops. The foul smell almost made Sang Biao, who hadn't eaten dinner and had been smelling sweat for half a day, vomit. It's you who caused trouble for my big brother? Sang Biao angrily picked up a baseball bat and smashed it on the man in flip-flops. The next second, another unpleasant smell spread in room 2032. This time, many of Sang Biao's little brothers felt nauseous and vomited. The smell also made Sang Biao's stomach churn. Quickly take him downstairs and interrogate him properly, find out which scoundrel came up with this idea. Sang Biao cursed and left 2032 first. Some of the brothers were left behind, hating the man in flip-flops to the core. If it weren't for this guy, they would have been sleeping at home by now. And he even dared to throw trash in the middle of the night. Why doesn't he just disappear? The more the little brothers thought about it, the angrier they became. After cleaning up the man in flip-flops, they took turns beating him several times. The man in flip-flops screamed in pain. He didn't even know why he had taken $1,000 to scare 2 little beauties by throwing trash in the middle of the night, and how it had turned into being beaten by 50 big men. I don't know why I was targeted by this group of people. Tell me, who sent you to mess with my big brother's big brother? The henchman tied the man with flip-flops to a chair and spoke loudly, leaving the man with flip-flops bewildered. He didn't even know his big brother, so how could he offend his big brother's big brother? Hey, you're still being stubborn. You've been beaten so many times and still won't talk. Brothers, give him another beating. The man with flip-flops was at a loss. Damn it, none of you will tell me who that big brother's big brother is. How am I supposed to know how I messed with him? The man with flip-flops wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was beaten again. It wasn't until after 6 in the morning that the man with flip-flops finally figured out the whole story. "Woo, big brother, I really just took $1,000 to mess with that little beauty in that house. Please don't beat me anymore, okay?" The man with flip-flops cried and finished speaking, unable to hold on any longer, and passed out. Before passing out, the man with flip-flops had one thought in his mind: never let himself encounter that damn employer, even if it meant killing that employer. In the bright sunshine at 9 in the morning, Chu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, suddenly received a call from Sang Biao. "Xiao Biao, what's up?" As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, there were 3 loud bangs. Xin Mu, Meng Xiaobai, and Zhang Jing all fell in Chu Chen's villa. Xin Mu was startled by Chu Chen's words, because he knew very well that the only person Chu Chen would call Xiao Biao was the underground godfather Sang Biao of the Magic City. But Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing didn't know. They thought it was a rule in the villa and also fell down. Seeing it was Qin Mu and the others, Chu Chen gestured for Bai Yue to take care of it. On the phone, Sang Biao was equally excited to hear his big brother's voice. "Big brother, I found out. The person targeting 2032 is called Song Lana. She paid $1,000 in commission to scare the homeowner by taking out the trash in the middle of the night." As Sang Biao spoke, he couldn't help but think of the man with flip-flops losing control. He didn't know if the homeowner of 2032 had been scared by the man with flip-flops. But as for messing with him, Song Lana had indeed done it for real. "Well, okay, I know, that Song Lana should be in Tang Xinran's hands, you arrange it." Hearing that it was Song Lana, Chu Chen had no more interest in the matter. It was just a small fry, not worth Chu Chen's attention. "Okay, big brother." Sang Biao was overjoyed to hear that Chu Chen was willing to hand over the person to him. After hanging up the phone, Sang Biao immediately had someone check Tang Xinran's number and called him. "Tang Xinran, are you Tang Xiao? I'm Sang Biao, hand over Song Lana to me." Tang Xinran answered the phone and was immediately confused. "The underground godfather of the Magic City, Sang Biao, called me? This is too scary. Song Lana has already run away. We're arranging people to chase her." Tang Xinran was a little confused. He had just sent someone to catch Song Lana, and now Sang Biao was coming to him. Run away? When did she run away? Sang Biao didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. Just now, she shouldn't have left the Magic City. "Okay, you don't need to worry about Song Lana. I'll take care of it." After hanging up the phone, Tang Xinran was still in a daze. Sang Biao called to ask about Song Lana? What did Song Lana do to provoke Sang Biao? At this time, Song Lana, who had escaped from Yi Yuan's house, was trying to find a way to leave the Magic City. She had lost her job and been beaten all night. If she stayed, she might not survive, so she decided to go back to her hometown. Song Lana came to the bus station with the money she received from Yi Yuan and bought the earliest ticket to prepare to run away. As soon as Song Lana got on the bus, she was suddenly dragged down by 2 strong men who came up and taken to a magnificent villa. "Who are you? Why are you arresting me?" Song Lana asked fearfully with a bruised and swollen face. "It's you, arranging people to make trouble for the homeowner in 2032? Going to someone's house in the middle of the night at 3 in the morning to throw garbage?" Faced with Song Lana's face, Sang Biao immediately recalled yesterday's encounter. If it weren't for this woman, would he have squatted until 3 in the morning? Why is it for Song Wenjing again? I didn't mean to. Song Lana, hearing that she was again helping someone related to Su Wenjing, completely collapsed. If she had known, she wouldn't have run away from Yi Yuan. The people who caught her now are much more fierce than Yi Yuan. "Hey, you have the ability to make trouble for others, but not the ability to bear the consequences? I, Sang Biao, have become famous, and no one has been able to successfully make trouble for me." "Little girl, you are quite successful," Sang Biao said with a dark face, scaring Song Lana so much that she forgot to cry. She just wanted to know how she had caused trouble for Sang Biao. "Take her downstairs and take care of her. After it's done, throw her out of the city, and the other man, throw him out with me." Sang Biao was annoyed by Song Lana and simply had her thrown out. Then Tang Xinran received a message from Sang Biao. He thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what Sang Biao's purpose was in calling. Tang Xinran, who was uncertain, called Chu Chen again, hoping he could give him some advice. At this time, Chu Chen was fulfilling the bet on the race with Qin Mu, Zhang Jing, and Meng Xiaobai from yesterday. The process was not complicated, but it required the person's signature and consent. Bai Yue, who had a background in economics, was also quite proficient in law, so confirming simple contract terms was no problem. Soon, Chu Chen received the Lansan Hot Spring Hotel worth 60 million from Qin Mu, the Earring Beauty Company worth 80 million from Zhang Jing, and the Changning Computer City worth 60 million from Meng Xiaobai. In addition, Qin Mu, under the envious eyes of Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai, bought a set of Tangshan Ipin from Chu Chun for 60 million. After signing the contract, Chu Chen received a call from Tang Xinran. "Chenji, just now the underground godfather Sang Biao from the city called me asking about the whereabouts of Son Lana. What should I do?" Tang Xinran's words sounded a bit anxious, giving him the feeling that a great disaster was imminent, making Tang Xinran very anxious. It was only then that Chu Chen remembered that he hadn't told Tang Xinran that Sang Biao was his little brother. "Oh, it's okay. I asked Xiao Biao to contact you. Do you have anything else?" After Chu Chen finished speaking, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing, who had listened to their conversation, accidentally fell to the ground. They finally understood why Qin Mu had fallen flat in the villa. Damn, it turns out that the so-called Xiaobiao in Chu Chen's mouth is Sang Biao. Who can handle this? No, there's nothing else. Tang Xinran's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Damn, after all this, it was Qin Ji who asked Xiaobiao to contact me. Fortunately, it's not to find trouble with me. Then, Tang Xinran suddenly got up. Damn it, how can Chen Ji let Xiaobiao contact me? And what's the matter with Xiaobiao? Tang Xinran, shocked, held the phone and came to a terrible conclusion. Sang Biao is also Chen Ji's little brother? After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen was again attracted by the actions of Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing. "Yue, what's going on? Why is the chair at home so unstable?" Chu Chen frowned and scolded Bai Yue. Bai Yue glanced lightly at Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai, then lowered her head and said softly, "Young master, if you don't say that Sang Biao is your little brother, the two young masters wouldn't have fallen." "Damn, Yue, don't do this. You've already exposed Chu Xiao's identity, can we still leave the villa later?" Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai suddenly felt a little panicked for no reason. It seemed like they had learned some incredible secret. Bai Yue didn't care about Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing, the two young masters. And Qin Mu, who had experienced fear on the side, couldn't help but smirk a little. Finally, someone was just like him at the beginning. When Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing were escorted out of the villa by the servants, they felt like they were walking on air. "Chu Xiao, did I hear it wrong, that Biao Ji is actually Chu Xiao's little brother?" Yes, how long has Sang Biao been famous? He's actually Chu Xiao's little brother? It's unbelievable. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing left the villa and immediately sought help from Qin Mu. Qin Mu knew that Chu Chen didn't care much about exposing his relationship with Sang Biao, but he couldn't help but remind the two. Chu Xiao is not just an ordinary rich young master. Whatever the situation, in his hands, it could become reasonable. You'll get used to it slowly. After all, Chu Chen was from there, what couldn't he do? If they really angered him, it wouldn't be as simple as just Sang Biao. "Qin Xiao, rest assured, we won't leak it." "Yes, Qin Xiao, rest assured." Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing nodded repeatedly. They couldn't even compare to Qin Mu, let alone overstep their bounds and expose Chu Chen. Qin Mu was very satisfied with their response, and in a good mood, he invited Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing to his own villa. If it were usual, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing would definitely be happy to get close to Qin Mu. Now, however, they understood that Qin Xiao was consoling himself in this way. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing really wanted to say, "Thank you, Qin Xiao, we haven't been comforted." After the three of them were escorted out of the villa, Chu Chen also received a message from Tang Xinran. Although there were still several hours before the concert, Jin Yu couldn't contain her excitement. She asked Tang Xinran to tell Chu Chen that today at 7:30 was Zhou Luinjia's concert and asked him to come on time. She also gave the address. Tang Xinran added silently. Jin Yu, this little girl, mischievous and occasionally talkative, was indeed not easy to deal with. Chu Chen smiled. He replied to Tang Xinran, "Tell Jin Yu that today I will arrange for a car to pick her up. Let her wait quietly." After hearing Chu Chen's instructions, Tang Xinran was so excited that she almost jumped up. Jin Yu was indeed a little troublemaker, and no one knew what she had been through these days alone. After ending the conversation with Tang Xinran, Chu Chen called Bai Yue. "You go prepare 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Around 6 o'clock, send one to this address to pick up a girl named Jin Yu and Su Ruoyan. Also, arrange another car to go to Tangcheniping to pick up my cousin and her friend." After Bai Yue noted down the message, she also remembered something. "Yes, young master, the new energy company you asked me to set up has been established. What do you want to name it?" Chu Chen suddenly remembered that he had indeed forgotten to give the company a name. "Let's call it Jinyang New Energy." After Bai Yue noted down the name, she respectfully withdrew. After giving his orders, Chu Chen began to rest at the villa. It was a rare leisurely day, and indeed, it was more enjoyable to have some fun. "Young master, it's 6:30, the driver is on the way to meet you, you should leave now," Bai Yue reminded Chu Chen in a low voice. Chu Chen made a sound of agreement, got up, and found a set of relatively formal clothes from the large wardrobe. He then set off in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Since Bai Yue took over the villa, Shu Chen's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were all taken care of by Bai Yue. Even the full wardrobe of clothes was personally purchased by Bai Yue, consisting of low-key, luxurious, and restrained clothing. These brands may not be recognizable on the surface, but they were all custom-made clothes, with prices being very expensive. Half an hour later, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms gathered and rushed to Zhou Luwenjie's concert. The orderly array of Rolls-Royce Phantoms attracted envious glances from many passers-by. "Oh my, I actually saw 3 Rolls-Royces worth millions. How lucky. Wow, 30 million. So envious, when will I ever have 30 million? Haha, I see you daydreaming. 30 million? I'd be able to wake up laughing if I had a Rolls-Royce Phantom." Then you better not wake up, or you'll find yourself still a poor loser and wet the bed with tears. Passers-by went crazy fantasizing after seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantoms. However, no one expected that Zhou Luwenjie's concert would be so popular that the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were stuck in traffic when driving to the entrance of the concert. "Oh, so annoying, just coming to see a concert and now I'm stuck in traffic." In front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a young couple sat in a baojun. The girl grumbled dissatisfied, immediately receiving a gentle coax from the boy. "Darling, don't be angry. The traffic jam means the concert we want to see is really good. The famous Luwenjie you like, right?" The girl looked at her boyfriend and thought it made sense. She looked around and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked behind their car. Seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the girl couldn't help but smile. "Now I feel balanced. Honey, look, even the rich are stuck just like us." After saying this, the girl saw a very handsome and unique man stepping out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then, 2 very attractive women and a man in designer clothes followed him, walking towards the entrance of the concert. The girl was curious, if this person came out, then who was driving? She glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom behind her and saw a driver still sitting inside. Damn rich people. The girl couldn't help but grumble in frustration. She just wanted to feel superior for a moment, but the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom had just slapped her in the face. It was hard to be happy. The boy in the baojun couldn't help but feel a little helpless after hearing his girlfriend's words. He turned to look at the people who had just come out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and saw the staff personally escorting them into the VIP lane. Damn, isn't this too arrogant? Not only driving 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, but also being able to enter the VIP lane for Luwenjie's concert. After getting stuck in traffic and having to queue, I suddenly feel sour. Bro, don't be sour. I just checked my phone and found out that the handsome guy who just walked in front is Chu Shin. His previous car was the Koenigsegg 11, worth 120 million. What's 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms worth? Damn, a Koenigsegg 11 worth 120 million. So envious. I can't afford it in my lifetime. Ah, honey is so handsome that I can't close my legs. I didn't expect to come to a concert and meet my husband. I'm in a great mood, let's take a picture and post it as a story. Sigh, my husband's figure and looks are unbeatable. Every time I see him, I feel like it's not enough. Shu Chen's handsome face and the 3 cool Rolls-Royce Phantoms attracted a lot of attention. If it weren't for the traffic jam, some fans and admirers would have rushed up to take photos and ask for autographs from Shu Chen. It's hateful that the terrible traffic jam only allowed them to watch Shu Chen enter the VIP channel helplessly, unable to admire Shu Chen's looks. When Shu Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen, his fans started frantically gathering friends to inform them of Shu Chen's appearance at the concert. Shu Chen didn't know that his appearance caused fans to go crazy trying to get scalped tickets, leading to a cliff-like sellout by scalpers before the concert, allowing them to make a fortune. Zhou Luwenjie is truly the king of the music world. When Shu Chen and Tang Xinran arrived at the front row seats, they saw many glow sticks waving and LED signs saying "I love you, Luwenjie and Luwenjie is great." Jinyu, following Shu Chen, couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Shu, you're amazing to have gotten these VIP seats." Tang Xinran chuckled at the remark. He wanted to say, "Is that surprising? If I revealed that my brother Chen is the CEO of Huanqing Entertainment, you wouldn't be able to sit still." Tang Xinran, what are you laughing at? Jinyu sat down grumpily and started taking selfies, showing off her presence at the concert. After a few days of interaction, Tang Xinran had learned the little girl's temper and didn't make a big deal out of it, so he sat down too. Soon, it was 7:30. The concert officially began, and Zhou Luwenjie took the stage, immediately eliciting screams from fans, "Luwenjie, Luwenjie, Luwenjie." Zhou Luwenjie, standing on the stage, immediately saw Chu Chen. He suppressed his excitement and, listening to the fans' voices below, couldn't help but smile and say, "I'm very happy to have so many fans attend my concert today, thank you. Today, I'd like to sing a song with everyone first. It's my new work Wulin. Wulin is a new song of mine, a martial arts themed song. I hope you all like it." As Zhou Luwenjie's words fell, it once again caused screams from the fans. The music began, and Zhou Luwenjie's unique voice started singing. Fans screamed, waving their glow sticks, creating a lively atmosphere. Jin Yu also began howling like a wolf at her idol, while Su Ruoyun busily took handsome photos of her idol. Su Wenjing, not wanting to miss this opportunity, was busy recording a video, and Chen Fei was also not to be outdone, playing with her phone. Only Chu Chen and Tang Xinran remained unmoved. They really just came to listen to the music. As the song ended, Zhou Jieluan picked up the microphone and thanked the fans below. Thank you all. Your support is the greatest motivation for me to create songs, but this time the inspiration comes from my idol. You should have heard of him, he is Chu Xin. As Zhou Luwenjie spoke, the lighting operator shone the light on Chu Chen in the front row. His handsome and unique temperament immediately elicited screams from the fans. My husband is so handsome. 360 degrees without a dead angle, he holds his temperament tightly. My husband's figure is so great, I want to spread my legs. You go aside, spreading legs is also my thing. With your figure, can you match my fullness? What's the use of being full? Do you have my mother's high looks? Go aside. Zhou Luwenjie didn't expect that simply introducing his idol would almost cause Chu Chen's fans to fight. Excited female fans over there, please calm down. Chu Xin is the idol I've worked so hard to invite, and also the inspiration for the creation of Wulin. Please pursue your idol rationally and give other fans a chance. Zhou Luwenjie calmly pleaded on stage. However, his words made his own fans laugh to death. Luwenjie, please show the attitude of the king. We can give up chasing the idol. Luwenjie, I'm sorry. I licked Chu Xin's face. I'm going to climb the wall. Luwenjie, although my heart belongs to you, I hope my body belongs to Chu Xin. Luwenjie, don't worry, there are still Ion fans here. Let's give up on the face powder over there. A group of fans seriously caused chaos, making the atmosphere at the scene look particularly enthusiastic. Chu Chun couldn't help feeling a little helpless. He just wanted to come and watch a concert. Why are there face powder fans climbing over from Zhou Luwenjie's side? Looks are innate, he can't control it. I envy the girl over there. I also want to sit with my husband, just for a change. I still want to sleep with my husband. Who do you think you are? I'm the eldest at home, and I'm determined to become Chu Xin's wife. Get lost, everyone here wants to be Chu Xin's wife. Those with bad figures can go to the side. Chu Chen's high looks and Su Ruoyun immediately caught the attention of the female fans. The photographer was also very efficient. After Zhou Luwenjie introduced Chu Chen, he immediately turned the camera to Chu Chen's side. That stunning looks, under the high-definition camera, seemed even more handsome. The photographer felt a little suffocated by his own handsomeness. Listening to the fans' words, Zhou Luwenjie also felt speechless. His idol was too powerful. Just relying on his unparalleled looks almost made the whole concert out of control. Helpless, Zhou Luwenjie could only continue singing to attract the fans' attention, which finally stopped the fans' inner restlessness. The concert lasted for about an hour or two. Although Chu Chen's appearance in the fans' recordings was less than 3 to 5 minutes, it still became a hot topic today due to his extremely high looks. #Luwenjie concert requests fans to pursue stars rationally. #FaceDog online licking Chu Xin's unparalleled looks. #In order to compete for the position of Chu Xin's wife, these fans almost started fighting. #Chu Xin, so handsome, rich, and capable, but a bit too prominent. Zhou Luwenjie's idol is Chu Xin. Just after the concert ended, Chu Chen and Zhou Luwenjie both became popular. Zhou Luwenjie announced himself as a fan of the culinary god, requested fans to pursue stars rationally, and the scene of helplessly singing under Chu Chen's high looks was quickly spread on the internet by the fans. Once the video was released, it made many netizens burst into laughter. Wow, did Chu Xin really go to the concert? I suspect he went to disrupt the event. Others disrupt events with special skills. Chu Xin disrupts events with just one face. Speaking of special skills, the person upstairs, do you want to know about my special skills? Oh my, am I the only one envious of Chu Xin's special skills? Humph, you vulgar humans, I'm different from you. I just want Chu Xin to understand my depth. Luwenjie is in a difficult position. He just wanted to introduce his idol. What's wrong with that? Chu Chen and Tang Xinran almost ran out before the concert ended. Even so, they were almost caught up by the fans. Su Wenjing and other women followed behind Chu Chen. Thinking about the experience just now, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's all because Chu Xin is so handsome and charming. Even Luwenjie's heavenly voice couldn't resist their restlessness. If there's nothing else, let's hurry back. Chu Chen coughed and said in a low voice. Su Wenjing smiled softly. Cousin, it seems like I don't have to worry about my sister-in-law not finding you. As soon as Su Wenjing's words fell, Zhou Luwenjie, who had come down from the backstage, hurried over. Chu Xin, do you have any activities recently? Take me with you, how about it? Shu Chen was tricked by Zhou Luanjie's sly operation today, so he didn't trust him very much now. I don't have any activities. Didn't your concert just end? Aren't you busy with other things? Zhou Luanjie was indeed busy. How could he not be busy right after the concert ended? However, no matter how busy he was, he couldn't stop Zhou Luanjie's enthusiasm for chasing stars. Moreover, he came over for a legitimate reason to talk to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, if you want to leave now, it's better to take a different exit. I just heard the staff say that there are hundreds of your fans waiting outside to block the way. Zhou Luanjie said in a low voice, recalling the scene where fans were chasing Chu Chen just now. After the recent events, Zhou Luanjie realized that there were so many female fans who were eager to touch his idol's body. Ahem, Chen Gu, how about we take a different route? Tang Xinran, listening to Zhou Luanjie's words, couldn't help but think of those female fans who were eager to strip Chen Gu naked. Jin Yu and Chen Fei recalled the scene just now and burst into laughter without giving face. Although Su Wenjing and Su Ruoyun didn't laugh very obviously, the frequency of their shoulders trembling could still be seen. Well, let's take a different route then. Shu Chen glanced at Jin Yu and Chen Fei, and the two women sensibly restrained their smiles. Although Chu Chen didn't say it, his actions were honest. He really didn't want to face those fiercely enthusiastic female fans. Okay, idol, come with me this way. Seeing Chu Chen's agreement, Zhou Luanjie joyfully led him in a different direction. Jin Yu suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity for autographs and photos. She walked up to Zhou Luanjie, her bright eyes filled with pleading. Luanjie idol, can you take a photo with me and sign an autograph? If it were someone else, Zhou Luanjie might not have been able to spare time for a photo with the fan at this moment. However, the current Zhou Luanjie was eager to build a good relationship with Chu Chen, so how could he refuse Jin Yu, who was with Chu Chen? So, with Chu Chen's tacit approval, Jin Yu not only took a photo with her long-awaited idol but also took several unique photos with Su Ruoyun and the others, as well as a one-of-a-kind autograph from Zhou Luanjie. Chu Chen, is there anywhere you want to go recently? Jin Yu took advantage of Zhou Luanjie's favor and naturally wanted to do something for him. So, after the Western girl finished taking photos, Jin Yu immediately started to butter up her idol. Shu Chen looked at Jin Yu, who was trying to persuade him, and then at Zhou Luanjie, who was pleading, and could only helplessly say, yes, I recently acquired a set of hot spring hotels and plan to go for a soak in the next few days. Jin Yu also wanted to go to the hot spring, and her eyes lit up when she heard Chu Chen's words. Jin Yu also wanted to join in the fun at the hot spring hotel. Unfortunately, this plan was ruthlessly shattered by Su Ruoyun. Jin Yu, don't forget that we're graduating soon, and starting tomorrow, we need to start reviewing. The little stars in Jin Yu's eyes instantly dimmed. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei saw Jin Yu's disappointed expression and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, the two of them, who were laughing happily, completely forgot that they also had to go to work tomorrow. Guided by Zhou Luanjie, Chu Chen and his entourage arrived at the back door of the concert venue. Although there were no fans at the back door, there were quite a few paparazzi lurking around, hoping to capture some news. Zhou Luanjie didn't care about what these paparazzi might write. Chu Chen didn't care either. After all, he wasn't part of the entertainment circle. In this way, Zhou Luanjie escorted Chu Chen and his entourage to the back door in front of the paparazzi. Afterwards, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms worth millions of dollars arrived at the back door to pick up Chu Chen and his entourage. This bold and domineering scene made the paparazzi go crazy with their cameras. The close-ups of the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and Chu Chen's unparalleled looks were truly eye-catching. Unfortunately, the Rolls-Royce Phantoms stayed for too short a time. As the paparazzi regretted, they quickly edited the text and posted it on their platforms at the fastest speed possible. Chu Chen returned to the villa and lay down comfortably to rest. He didn't know that he had once again become a hot topic because of Zhou Luanjie personally seeing him off. The next day, Chu Chen woke up to find himself at the top of the hot search list. Zhou Luanjie isn't strong enough. It's hard to believe that he didn't push me down after a concert. Chu Chen sighed lightly and called for Bai Yue. Yue, I'm planning to go to the hot springs today, please arrange it. After breakfast, Chu Chen lazily stretched. His handsome appearance and visible muscle lines were truly visually striking. Yes, young master, I will arrange it for you right away, Bai Yue replied. Not long after, Bai Yue returned to report to Chu Chen, young master, Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xiaoji have already met at the Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised at the news. It was only 9 o'clock, and they had already gone. Then let's get ready to go, Chu Chen said calmly. Bai Yue continued to report, yes, young master, the vehicle arranged for your trip today is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The basic information and contact details of the manager of Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel have been sent to your phone, and the room arranged for you is V1011. Okay, Chu Chen responded before being escorted by the staff in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. The hotel seemed unusually lively today. Before Chu Chen could meet with Tang Xinran, he was attracted by the voice of a beautiful woman and went to the vicinity of the hotel's only public bath. Our skincare company has recently developed a very effective beauty skincare product. I'm not exaggerating, our product is definitely a groundbreaking whitening product. Just use it for a week, and you'll achieve a new level of beauty. Look at my skin, how fair and tender it is. In front of the public bath, a woman in a kimono introduced the beauty cream in her hand while praising its effectiveness. Her beautiful face, delicate skin, and figure indeed attracted many female customers. Detected that Chen Jingting is bragging to the host, the system will provide a prescription for Shueji beauty cream as a special gift. After the woman had talked for a long time, was it all just bragging? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the management of the Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel was not very good. Manager Luo, come to the public bath. Chu Chen called the hotel manager Luo. Manager Luo had planned to show the new boss his management skills today. Unexpectedly, the new boss didn't follow the usual routine and first investigated the hotel's situation, including Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting at the public bath was his wife's niece. She was good-looking, but she was too career-oriented. Chen Jingting's ability was already good, and she was the top seller at the Yuqing beauty store on ordinary days. But she was still not satisfied and relied on manager Luo's connections to promote products at the Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. The hotel was aimed at a high-end crowd. The people who came here were not short of money, and Chen Jingting had a keen eye for what women cared about and what they wanted, which was why she was so dedicated to promoting her own products. Unfortunately, manager Luo neglected to remind Chen Jingting that today was the day of the new boss's inspection. As a result, manager Luo had already messed up before meeting Chu Chen in person. They even said that this girl's hands are really pretty, fair and tender. Miss, is your beauty cream really that effective? How long do you think it will take for my skin to become fair again? That's great, I got tan the last time I went to the beach for sunbathing. I need a bottle. I've been out on business every day recently and got a few shades darker, give me 3 bottles. Listening to Chen Jingting explain the effects of the beauty cream, many women were very tempted. Our beauty cream can work wonders in just 1 week. Ladies, like you, if you use 1 bottle and persist for 3 weeks, you will become fair again. Ladies, with 3 bottles, you will be even fairer than me. I suggest you buy 2 bottles. Miss, your tanning situation is quite serious. I suggest you also buy 2 bottles. Chen Jingting responded with a smile, effortlessly handling the customers, showing that she was good at understanding people's hearts. Indeed, after listening to Chen Jingting's words, the female customers immediately wanted to buy the products. Seeing the customers about to pay, Chu Chen stepped forward and said, "My cousin happens to need some beauty products. How about you sell them all to me? I'll pay 10,000 for all the beauty creams you have." Chu Chen's handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament made the customers who wanted to speak out stop. What a handsome young man! The female customers suddenly became infatuated, and Chen Jingting did not expect to attract such a big customer. She looked at the female customers who wanted to buy earlier, then at Chu Chen, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Young master, everything should be done in order. If you really want them, I can have them delivered to you later. Is that okay?" Chu Chen had no intention of letting her sell the products, so how could he agree to this proposal? "I make several million in a minute. Can you compensate for my loss?" Chu Chen was not exaggerating. Just one Huijin International made Chu Chen several million in a minute, not to mention his other industries. This isn't very good, is it? Chen Jingting swallowed nervously. This handsome guy was not only handsome but also very rich? Okay, we can wait. The handsome guy is so considerate, he even bought beauty products for his cousin. Yes, I envy the cousin of the handsome guy. Hey handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? I have time tonight. As Chen Jingting's voice fell, the girls were all immersed in Chu Chen's good looks and began to change their minds. Chen Jingting was caught off guard by the speed at which things were changing. They all agreed, what's not to agree with? But, does this beauty cream really have such good effects? Can it take effect in just 1 week? Chu Chen pointed to the beauty cream in Chen Jingting's hand, and his puzzled expression also made the female customers curious about the efficacy of the beauty cream. When it came to their own beauty cream, Chen Jingting immediately began to introduce the benefits of the beauty cream. Of course, handsome guy, our beauty cream is a revolutionary whitening product. It takes effect in just 1 week, and it's a leading product even in the domestic market. If it weren't for our company's recent promotion, I might not have come here. Chen Jingting, thinking of this big customer, was determined to make Chu Chen buy her products. Manager Luo had just arrived at the public bathhouse and felt a surge of anger in his head. What the hell did he just see? Chen Jingting was actually promoting her beauty cream to the new and old owners of the Langshan Hot Spring Hotel. The Langshan Hot Spring Hotel alone is worth over 60 million, and the owner wants to buy your beauty cream? Chen Jingting, shut up. Manager Luo really couldn't imagine what the new owner thought of him. He had prepared more than 10 plans to deal with the new owner, but Chen Jingting had ended it all before it even started. She was really a troublesome relative. Uncle, why are you here? Chen Jingting was stunned by Manager Luo's shouting. Her mind went blank, and she inadvertently revealed their family relationship. Manager Luo almost couldn't control his anger when he heard Chen Jingting calling him uncle. What nonsense are you shouting? Who is your uncle? How did you manage to get in here? How dare you try to sell products to our new owner, Mr. Chu, at Langshan Hot Spring Hotel? The entire hotel belongs to him, and you think you can sell your beauty cream here? Get out of here! Manager Luo roared at Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting looked at Chu Chen and immediately felt a sense of dread. Langshan Hot Spring Hotel has a new owner? Oh no, my sales route is probably going to be cut off. I am sorry, I was just confused for a moment. I'll leave right away. Chen Jingting quickly decided to make a run for it. The surrounding customers all turned their attention to Chu Chen. Oh my, not only is this handsome guy good looking, but he also owns Langshan Hot Spring Hotel. He looks so young, in his 20s, rich and handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I also want to know if he has a girlfriend. I really want to pursue him. Mr. Chu is so handsome, he's going to be my idol from now on. If I were 10 years younger, I would go after him right now. Chu Chen had originally planned to handle the situation properly, but upon hearing the female customer's comments, he immediately thought of the enthusiastic scenes from the concert the day before. When you're away from home, a young man still needs to protect himself. Ahem, Manager Luo, you handle the customers first. Chen Jingting, bring your beauty cream and come with me. Chu Chen instructed Manager Luo and then left the scene immediately. Manager Luo watched Chu Chen leave and inwardly exclaimed, Mr. Chu is angry. Chu Chen brought Chen Jingting to room V1011. Next to V1011 was Tang Xinran's room, and next to that was Zhou Luwenjie's room. As Chu Chen's subordinate, Tang Xinran had the authority to arrange room changes. Tang Xinran noticed the activity next door and immediately ran to Chu Chen's room, intending to make his presence known in front of Chu Chen as a qualified lackey. Tang Xinran excitedly opened the door, only to see Chu Chen sitting in a chair, facing a curvaceous beauty in a snow-white bathrobe. Oh, damn, I'm so careless. Tang Xinran hadn't expected to walk in on his big brother's private moment. Almost instinctively, he prepared to close the door and leave. But Chu Chen was no ordinary person. He heard the commotion outside the door and saw Tang Xinran about to run away. Tang Xinran, where are you going? Come in. Chu Chen called out to Tang Xinran's back. Zhou Luwenjie, who had been waiting for his idol's call, also heard Chu Chen's voice. He heard the door to V1011 close and, like Tang Xinran, walked in without hesitation. As a result, Zhou Luwenjie saw Chu Chen sitting in a chair, facing a curvaceous beauty in a snow-white bathrobe, with a flustered Tang Xinran standing beside her. Now, are young people really this open nowadays? Should I pretend not to know? Zhou Luwenjie quietly closed the door. Chu Chen, who was pondering a problem, didn't notice Zhou Luwenjie's movements at the door. However, Tang Xinran saw Zhou Luwenjie, who was about to quietly leave. His shocked expression and hesitant demeanor told Tang Xinran, Zhou Luwenjie has misunderstood. Damn, Zhou Luwenjie, don't leave. It's not what you think. Come back. Tang Xinran looked at the closed door, then at Chen Jingting in her bathrobe, and felt like he had dug himself into a hole he couldn't get out of. Outside the door, Zhou Luwenjie began to empathize with Chu Chen. How could he avoid embarrassing his idol? As Zhou Luwenjie was pondering earnestly, the hurried footsteps of Manager Luo's arrival startled him. He was worried that standing outside the door would attract attention, so he returned to his room to observe. However, what Zhou Luwenjie saw in his observation left him even more shocked. Another man had entered Chu Shen's room. At this moment, Zhou Luwenjie's heart was filled with complex emotions, yet he couldn't resist his curiosity. In the end, Zhou Luwenjie decided to listen to the situation in the room before making a decision. Inside room V1011, Chu Chen sat calmly on a chair, his emotions unreadable. Manager Luo, please explain why your niece was openly selling these beauty creams in the public bathhouse? Suddenly called out by Chu Chen, Manager Luo felt a sudden panic. The reason he had abused his power was all because of his own wife. But could he sell out his own wife? Manager Luo also didn't know how to explain the complex situation before him. Tang Xinran had originally thought she had ruined her brother's good fortune, but with Manager Luo's arrival, she started imagining a family drama. However, when Chu Chen spoke, Tang Xinran nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. This girl, using her relationship with her uncle to sell her beauty creams in the public bathhouse at Lanchan Hot Spring Hotel? Is there anyone more audacious than her? Boss Chu, this is all my fault. Please don't blame my uncle. I am an employee of Yuqing Cosmetics Company. My name is Chen Jingting, and I am also the top salesperson in the company. It was my personal desire to develop my business potential, so I asked my aunt to let my uncle abuse his power. In a short time, Chen Jingting adjusted her mindset and took the blame upon herself with a few words. Manager Luo had some grievances towards Chen Jingting. Upon hearing her take the blame, he didn't know what to say. You are loyal and righteous. Since you are so sincere, I can also give you a chance. Shu Chen had originally intended for Manager Luo and Chen Jingting to leave, but Chen Jingting's words made him change his mind. Shu Chen's subordinates had recently opened a beauty store, and now they had Snow Princess's beauty formula, so Snow Princess must be put into production. This raised a problem. Who would Shu Chen assign to handle this matter? Chen Jingting was a talented person, and with a good development channel, her future potential was limitless. However, her character needed further testing. Boss Chu, what do you want me to do? Chen Jingting was a clever person, and her question pleased Shu Chen. Your sales are based on the foundation of my hotel, and Manager Luo's abuse of power has caused certain losses to my hotel. If you insist on keeping your uncle's position in the hotel, then you must compensate me with 100,000 for the economic losses. Shu Chen's words made Manager Luo gasp in shock. 100,000. Even if Chen Jingting's monthly sales performance was good, it was only a few thousand yuan. By asking for 100,000, wasn't Shu Chen pushing Chen Jingting into a corner? Okay. Chen Jingting agreed without hesitation. Shu Chen didn't expect the girl to agree so readily. Do you have 100,000? Chen Jingting paused, her hands unconsciously tightening. No, but I can go sell. Give me a month, and I can definitely earn 100,000. Just not with Yuqing. Good, since you are so confident, let's shorten the 3 months to 1 month. I have a cosmetics company under me, and I will let you go sell the products. Within a month, bring me the cost price plus 100,000, is that okay? Shu Chen nodded in appreciation at Chen Jingting, and her singing was so good that Chen Jingting felt like slapping herself. Why say 1 month? Isn't 3 months enough? No problem, Chen Jingting said, feeling a bit aggrieved. It's really hard to deceive oneself. Since there's no problem, Tang Xinran, take Manager Luo and Chen Jingting downstairs. Get the contact information for the cosmetics store from Bai Wei, Shu Chen instructed Tang Xinran. For now, Chen Jingting's character is acceptable. It's just a matter of whether her personal abilities are up to par, which will have to be seen after a month. Okay, Shinji, Tang Xinran could tell that Shu Chen was trying to recruit Chen Jingting. Conversely, the 100,000 yuan was just a test for Chen Jingting. Tang Xinran finally received the task from Shu Chen and naturally wanted to get it done right away. He opened the door and heard a thud as Zhou Luanjie fell to the ground. Zhou Luanjie, your hobby is quite special. Tang Xinran looked at Zhou Luanjie with a strange expression, finding it hard to put into words. Zhou Luanjie awkwardly got up from the ground and denied it 3 times. I didn't, don't say that. Tang Xinran glanced at him, his distrustful eyes making Zhou Luanjie feel very uncomfortable. Zhou Luanjie. Chen Jingting was shocked to see Zhou Luanjie, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The great idol actually has such a hobby. When Zhou Luanjie heard Chen Jingting call his name, he felt like covering his face. He really just cares about Chu Xin. How did this lead to such a misunderstanding? Zhou Luanjie, what are you doing standing at the door? Chu Chen also noticed the commotion at the door. His words made Zhou Luanjie feel even more embarrassed. It's so difficult, he just wanted to be a good fan of his idol. Nothing, Chu Xin, I came to find Tang Xiao for something. Zhou Luanjie originally wanted to explain, but thinking that it might make things worse, he decided not to explain. Tang Xinran was taken away by Zhou Luanjie looking bewildered. Chen Jingting followed the 2 men closely, her eyes filled with curiosity and gossip. Why was the great idol lying at the door? Did Tang Xiao and Zhou Tianwang have some special secret? Chu Boss was called Chu Shen by Zhou Tianwang. What is their relationship? Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xinran left V1011 and started arguing. Tang Xiao, what were you and Chu Shen doing inside just now? I just wanted to save my idol. Why did you suddenly open the door? Zhou Luanjie took the initiative. His argument was reasonable, making Tang Xinran laugh. Did you mistakenly think that I and Chen Ji were playing cards just now? Now you're talking about saving idols, lying at the door to save? Don't think I didn't see you close the door. Tang Xinran retorted without showing weakness. Chen Jingting quietly watched the drama, feeling excited. The reason why Zhou Tianwang was lying at the door, was it really because of a misunderstanding with Chu Boss and Tang Xiao playing cards? Also, what's with closing the door? Is Zhou Tianwang really that good at showing off? After I closed the door, another man went in, didn't he? I was afraid I couldn't help if you started fighting. Zhou Luanjie also felt aggrieved, leaving Tang Xinran speechless for a moment. According to the usual plot, Zhou Luanjie wasn't wrong. The key is, that's not what happened. Tang Xinran pulled the girl Chen Jingting over. This girl was promoting her beauty products at Chen Ji's Hot Spring Hotel and got caught by Chen Ji, so he asked me to handle it. As for the man just now, he's her uncle and also the hotel manager. After hearing Tang Xinran's words, Zhou Luanjie was speechless. Selling products in a hot spring hotel while wearing a yukata is really a pitfall. Would Chen Jingting really lose face if she wore something more formal? Ahem, I see. So, we both misunderstood each other once, and now it's even. Zhou Luanjie coughed awkwardly. Chen Jingting understood the whole story between the two of them during their banter. She never expected that the private Zhou Tianwang would be so adorable. Put. Chen Jingting couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xinran turned to look at her. Chen Jingting coughed awkwardly, then formally introduced herself. Zhou Tianwang, Tang Xiao, hello, I'm Chen Jingting. I just feel that the way you two get along is very friendly, and it looks like you have great chemistry. Chen Jingting really has a keen eye for seeing people's relationships. How can a sales champion say such vulgar things? What chemistry? Hurry up and come with me. Can you repay the 100,000 yuan you owe to Brother Chen? Tang Xinran retorted at Chen Jingting, dragging her downstairs. Chen Jingting knew that they were about to get down to business, so she waved to Zhou Luanjie and obediently followed Tang Xinran downstairs. Zhou Luanjie watched the two of them leave and then entered room V1011. Since Tang Xinran, the lackey, was not around, it was his chance to shine. Zhou Luanjie was feeling quite pleased with himself, suddenly hoping that Tang Xinran and Chen Jingting would be busy for a while. Unfortunately, in order to appear more outstanding in front of Chu Chen, Tang Xinran had already taken Chen Jingting's suggestion and gone with her to resign from Yuqing. Otherwise, he would have definitely passed the matter to his little brother Yuan and worked hard to make a stronger impression in front of Chu Chen. Tang Xiao, what are you looking at? Chen Jingting sat in Tang Xinran's BMW, still wearing the yukata. Without Chu Chen's intimidation, Tang Xinran could casually glance at Chen Jingyi's fair long legs and delicate hands. For some reason, Tang Xinran found these images somewhat unsettling. To ease this emotion, Tang Xinran chose to harass Bai Yue, manager Bai. Brother Chen asked me to ask you for the contact information and details of the cosmetics store. When Tang Xinran heard Chen Jingting's inquiry, he happened to receive a reply from Bai Yue. He casually said, I just asked manager Bai for the information about the cosmetics store, but I really didn't expect that Zhang Xiao would hand over the irresistible beauty company to Brother Chen. TSK. Tang Xinran looked at the information on his phone and was caught off guard by a shocking revelation. He never expected that Zhang Jing would actually give the decent irresistible beauty to Brother Chen. It seems that he had the intention of pleasing Brother Chen. The irresistible beauty you mentioned, is it the irresistible beauty cosmetics under the Aurora Company? Chen Jingting never expected that she would ask such a shocking question. Who exactly is Boss Chu? How did he win the 80 million irresistible beauty from the top rich second-generation Zhang Xiao? Chen Jingting looked at Tang Xinran in shock. Just as she was about to ask again, she saw Tang Xinran pointing outside and saying, We've arrived at Yuqing. Hurry up and take care of things, I need to rush back to report. It was only then that Chen Jingting noticed that they had arrived at the company so quickly. Okay, I'll go resign to the boss and then go report to Irresistible Beauty with you. Chen Jingting knew she couldn't ask anymore. But it didn't matter, she would have more time to understand Chu Chen's financial power in the future. Confident Chen Jingting completely forgot that she was still wearing the yukata she had sold at the Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. When the staff of Yuqing saw Chen Jingting getting out of Tang Xinran's BMW, their previous respect immediately turned into sharp and mocking remarks. Look, everyone, it turns out that Chen, the sales champion, got to where she is through these kinds of relationships. She even went out wearing a yukata, shameless and cunning fox. Of course, it's only because the boss sees her as a moneymaker that he values her so much. Humph, she's only good at that, and she's even the top seller. I think she's just lacking. Li Jia, why would you say that? If it weren't for Chen Jingting, how could we have made so much money? That's true, she's coming, let's all get busy. The woman known as Li Jia shouted at her colleagues and then put on a smile as she greeted Chen Jingting who had just entered. Jingting, why are you here? Didn't the boss give you time off? I need to talk to the boss about something. Li Jia, can you let him know for me? Although Chen Jingting was busy with her career, she still knew about the secret dealings between Li Jia and the boss, Mr. Zhao. Alright, you sit down, I'll go tell him for you. Li Jia didn't like Chen Jingting. She was beautiful and capable, and with her around, the other women in the store were just background. Even Mr. Zhao, whom Li Jie was involved with, couldn't forget about Chen Jingting. So when Li Jie saw Chen Jingting getting out of the BMW, she felt 100% at ease. Mr. Zhao may be a womanizer, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The current Chen Jingting was nothing to fear. It wasn't until Chen Jingting sat down in the store that she realized she was still wearing the hotel's bathrobe. She glanced at her colleagues and felt their disdain and contempt, which made her feel uneasy. She had thought her relationship with these colleagues was okay, but now it seemed she had been deluding herself. The store employees at Yuqing didn't know that their disdain only strengthened Chen Jingting's determination to resign. Just then, the phone that Chen Jingting had placed close to her suddenly vibrated. When she looked at the message from an unknown number, it only said, "You have 10 minutes to handle the matter." Although she didn't know the name of the phone's owner, Chen Jingting knew that it was from Tang Xiao. Being urged by Tang Xiao, Chen Jingting had no choice but to go to the boss's office to resign. As soon as Chen Jingting arrived at the office, she could clearly hear the teasing laughter of a man and a woman inside. "Oh, Mr. Zhao, don't touch me, Chen Jingting is still outside." Mr. Zhao chuckled, "So what if Chen Jingting is outside?" If it weren't for her, Yuqing wouldn't have grown to this extent. Just now, Yuqing got a 50,000 yuan order, but Chen Jingting doesn't know about it. "Later, I'll put it on your account." Mr. Zhao, you're really good to me. If it weren't for your keen eye for talent in Chen Jingting, where could a girl like her, who doesn't even have a high school education, find such a good job? Li Jie, you're getting better at talking. Come on, let's have a drink. Mr. Zhao was delighted by Li Jie's flattery, completely unaware that their sordid affair had been discovered by the real protagonist. Chen Jingting clenched her fists, and her inner anger erupted like a volcano. She could tolerate her colleagues' ridicule and contempt, and even Mr. Zhao's harassment, but she couldn't tolerate being deceived and made a fool of. With a bang, Chen Jingting pushed open the door, her face calm and showing no sign of anger. "Chen Jingting, are you trying to rebel?" Mr. Zhao was startled by the sudden noise and quickly let go of Li Jie. The two of them looked disheveled, appearing particularly embarrassed. "Mr. Zhao, I'm here to resign." Chen Jingting stood at the door in a bathrobe, but the icy chill emanating from her body revealed her inner anger. Mr. Zhao had never seen Chen Jingting in a bathrobe before and was momentarily captivated. Upon hearing that Chen Jingting wanted to resign, Li Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. She coquettishly said, "Mr. Zhao, Chen Jingting has found someone outside and wants to leave Yuqing. Why don't you just let her resign?" Upon hearing that Chen Jingting had found someone, Mr. Zhao was both angry and furious. If he had known that Chen Jingting was this kind of woman, he should have taken her down earlier. No, Chen Jingting cannot resign. After Zhao's anger subsided, he calmed down. Others may not know, but Zhao relied on his wife to make a fortune. If it weren't for Zhao's mother-in-law being unattractive and vulgar, Li Jie wouldn't have been able to seduce Zhao. Zhao also knew very well that if it weren't for Chen Jingting's outstanding work ability, Yuqing wouldn't have grown to its current value of several million, and Zhao wouldn't be able to have affairs openly. Chen Jingting was Zhao's cash cow, and this was Zhao's capital for acting recklessly outside. If it weren't for Chen Jingting, the decline of Yuqing would be inevitable. "Zhao, whether I resign or not is no longer up to you. I'll tell you honestly, I offended someone outside, and the owner of the BMW just now is the new owner of Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. Are you sure you won't let me resign?" After hearing Zhao and Li Jie's words, Chen Jingting understood why she was working so hard but still couldn't earn a salary of over 10,000. It turned out that these people were secretly profiting. Chen Jingting, let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven comes, don't expect to resign from me." Zhao didn't believe Chen Jingting's words at all. If she really offended the new owner of Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel, could she still come out? Just as Zhao finished speaking, Tang Xinran's voice approached from a distance. "It's been 10 minutes already. Chen Jingting, every minute costs me millions. Can you afford to compensate?" Tang Xinran hadn't intended to get involved in Chen Jingting's affairs. It was just that the performance of those employees was too eye-catching, making him unable to resist meddling in this unrelated matter. "Tang, Zhao won't let me resign. If you want to find someone, find him." Following Tang Xinran's words, Chen Jingting pointed the finger at Zhao. She didn't hear any anger in Tang Xinran's words and was even more certain that she hadn't exceeded the 10-minute limit agreed upon with Tang Xinran. So, there was only one reason for Tang Xinran's appearance, to help her vent her anger. Zhao originally thought Chen Jingting was lying, but when he saw Tang Xinran, he truly believed Chen Jingting's words. Tang Xinran was a prominent figure among the recent second-generation rich. It was said that he was the most mysterious follower of the newly promoted top second-generation rich, Xu Xiao, and had close ties with other top second-generation rich such as Qin Xiao and Zhang Xiao. If he really offended Tang Xinran, Yuqing would probably be finished tomorrow. After hearing Tang Xinran's words, Zhao was dumbfounded. Protect Chen Jingting? No, he didn't want to oppose Chu Chen. Tang, you've misunderstood. What I meant was, it's impossible for Chen Jingting not to resign. Chen Jingting, you've been fired by me. In less than a minute, Zhao slapped himself and fired Chen Jingting. This drastic change made Chen Jingting unable to help but laugh. How could she have worked so hard under such a boss for 5 years? Zhao, it's not that you fired me, it's that I fired you. Remember, it's Yuqing who can't afford me, Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting smiled calmly, and her serene and light-hearted smile was filled with an arrogance that made Zhao feel uncomfortable. Yuqing couldn't afford a Chen Jingting? If she offended Chu Xiao, Chen Jingting, could still turn things around. Zhao really wanted to retort, but he gave up because he couldn't afford to offend Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran didn't expect the situation to evolve into this, and he wanted to ask Zhao to change the firing into a resignation. But Chen Jingting said lightly, Tang, let's go. In Tang Xinran's BMW. Since leaving Yuqing, Chen Jingting had been in a calm mood, which made Tang Xinran inexplicably anxious. It was the first time he had seen a woman remain so calm in the face of such a despicable boss like Zhao. Tang, thank you just now. Chen Jingting noticed Tang Xinran's hesitation and smiled, and her whole spirit suddenly became invigorated. Chen Jingting is like a sunflower. After a brief emotional moment, she returned to being the person who thrives in the sun. You're welcome. What are you planning to do next? Tang Xinran asked curiously. Chen Jingting seemed to not understand the deeper meaning behind Tang Xinran's question. Of course, I need to repay my debt. I still owe Boss Chu more than 100,000. Tang Xinran saw that she didn't want to say more and didn't ask further. The chauffeur listened to the conversation between his young master and Chen Jingting and could only silently accelerate the car to end the awkward atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at Yirenmai. Manager Han, I believe you should know that Yirenmai has been taken over by my brother Chen. This is Chen Jingting. Due to some special reasons, she needs to study here for a month. You need to provide her with products worth 100,000, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Tang Xinran personally explained the situation to the manager, but he didn't notice the faint flicker of emotion in Chen Jingting's eyes as she looked at him. Okay, Mr. Tang. Manager Han knew that Tang Xinran's status was very different now and was very respectful towards him. Tang Xinran left Yirenmai under Manager Han's personal send-off. Involuntarily, he turned to look at Chen Jingting, who was immersed in her work, and then returned to Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. Room V1011 at Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel. After a comfortable bath, Chu Chen started browsing his social media. Zhou Luanjie had originally planned to take advantage of Tang Xinran's absence to improve the relationship between Chu Chen and his fans. Unfortunately, the agent was a tough character and actually caught him at Lanshan Hot Spring Hotel and took him back. With no one to disturb him, Chu Chen continued to browse and saw a dynamic post from Chen Fei that caught his attention. Chen Fei, my best friend's computer broke. We'll be sharing one computer from now on. Stormy crying. Image, Chu Chen and Chen Fei added each other on WeChat after taking a photo with Zhou Luanjie, and not only Chen Fei, but also several other girls, including Jin Yu. However, although Jin Yu was mischievous, she was very clever, which was why she dared to pester Tang Xinran but didn't dare to truly provoke Chu Chen. Thinking about the current situation of Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, Chu Chen decided to go to Changning Computer City to buy 2 computers to send to Tang Chenipin. Brother Chen, where are you going? Chu Chen came out of room V1011 and happened to meet Tang Xinran, who had returned. I'm going to Changning Computer City. Do you want to come with me? Tang Xinran's eyes lit up at the words, and he couldn't help but say eagerly, let's go, brother Chen. Are we leaving now? Listening to Tang Xinran's words, Chu Chen suddenly didn't want Tang Xinran to come along. Chu Chen and Tang Xinran arrived at Changning Computer City in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Because it was the weekend, the customer flow was not small, and the computer city was bustling with people coming and going. Chu Chen and Tang Xinran, both of whom had good looks and extraordinary temperament, were soon given special attention by the staff at the computer city. Gentlemen, what kind of computer are you planning to buy? A desktop, a laptop, or an all-in-one? The one who received Chu Chen and Tang Xinran was a male salesperson who was warm to people but couldn't hide his calculations. Chu Chen glanced at Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran knew what to do and said calmly, let's buy 2 laptops, the highest configuration, the most expensive ones. When the salesperson heard Tang Xinran's words, his eyes lit up immediately. These were 2 big customers. Okay, gentlemen, please come this way. I'll tell you that we use the best computers in the Magic City at Changning Computer City. Let me introduce you to this model. The salesperson enthusiastically explained the products to Tang Xinran, while Chu Chen silently observed the situation at Shizhou. The customer flow at Changning Computer City was still good, and the transaction rate of customers was also above 60%. The only downside is that Changning Computer City seems to not distinguish between individual customers and customer groups, deceiving customers and engaging in unfair practices. Young man, the computer I bought from you before is not worth 3,000 yuan at all. How can you deceive an old man like me? My grandson doesn't even use this broken computer now. Isn't this deceiving customers? Chu Chen looked at a white-haired old man in tattered clothes not far away, pulling the male salesperson introduced by Tang Xinran, with a face full of grievances. The salesperson remembered the old man. In the salesperson's view, it's best to deceive the old man's money, not to mention that he still has a conscience and gave a computer worth over 1,000. Old man, can our Changning Computer City, such a big company, deceive you? When you said you wanted a computer worth over 2,000, I discounted the computer worth over 2,000 to just over 1,000. Now you're saying it's not worth 3,000. Are you trying to extort our Changning Computer City? It's obvious that Xiao Xiao has done this kind of thing many times, and his ability to turn the tables has made many customers believe his words. Old man, are you mistaken because of your old age? This computer is worth just over 1,000 yuan. Yes, old man, don't bother at your age. The people behind Changning Computer City are not easy to deal with. This old man is disrespectful. He's so old and still comes out to cheat people. It's only because this salesperson is kind-hearted. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago. The uninformed crowd began to point fingers at the old man. An old man who had worked hard all his life didn't understand the ins and outs of computers. He had spent several years of savings just to make his grandson happy, only to be deceived and turned against. The old man never expected to encounter such an unscrupulous thing in his old age. He was so angry that he trembled and cursed, "Young man, you should have a conscience. You deceived my hard-earned money and turned against me. You will get your retribution sooner or later." The salesperson was not willing to be scolded like this. His face turned cold, and he called the security guard. "Security, please escort this troublemaking old man out." Tang Xinran received Chu Chen's hint and no longer stayed to watch the excitement. He stepped forward, smiling but not smiling, and said, "Is Changning Computer City so arrogant now? It's one thing to sell at low prices, but to dare to call security to drive people away, who gave you the guts?" The salesperson did not expect Tang Xinran to suddenly intervene. Considering that he was a future big customer, his tone softened a bit. "Sir, I have made it clear. It was this old man who extorted our Changning Computer City first and cursed at me later, so I called the security." With that, the salesperson turned to the old man again. "Old man, since this gentleman has come forward for you, please show us the receipt from our Changning Computer City. If you bought a computer from us, there must be a receipt, right?"